Jessie worked her legs toward the left side of the bed, shifting her back and shoulders patiently to the right as she did so. When she got as far as she was going to, using that method, she pivoted on her left hip. Her feet went over the side, and suddenly her legs and torso were not just moving to the left, but sliding to the left, like an avalanche trying to happen. A horrible cramp jig-jagged up her left side, as her body stretched in ways it hadn't been meant to even under the best of conditions. It felt as if someone had given her a fast, harsh scrape with a hot poker. The short chain between the right-hand set of cuffs yanked taut, and for a moment the news from her left side was blotted out by a fresh agony pulsing out of her right arm and shoulder. It felt as if someone were trying to twist that arm completely off. "Now I know what a turkey drumstick feels like," she thought. Her left heel thumped onto the floor. Her right hung 3 inches above it. Her body was twisted unnaturally to the left, with her right arm cast strenuously back behind her in a kind of frozen wave. The taut chain gleamed heartlessly above its rubber sleeve in the early morning sun. Jessie was suddenly sure she was going to die in this position, with her left side and right arms screaming. She would have to lie here, gradually growing numb as her flagging heart lost the battle to pump blood to all parts of her stretched and twisted body. Panic overtook her again, and she howled for help, forgetting there was no one in the neighborhood but one raggedy-ass stray with a belly full of lawyer. She flailed frantically for the bedpost with her right hand, but she had slid just a little too far. The dark-stained mahogany was half an inch beyond the tips of her straining fingers. "Help! Please! Help! Help!" No answer. The only sounds in this silent, sunny bedroom were her sounds. Hoarse, screaming voice, rasping breath, pounding heart. No one here but her, and unless she was able to get back onto the bed, she was going to die like a woman hung on a meat hook. Nor was the situation done getting worse. Her butt was still sliding toward the edge of the bed, pulling her right arm steadily backward at an angle which was becoming more and more extreme. Without thinking about it or planning it, unless the body, goaded by pain, sometimes thinks for itself, Jessie braced her bare left heel on the floor and shoved backward with all her might. It was the only brace point remaining to her painfully slewed body, and the maneuver worked. Her lower body arched, the chain between the cuffs binding her right hand grew slack, and she seized the bedpost with the panicky zeal of a drowning woman seizing a life ring. She used it to yank herself backward, ignoring the scream of her back and biceps. When her feet were up again, she paddled frantically back from the edge, as if she had dipped into a swimming pool filled with baby sharks, and had noticed just in time to save her toes. At last she regained her former slumped sitting position against the crossboards, arms outstretched, the small of her back resting on the sweat-soaked pillow in its badly wrinkled cotton case. She let her head loll back against the mahogany slats, breathing rapidly, her bare breasts oiled with sweat she couldn't afford to lose. She closed her eyes and laughed weakly. "Say, that was pretty exciting, wasn't it, Jessie? I think it's the fastest and hardest your heart has beat since 1985, when you came within a Christmas party kiss or so of going to bed with Tommy Del Guidacci. Nothing to lose by trying, isn't that what you thought? Well, now you know better." Yes, and she knew something else as well. "Oh, and what's that, Toots?" "I know that fucking phone is out of reach," she said. Yes, indeed. When she had pushed off with her left heel just now, she'd gotten all of her 125 pounds into it. She had shoved with all the enthusiasm of a total ass-freezing panic. The bed hadn't moved an iota, and now that she had a chance to think about it, she was glad it hadn't. If it had jigged to the right, she would still be hanging off it. And even if she had been able to push it all the way across to the telephone table that way, why, I'd have been hanging over the wrong fucking side, she said, half laughing and half sobbing. Jesus, somebody shoot me. Doesn't look good. One of the UFO voices, one she definitely could have done without, told her. In fact, it sort of looks like the Jessie Burlingame show just got its cancellation notice. Pick another choice, she said huskily. I don't like that one. There aren't any others. There weren't that many to begin with, and you've researched them all. She closed her eyes again, and for the second time since this nightmare began, she saw the playground behind the old Falmouth Grammar School on Central Avenue. Only this time it wasn't the image of two little girls balancing on a seesaw that filled her mind. Instead, she saw one little boy, her brother Will, skinning the cat on the monkey bars. She opened her eyes, slumped down, and bent her head to look more closely at the headboard. Skinning the cat meant hanging from the bar, then curling your legs up and over your shoulders. You finished with a quick little pivot which enabled you to land on your feet again. Will had been so adept at this neat and economical movement that it had looked to Jessie as if he was turning somersaults inside his own hands. Suppose I could do that. Just skin the cat right over the top of this goddamn headboard. Swing over the top and land on my feet, she whispered. For several moments this seemed dangerous but feasible. She would have to move the bed out from the wall, of course. You couldn't skin the cat if he didn't have a place to land. But she had an idea that she could manage that. Once the bed shelf was removed, and it would be easy to knock it off its support brackets, unanchored as it was, she would do a back-over roll and plant her bare feet against the wall above the top of the headboard. She hadn't been able to move the bed sideways, but with the wall to push against. Same weight, 10 times the leverage, she muttered. Modern physics at its finest. She was reaching for the shelf with her left hand, meaning to tip it up and off the L brackets, when she took another good look at Gerald's goddamn police handcuffs with their suicidally short chains. If he had clipped them onto the bedposts a little higher, between the first and second crossboards, say, she might have chanced it. The maneuver would probably have resulted in a pair of broken wrists, but she had reached a point where a pair of broken wrists seemed an entirely acceptable price to pay for escape. After all, they would heal, wouldn't they? Instead of between the first and second crossboards, however, the cuffs were attached between the second and third, and that was just a little too far down. Any attempt to skin the cat over the headboard would do more than break her wrists. It would result in a pair of shoulders not just dislocated, but actually ripped out of their sockets by her descending weight. And try moving this goddamn bed anywhere with a pair of broken wrists and 2 dislocated shoulders. Sound like fun? No, she said huskily. Not too much. Let's cut through it, Jess. You're stuck here. You can call me the voice of despair if it makes you feel better, or if it helps you to hold on to your sanity for a little while longer. God knows I'm all for sanity. But what I really am is the voice of truth. And the truth of this situation is that you're stuck here. Jessie turned her head sharply to one side, not wanting to hear this self-styled voice of truth, and found she was no more able to shut it out than she had been able to shut out the other ones. Those are real handcuffs you're wearing, not the cute little bondage numbers with the padding inside the wristlets and a hidden escape lever you can push if someone gets carried away and starts going a little too far. You're for real locked up. And you don't happen to be either a faker from the mysterious East, capable of twisting your body up like a pretzel, or an escape artist like Harry Houdini or David Copperfield. I'm just telling it the way I see it, okay? And the way I see it, you're toast. She suddenly remembered what had happened after her father had left her bedroom on the day of the eclipse. How she had thrown herself on her bed and cried until it seemed her heart would either break or melt, or maybe just seize up for good. And now as her mouth began to tremble, she looked remarkably as she had then, tired, confused, frightened, and lost. That last most of all. Jessie began to cry, but after the first few tears her eyes would produce no more. Stricter rationing measures had apparently gone into effect. She cried anyway, tearlessly, her sobs as dry as sandpaper in her throat. In New York City, the regulars of the Today program had signed off for another day. On the NBC affiliate, which served southern and western Maine, they were replaced first by a local chat show. A large, motherly woman in a gingham apron showed how easy it was to slow-cook beans in your crock-pot. Then by a game show where celebrities cracked jokes and contestants uttered loud, orgasmic screams when they won cars and boats and bright red dirt devil vacuum cleaners. In the Burlingame home on scenic Kashwakamok Lake, the new widow dozed uneasily in her restraints, and then began to dream once more. It was a nightmare, one made more vivid and somehow more persuasive by the very shallowness of the dreamer's sleep. In it, Jessie was lying in the dark again, and a man, or a man-like thing, was once more standing across from her in the corner of the room. The man wasn't her father. The man wasn't her husband. The man was a stranger, the stranger, the one who haunts all our sickest, most paranoid imaginings and deepest fears. It was the face of a creature Nora Callaghan, with her good advice and sweet practical nature, had never taken into account. This black being could not be conjured away by anything with an ology suffix. It was a cosmic wild card. "But you do know me," the stranger with a long white face said. It bent down and grasped the handle of its bag. Jessie noted, with no surprise at all, that the handle was a jawbone, and the bag itself was made of human skin. The stranger picked it up, flicked the clasps, and opened the lid. Again she saw the bones and the jewels. Again it reached its hand into the tangle and began to move it in slow circles, producing those ghastly clickings and clackings and rappings and tappings. "No, I don't," she said. "I don't know who you are. I don't. I don't. I'm deaf, of course. And I'll be back tonight. Only tonight I think I'll do a little more than just stand in the corner. Tonight I think I'll jump out at you, just like this." It leapt forward, dropping the case. Bones and pendants and rings and necklaces spilled out toward where Gerald lay sprawled with his mutilated arm pointing toward the hallway door, and shooting out its hands. She saw its fingers ended in dark, filthy nails so long they were really claws, and then she shook herself awake with a gasp and a jerk, the handcuff chain swinging and jingling as she made warding-off gestures with her hands. She was whispering the word "no" over and over again in a slurry monotone. It was a dream. Stop it, Jessie. It was just a dream. She slowly lowered her hands, letting them dangle limply against the cuffs once more. Of course it had been. Just a variation of the bad dream she'd had last night. It had been realistic, though. Jesus, yes. Far worse, when you got right down to it, than the one of the croquet party, or even the one in which she had recalled the furtive and unhappy interlude with her father during the eclipse. It was passing strange that she had spent so much time this morning thinking about those dreams, and so little thinking about the far scarier one. In fact, she really hadn't thought of the creature with the weirdly long arms and the gruesome souvenir case at all until she'd dozed off and dreamed of him just now. A snatch of song occurred to her, something from the latter psychedelic age. "Some people call me the space cowboy, yeah. Some call me the gangster of love." Jessie shuddered. The space cowboy. That was somehow just right. An outsider. Someone who had nothing to do with anything. A cosmic wild card. A stranger. Jessie whispered, and suddenly remembered the way its cheeks had wrinkled when it began to grin. And once that detail had fallen into place, others began falling into place around it. The gold teeth twinkling far back in the grinning mouth, the pouty, poochy lips, the livid brow, and the blade of nose. And there was the case, of course, like something you might expect to see banging against a traveling salesman's leg as he ran to catch his train. "Stop it, Jessie! Stop giving yourself the horrors! Don't you have enough problems without worrying about the boogeyman?" She most certainly did. But she found that now that she had begun thinking about the dream, she couldn't seem to stop. Worse than that was the fact that the more she thought about it, the less dreamlike it became. What if I was awake? She thought suddenly. And once the idea was articulated, she was horrified to discover some part of her had believed just that all along. It had only been waiting for the rest of her to catch up. No, oh no, it was just a dream, that's all. But what if it wasn't? What if it wasn't? Death. The white-faced stranger agreed. It was death you saw. I'll be back tonight, Jessie. And tomorrow night I'll have your rings in my case with the rest of my pretty things. My souvenirs. Jessie realized she was shivering violently, as if she had caught a chill. Her wide eyes looked helplessly into the empty corner where the space cowboy, gangster of love, had stood. The corner which was now bright with morning sunshine, but would be dark with tangles of shadow tonight. Knots of gooseflesh had begun to pop up on her skin. The inescapable truth came again. She was probably going to die here. Eventually someone will find you, Jessie, but it might take a long time. The first assumption will be that the two of you are off on some wild romantic fling. Why not? Didn't you and Gerald give every outward appearance of second-decade wedded bliss? It was only the two of you who knew that at the end, Gerald could get it up with any reliability, only if you were handcuffed to the bed. Sort of makes you wonder if someone played a few little games with him on the day of the eclipse, doesn't it? Stop talking, she muttered. All of you stop talking. But sooner or later people will get nervous and start hunting for you. It'll probably be Gerald's colleagues who actually get the wheels turning, don't you think? I mean, there are a couple of women in Portland you call friends, but you've never really let them inside your life, have you? Acquaintances is really all they are. Ladies to have tea with and swap catalogs with. None of them are going to worry much if you drop out of sight for a week or 10 days. But Gerald will have appointments, and when he doesn't show up by Friday noon, I think some of his bullpen buddies will start making phone calls and asking questions. Yes, that's the way it will probably start. But I think it'll probably be the caretaker who actually discovers the bodies, don't you? I bet he'll turn his face away while he's throwing the spare blanket from the closet shelf over you, Jessie. He won't want to see the way your fingers stick out of the handcuffs, as stiff as pencils and as white as candles. He won't want to look at your frozen mouth, or the foam long since dried to scales on your lips. Most of all, he won't want to look at the expression of horror in your eyes, so he'll shift his own eyes to the side while he covers you up. Jessie moved her head from side to side in a slow, hopeless gesture of negation. Bill will call the police, and they'll show up with a forensic unit and the county coroner. They'll all stand around the bed smoking cigars. Doug Rowe, undoubtedly wearing his awful white trench coat, will be standing outside with his film crew, and when the coroner pulls off the blanket, they'll wince. Yes, I think even the most hardened of them is going to wince a little. And some of them may actually leave the room. Their buddies will razz them about it later, and the ones who stay will nod and tell each other that the person on the bed died hard. You only have to look at her to see that, they'll say. But they won't know the half of it. They won't know that the real reason your eyes are staring and your mouth is frozen in a scream is because of what you saw at the end. What you saw coming out of the dark. Your father may have been your first lover, Jessie, but your last is going to be the stranger with the long white face and the traveling bag made out of human skin. Oh, please, can't you quit? Jessie moaned. No more voices, please. No more voices. But this voice wouldn't stop, wouldn't even acknowledge her. It just went on, whispering directly into her mind from someplace far down on her brainstem. Listening to it was like having a mud-slimed piece of silk drawn lightly back and forth across her face. They'll take you to Augusta, and the state medical examiner will cut you open so he can inventory your guts. That's the rule in cases of unattended or questionable death, and yours is going to be both. He'll have a peek at what's left of your last meal, the salami and cheese sub from Amato's in Gorham, and take a little section of brain to look at under his microscope. And in the end he'll call it death by misadventure. The lady and the gentleman were playing an ordinarily harmless game, he'll say. Only the gentleman had the bad taste to have a heart attack at the critical moment, and the woman was left to... Well, it's best not to go into it. Best not to even think about it any more than is strictly necessary. Suffice it to say that the lady died hard. You only have to look at her to see that. That's how it's going to shake out, Jess. Maybe someone will notice your wedding ring is gone, but they won't hunt for it long, if at all. Nor will the M.E. notice that one of your bones, an unimportant one, the third phalange in your right foot, let's say, is gone. But we'll know, won't we, Jessie? In fact, we know already. We'll know that it took them. The cosmic stranger, the space cowboy. We'll know. Jessie drove her head back against the headboard hard enough to send a school of big white fish exploding across her field of vision. It hurt. It hurt a lot. But the mind voice cut out like a radio in a power failure, and that made it worth it. There, she said. And if you start up again, I'll do that again. I'm not kidding either. I'm tired of listening to... Now it was her own voice, speaking unselfconsciously aloud in the empty room, that cut out like a radio in a power failure. As the spots before her eyes began to fade, she saw the morning sunlight glinting off something which lay about 18 inches beyond Gerald's outstretched hand. It was a small white object with a narrow thread of gold twisting up through the center, making it look like a yin-yang symbol. At first, Jessie thought it was a finger ring, but it was really too small for that. Not a finger ring, but a pearl earring. It had dropped to the floor while her visitor had been stirring the contents of its case around, showing them off to her. No, she whispered. No, not possible. But it was there, glinting in the morning sunshine, and every bit as real as the dead man who seemed almost to be pointing at it. A pearl earring spliced with a delicate glint of gold. It's one of mine. It spilled out of my jewelry box. It's been there since the summer, and I'm just noticing it now. Except that she only owned one set of pearl earrings. They had no gold highlights, and they were back in Portland anyway. Except that the men from Skip's had been in to wax the floors the week after Labor Day, and if there had been an earring left on the floor, one of them would have picked it up and put it either on the dresser or in his own pocket. And there was something else, too. It was just beyond the orphan earring. Even if there was, I wouldn't look at it. Except she couldn't not look at it. Her eyes moved past the earring of their own accord and fixed on the floor just inside the door to the front hall. There was a little spot of dried blood there, but it wasn't the blood which had caught her attention. The blood belonged to Gerald. The blood was all right. It was the footprint beside it that worried her. If there was a track there, it was there before. Much as Jessie wished she could believe that, the track had not been there before. Yesterday there hadn't been a single scuff on this floor, let alone a foot track. Nor had she or Gerald left the one she was looking at. That was a shoe-shaped ring of dried mud, probably from the overgrown path that meandered along the shore of the lake for a mile or so, before cutting back into the woods and heading south toward Moughton. Someone had been in the bedroom with her last night after all, it seemed. As this thought settled inexorably into Jessie's overstrained mind, she began to scream. Outside, on the back stoop, the stray lifted its scuffed, scratched muzzle from its paws for a moment. It cocked its good ear, Then it lost interest and lowered its head again. It wasn't as if the noise were being made by anything dangerous, after all. It was only the bitchmaster. Besides, the smell of the dark thing which had come in the night was on her now. It was one the stray was very familiar with. It was the smell of death. The former prince closed its eyes and went back to sleep. At last she began to get herself under some kind of control again. She did this, absurdly enough, by reciting Nora Callaghan's little mantra. "One is for feet," she said, her dry voice cracking and wavering in the empty bedroom. 10 little toes, cute little piggies, all in a row. 2 is for legs, lovely and long. 3 is my sex, where everything's wrong. She pushed steadily on, reciting the couplets she could remember, skipping the ones she couldn't, keeping her eyes closed. She went through the whole thing 6 times. She was aware that her heartbeat was slowing down, and the worst of her terror was once more draining away. But she had no conscious awareness of the radical change she had made in at least one of Nora's jangly little couplets. After the 6th repetition, she opened her eyes and looked about the room like a woman who has just awakened from a short, restful nap. She avoided the corner by the bureau, however. She didn't want to look at the earring again, and she most certainly didn't want to look at the footprint. "Jessie." The voice was very soft, very tentative. Jessie thought it was the voice of the good wife, now drained of both its shrill ardor and its feverish denial. "Jessie, can I say something?" "No," she responded immediately in her harsh, dust-in-the-cracks voice. "Take a hike. I want to be done with all you bitches. Please, Jessie. Please listen to me." She closed her eyes and found she could actually see that part of her personality she had come to call Goody Burlingame. Goody was still in the stocks, but now she raised her head, an act that couldn't have been easy with a cruel wooden restraint pressing into the back of her neck. Her hair fell away from her face momentarily, and Jessie was surprised to see not the good wife, but a young girl. "Yeah, but she's still me," Jessie thought, and almost laughed. If this wasn't a case of comic book psychology, she didn't know what was. She had just been thinking about Nora, and one of Nora's favorite hobby horses was about how people had to care for the child inside. Nora claimed that the most common reason for unhappiness was failure to feed and nurture that interior child. Jessie had nodded solemnly at all this, keeping her belief that the idea was mostly sentimental Aquarian New Age slop to herself. She had liked Nora after all, and although she thought Nora had held on to a few too many sets of mental love beads from the late 60s and early 70s, she was clearly seeing Nora's child inside now, and that seemed perfectly all right. Jessie supposed that the concept might even have some symbolic validity, and under the circumstances, the stocks made a hell of an apt image, didn't they? The person in them was the good wife in waiting, the Ruth in waiting, the Jessie in waiting. She was the little girl her father had called Pumpkin. "So talk," Jessie said. Her eyes were still closed, and a combination of stress, hunger, and thirst had combined to make the vision of the girl in the stocks almost exquisitely real. Now she could see the words, "For sexual enticement," written on a sheet of vellum nailed above the girl's head. The words were written in candy-pink peppermint yum-yum lipstick, of course. Nor was her imagination done yet. Next to Pumpkin was another set of stocks, with another girl in them. This one was perhaps 17, and fat. Her complexion was blotched with pimples. Behind the prisoners, a town common appeared, and after a moment Jessie could see a few cows grazing on it. Someone was ringing a bell. Over the next hill, it sounded like, with monotonous regularity, as if the ringer intended to keep it up all day, or at least until the cows came home. "You're losing your mind, Jess," she thought faintly, and she supposed this was true, but unimportant. She might even count it among her blessings before much longer. She pushed the thought away and turned her attention back to the girl in the stocks. As she did, she found her exasperation had been replaced by tenderness and anger. This version of Jessie Mayhoot was older than the one who had been molested during the eclipse, but not much older. 12, perhaps 14 at the outside. At her age she had no business being in stocks on the town common for any crime. But sexual enticement? Sexual enticement, for heaven's sake? What kind of a bad joke was that? How could people be so cruel, so willfully blind? "What do you want to tell me, Punkin?" "Only that it's real," the girl in the stocks said. Her face was pale with pain, but her eyes were grave and concerned and lucid. "It's real. You know it is, and it will be back tonight. I think that this time it will do more than just look. You have to get out of the handcuffs before the sun goes down, Jessie. You have to be out of this house before it comes back." Once again she wanted to cry, but there were no tears. There was nothing but that dry, sandpapery sting. "I can't," she cried. "I've tried everything. I can't get out on my own." "You forgot one thing," the girl in the stocks told her. "I don't know if it's important or not, but it might be." "What?" The girl turned her hands over inside the holes which held them, exposing her clean pink palms. "He said there were 2 kinds, remember? M17 and F23. You almost remembered yesterday, I think. He wanted F23s, but they don't make many, and they're hard to get, so we had to settle for 2 pairs of M17s. You do remember, don't you? He told you all about it on the day he brought the handcuffs home." She opened her eyes and looked at the cuff which enclosed her right wrist. Yes, he certainly had told her all about it. Had, in fact, babbled like a coke addict on a 2-pipe high, beginning with a late morning call from the office. He'd wanted to know if the house was empty. He could never remember which days the housekeeper had off, and when she assured him it was, he had asked her to slip into something comfortable. "Something that's almost there," was the way he'd put it. She remembered being intrigued. Even over the phone, Gerald had sounded ready to blow a fuse, and she had suspected he was thinking kinky. That was all right with her. They were closing in on their 40s, and if Gerald wanted to experiment a little, she was willing enough to accommodate him. He had arrived in record time. He must have left all 3 miles of the 295 city bypass smoking behind him, she thought. And what Jessie remembered best about that day was how he had gone bustling about the bedroom, cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling. Sex wasn't the first thing that came to her mind when she thought of Gerald. In a word association test, security would probably have popped out first. But that day the 2 things had been all but interchangeable. Certainly sex had been the only thing on his mind. Jessie believed his usually polite attorney's pecker would have ripped the fly out of his gabardine slacks if he'd been any slower getting them off. Once they and the shorts beneath had been discarded, he had slowed down a little, ceremoniously opening the Adidas sneaker box he'd brought upstairs with him. He'd brought out the 2 sets of handcuffs which had been inside, and held them up for her inspection. A pulse had been fluttering in his throat, a flickery little movement, almost as fast as a hummingbird's wing. She remembered that, too. Even then his heart must have been under a strain. "You would have done me a big favor, Gerald, if you'd popped your cork right then and there." She wanted to be horrified at this unkind thought about the man with whom she had shared so much of her life, and found the most she could manage was an almost clinical self-disgust. And when her thoughts returned to how he'd looked that day, those flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, Her hands curled quietly into hard little fists. "Why couldn't you leave me alone?" she asked him now. "Why did you have to be such a prick about it? Such a bully?" "Never mind. Don't think about Gerald. Think about the cuffs. 2 sets of Krieg security hand restraints, size M17, the M designation for male, the 17 for the number of notches on the latch locks." A sensation of bright heat bloomed in her stomach and chest. "Don't feel that," she told herself. That was impossible, however. It was hope she felt, and it wouldn't be denied. The best she could do was balance it with reality, keep reminding herself of her first failed attempt to squeeze out of the cuffs. Yet in spite of her efforts to remember the pain and failure, what she found herself thinking about was how close, how fucking close, she had come to escape. Another 1/4 of an inch might have been enough to turn the trick, she had thought then, and a half would have done it for sure. The bony outcrops below her thumbs were a problem, yes, but was she actually going to die on this bed because she was unable to bridge a gap not much wider than her upper lip? Surely not. Jessie made a strong effort to set these thoughts aside and return her mind to the day Gerald had brought the cuffs home, to how he had held them up with the wordless awe of a jeweler displaying the finest diamond necklace to ever pass through his hands. She had been fairly impressed with them herself, come to that. She remembered how shiny they had been, and how the light from the window had pricked gleams of light off the blued steel of the cuffs and the notched curves of the latch locks, which allowed one to adjust the handcuffs to wrists of various sizes. She'd wanted to know where he'd gotten them. It was a matter of simple curiosity, not accusation. But all he would tell her was that one of the courthouse sharpies had helped him out. He dropped her a hazy little half-wink when he said it, as if there were dozens of these shifty fellows drifting through the various halls and antechambers of the Cumberland County Courthouse, and he knew them all. In fact, he'd behaved that afternoon as if it had been a couple of Scud missiles he'd scored instead of 2 pairs of handcuffs. She had been lying on the bed, dressed in a white lace teddy and matching silk hose, an ensemble which was most definitely almost there, watching him with a mixture of amusement, curiosity, and excitement. But amusement had held the pole position that day, hadn't it? Yes. Seeing Gerald, who always tried so hard to be Mr. Cool, go striding around the room like a horse in heat had struck her as very amusing indeed. His hair had been frizzed up in the wild corkscrews Jessie's kid brother used to call chickens, and he'd still been wearing his black nylon dress-for-success socks. She remembered biting the insides of her cheeks, and quite hard, too, to keep her smile from showing. Mr. Cool had been talking faster than an auctioneer at a bankruptcy sale that afternoon. Then, all at once, he had stopped in mid-spiel. An expression of comic surprise had overspread his face. "Gerald, what's wrong?" she had asked. "I just realized that I don't even know if you want to consider this," he had replied. "I've been prattling on and on. I'm just about frothing at the you-know-what, as you can plainly see, and I never once asked you if—" She had smiled then, partially because she'd gotten very bored with the scarves and hadn't known how to tell him, but mostly just because it was good to see him excited about sex again. All right, it was maybe a little weird to get turned on by the idea of locking your wife up in handcuffs before going deep-sea diving with a long white pole. So what? It was just between the 2 of them, wasn't it? And it was all in fun. Really no more than an X-rated comic opera. Gilbert and Sullivan do bondage. I'm just a handcuffed lady in the King's Navy. Besides, there were weirder kinks. Frida Soames from across the street had once confessed to Jessie, after 2 drinks before lunch and half a bottle of wine during, that her ex-husband had enjoyed being powdered and diapered. Biting the insides of her cheeks hadn't worked the second time, and she had burst out laughing. Gerald had looked at her with his head cocked slightly to the right, and a little smile tilting up the left corner of his mouth. It was an expression she had come to know well over the last 17 years. It meant he was either preparing to be angry or to laugh along with her. It was usually impossible to tell which way he would tip. Want to share? He'd asked. She hadn't replied immediately. She stopped laughing instead, and fixed him with what she hoped was an expression worthy of the meanest Nazi bitch goddess ever to grace the cover of a man's adventure magazine. When she felt she had achieved the right degree of icy hauteur, she had raised her arms and said 5 uncalculated words, which had brought him leaping across to the bed, obviously dizzy with excitement. "Get over here, you bastard." In no time at all he had been fumbling the cuffs onto her wrists, and then attaching them to the bedposts. There were no slats on the headboard in the master bedroom of the Portland house. If he had suffered his heart attack there, she could have slipped the cuffs right off the tops of the posts. As he panted and fussed over the cuffs, one knee rubbing delightfully against her down below while he did it, he talked. And one of the things he told her was about M and F, and how the latch locks worked. He had wanted F's, he told her, because the female cuffs had latch locks with 23 notches instead of 17, the number most male cuffs had. More notches meant the female cuffs would close smaller. They were hard to come by, though, and when his courthouse friend had told Gerald he could get him 2 sets of men's hand restraints at a very reasonable price, Gerald had jumped at the chance. "Some women can pull right out of men's cuffs," he had told her, "but you're fairly big-boned. Besides, I didn't want to wait. Now, let's just see." He had snapped the cuff on her right wrist, pushing the latch lock in fast at first, but slowing down as he approached the end, asking her if he was hurting her as each notch clicked past. It was fine all the way to the last notch, but when he had asked her to try and get out, she hadn't been able to do so. Her wrist had slipped most of the way through the cuff all right, and Gerald had told her later that not even that was supposed to happen. But when it bound up along the back of her hand and at the base of her thumb, his comical expression of anxiety had faded. "I think they're going to do just fine," he had said. She remembered that very well, and she remembered what he'd said next even more clearly. "We're going to have a lot of fun with these." With the memory of that day still vivid in the front of her mind, Jessie once again began to apply downward pressure, trying to somehow shrink her hands enough so she could yank them through the cuffs. The pain struck sooner this time, starting not in her hands, but in the overtaxed muscles of her shoulders and arms. Jessie squeezed her eyes shut, bore down harder, and tried to shut out the hurt. Now her hands joined the chorus of outrage, and as she once more approached the outer limit of her muscular leverage, and the cuffs began to dig into the scant flesh which covered the backs of her hands, they began to scream. Posterior ligament, she thought. Head cocked, lips drawn back in a wide, spitless grin of pain. Posterior ligament. Posterior ligament, motherfucking posterior ligament. Nothing. No give. And she began to suspect, to strongly suspect, that there was more involved than ligaments. There were bones there as well, a couple of pukey little bones running along the outsides of her hands below the lower thumb joint, a couple of pukey little bones that were probably going to get her killed. With a final shriek of mingled pain and disappointment, Jessie let her hands go limp once more. Her shoulders and upper arms quivered with exhaustion. So much for sliding out of the cuffs, because they were M17s instead of F23s. The disappointment was almost worse than the physical pain. It stung like poisoned nettles. "Shit and fuck!" she cried at the empty room. "Shit and fuck! Shit and fuck! Shit and fuck!" Somewhere along the lake, farther off today by the sound, the chainsaw started up, and that made her even angrier. The guy from yesterday back for more. Just some swinging dick in a red and black check flannel shirt from LL Bean's, out there playing Paul Kiss My Ass Bunyan, roaring away with his McCulloch, and dreaming about crawling into bed with his little honey at the end of the day. Or maybe it was football he was dreaming of, or just a few frosty cold ones down at the Marina bar. Jessie saw the dork in the check flannel shirt as clearly as she had seen the young girl in the stocks. And if thoughts alone could have killed him, his head would have exploded out through his asshole at that very moment.
"It's not fair!"
she screamed.
"It's just not fair!"
A kind of dry cramp seized her throat, and she fell silent, grimacing and afraid. She had felt the hard splinters of bone which barred her escape. Oh, God, had she? But she had been close just the same. That was the real wellspring of her bitterness, not the pain, and certainly not the unseen woodcutter with his blatting chainsaw. It was knowing that she had gotten close, but not quite close enough. She could continue to grit her teeth and endure the pain, but she no longer believed it would do her the slightest bit of good. That last quarter to half an inch was going to remain mockingly out of her reach. The only thing she could manage to do if she kept on pulling was to cause edema and swelling in her wrists, worsening her situation instead of bettering it. "And don't you tell me I'm toast. Don't you dare," she said in a whispery, scolding voice. "I don't want to hear that. You have to get out of them somehow," the young girl's voice whispered back. "Because it really is going to come again. Tonight, after the sun goes down." "I don't believe it," she croaked. "I don't believe that man was real. I don't care about the footprint and the earring. I just don't believe it." "Yes, you do." "No, I don't." "Yes, you do." Jessie let her head droop to one side, hair hanging almost down to the mattress, mouth quivering abjectly. Yes, she did. She started to doze off again in spite of her worsening thirst and throbbing arms. She knew it was dangerous to sleep, that her strength would continue to ebb while she was out of it, but what difference did it really make? She had explored all her options, and she was still America's handcuffed sweetheart. Besides, she wanted that lovely oblivion, craved it, in fact, the way a hophead craves his drug. Then, just before she drifted off, a thought which was both simple and shockingly direct lit up her confused, drifting mind like a flare. The face cream. The jar of face cream on the shelf above the bed. Don't get your hopes up, Jessie. That would be a bad mistake. If it didn't fall right off onto the floor when you tipped the shelf up, it probably slid to a place where you haven't got a snowball's chance in hell of getting hold of it. So don't get your hopes up. The thing was, she couldn't not get them up, because if the face cream was still there, and still in a place where she could get hold of it, it might provide just enough slip to free one hand. Maybe both, although she didn't think that would be necessary. If she could pull out of one cuff, she would be able to get off the bed, and if she could get off the bed, she thought she would have it made. It was just one of those small plastic sample jars they send through the mail, Jessie. It must have slid off onto the floor. It hadn't, though. When Jessie had turned her head as far to the left as it would go without popping her neck out of joint, she was able to see a dark blue blob at the farthest edge of her vision. It's not really there. The hateful, doom-mongering part of her whispered. You think it's there. Perfectly understandable. But it's really not. It's just a hallucination, Jessie. Just you seeing what most of your mind wants you to see, orders you to see. Not me, though. I'm a realist. She looked again, straining a tiny bit farther to the left in spite of the pain. Instead of disappearing, the blue blob grew momentarily clearer. It was the sample jar, all right. There was a reading lamp on Jessie's side of the bed, and this hadn't slid off onto the floor when she tilted the shelf, because the base was fastened to the wood. A paperback copy of The Valley of Horses, which had been lying on the shelf since mid-July, had slid against the base of the lamp, and the jar of Nivea cream had slid against the book. Jessie realized it was possible that her life was going to be saved by a reading lamp and a bunch of fictional cave people with names like Ayla and Oda and Uba and Thonalan. It was more than amazing. It was surreal. Even if it's there, you're never going to be able to reach it, the doom-monger told her. But Jessie barely heard it. The thing was, she thought she could reach the jar. She was almost sure of it. She turned her left hand within its restraint and reached slowly up to the shelf, moving with infinite care. It would not do to make a mistake now, to nudge the jar of Nivea cream out of reach along the shelf, or knock it backwards against the wall. For all she knew, there might now be a gap between the shelf and the wall, a gap a small sample-sized jar could easily drop through. And if that happened, she was quite sure her mind would break. Yes. She would hear the jar hit the floor down there, landing among the mouse turds and dust bunnies, and then her mind would just, well, break. So she had to be careful. And if she was, everything might yet be all right. Because maybe there is a God, she thought, and he doesn't want me to die here on this bed like an animal in a leg-hold trap. It makes sense when you stop to think about it. I picked that jar up off the shelf when the dog started chewing on Gerald, and then I saw it was too small and too light to do any damage, even if I managed to hit the dog with it. Under those circumstances, revolted, confused, and scared out of my mind, the most natural thing in the world would have been to drop it before feeling around on the shelf for something heavier. Instead of doing that, I put it back on the shelf. Why would I or anyone else do such an illogical thing? God, that's why. That's the only answer I can think of, the only one that fits. God saved it for me because he knew I'd need it. She whispered her cupped hand gently along the wood, trying to turn her splayed fingers into a radar dish. There must be no slip-ups. She understood that. Questions of God or fate or providence aside, this was almost certainly going to be both her best chance and her last one. And as her fingers touched the smooth, curved surface of the jar, a snatch of Talking Blues occurred to her. A little Dust Bowl ditty, probably composed by Woody Guthrie. She had first heard it sung by Tom Rush back in her college days. If you want to go to heaven, let me tell you how to do it. You gotta grease your feet with a little mutton suet. You just slide out of the devil's hand and ooze on over to the promised land. Take it easy. Go greasy. She slipped her fingers around the jar, ignoring the rusty pull of her shoulder muscles, moving with a slow, caressing care, and hooked the jar gently toward her. Now she knew how safecrackers felt when they were using nitro. Take it easy, she thought. Go greasy. Had truer words ever been spoken in the whole history of the world? I don't think so, my dear, she said in her snottiest Elizabeth Taylor cat-on-a-hot-tin-roof voice. She did not hear herself do this, did not even realize she had spoken. Already she could feel the blessed balm of relief stealing over her. It was as sweet as that first drink of fresh, cool water was going to be when she poured it over the rusty razor wire embedded in her throat. She was going to slide out of the devil's hand and ooze on over to the promised land. Absolutely no doubt about it. As long as she oozed carefully, that was. She had been tested. She had been tempered in the fire. Now she would reap her reward. She had been a fool to ever doubt. "I think you better stop thinking that way," the good wife said in a worried tone. "It will make you careless. And I have an idea that very few careless people ever manage to slide out of the devil's hand." Probably true, but she hadn't the slightest intention of being careless. She had spent the last 21 hours in hell, and no one knew any better than she did how much was riding on this one. No one could know. Not ever. "I'll be careful," Jessie crooned. "I'll think out every step. I promise I will. And then I'll... She would what? Why, she would go greasy, of course. Not just until she got out of the handcuffs, but from now on. Jessie suddenly heard herself talking to God again, and this time she did it with an easy fluency. "I want to make you a promise," she told God. "I promise to go right on oozing. I'm going to start by having a big spring cleaning inside my head and throwing out all the broken stuff and the toys I outgrew a long time ago. All the stuff that isn't doing anything but taking up space and contributing to the fire hazard, in other words. I might call Nora Callaghan and ask her if she wants to help. I think I might call Carol Simons, too. Carol Rittenhouse these days, of course. If there's anyone in our old bunch who still knows where Ruth Neary is, it'll be Carol. Listen to me, Lord. I don't know if anyone ever gets to the promised land or not, but I promise to stay greasy and keep trying. Okay?" And she saw, almost as though it were an approving answer to her prayer, exactly how it was supposed to go. Getting the top off the jar would be the toughest part. It would require patience and great care, but she would be helped by its unusually small size. Plant the jar's base on the palm of her left hand. Brace the top with her fingers. Use her thumb to do the actual unscrewing. It would help if the cap was loose, but she was pretty sure she would be able to get it off in any case. "You're damn right I'll get it off, Toots," Jessie thought grimly. The most dangerous moment would probably come when the cap actually started to turn. If it happened all at once and she wasn't ready for it, the jar might shoot right out of her hand. Jessie voiced a croaky little laugh. "Fat chance," she told the empty room. "Fat fucking chance, my dear." Jessie held the jar up, looking at it fixedly. It was hard to see through the translucent blue plastic, but the container appeared to be at least half full, maybe a little more. Once the cap was off, she would simply turn the jar over in her hand and let the goo run out onto her palm. When she'd gotten as much as she could, she would tilt her hand up to the vertical, letting the cream run down to her wrist. Most of it would pool between her flesh and the cuff. She would spread it by rotating her hand back and forth. She already knew where the vital spot was anyway, the area just below the thumb. And when she was as greasy as she could get, she'd give one last pull, hard and steady. She would block out all pain and keep pulling until her hand slid through the cuff, and she was free at last. Free at last. Great God Almighty, free at last. She could do it. She knew she could. "But carefully," she murmured, letting the base of the jar settle onto her palm and spacing the pads of her fingers and her thumb at intervals around the cap. And "It's loose!" she cried in a hoarse, trembling voice. "Oh my, and pumpkin pie, it really is!" She could hardly believe it, and the doom-monger buried somewhere deep inside her refused to. But it was true. She could feel the cap rock a little on its spiral groove when she pressed the tips of her fingers gently up and down against it. "Carefully, Jess. Oh, so carefully. Just the way you saw it." Yes. In her mind she now saw something else. Saw herself sitting at her desk in Portland, wearing her best black dress, the fashionably short one she had bought herself last spring, as a present for sticking to her diet and losing 10 pounds. Her hair, freshly washed and smelling of some sweet herbal shampoo instead of old sour sweat, was held in a simple gold clip. The top of the desk was flooded with friendly afternoon sunshine from the bow windows. She saw herself writing to the Nivea Corporation of America, or whoever it was that made Nivea face cream. "Dear Sirs," she would write, "I just had to let you know what a lifesaver your product really is." When she applied pressure to the jar's cap with her thumb, it began to turn smoothly, without a single jerk. All according to plan. Like a dream, she thought. Thank you, God. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Sudden movement snagged the corner of her eye, and her first thought was not that someone had found her and she was saved, but that the space cowboy had come back to take her for itself before she could get away. Jessie voiced a shrill, startled cry. Her gaze leaped up from its intent focus point on the jar. Her fingers clutched it in an involuntary spasm of fright and surprise. It was the dog. The dog had returned for a late morning snack and was standing in the doorway, checking out the bedroom before coming in. At the same instant Jessie realized this, she also realized that she had squeezed the small blue jar much too hard. It was squirting through her fingers like a freshly peeled grape. No! She clutched for it and almost reinstated her grip. Then it tumbled out of her hand, struck her hip, and bounced off the bed. There was a mild and stupid clacking sound as the jar struck the wooden floor. This was the very sound which she had believed, less than 3 minutes ago, would drive her mad. It did not, and now she discovered a newer, deeper terror. In spite of everything which had happened to her, she was still a very long way from insanity. It seemed to her that, no matter what horrors might lie ahead for her now that this last door to escape had been barred, she must face them sane. "Why do you have to come in now, you bastard?" she asked the former prince, and something in her grating, deadly voice made it pause and look at her with a caution all her screams and threats had not been able to inspire. "Why now, God damn you? Why now?" The stray decided the bitchmaster was probably still harmless, in spite of the sharp edges which now glinted in her voice, but it still kept a wary eye on her as it trotted over to its supply of meat. It was better to be safe. It had suffered greatly in the course of learning that simple lesson, and it wasn't one it would forget easily or soon. It was always better to be safe. It gave her one final look with its bright and desperate eyes before dipping its head, seizing one of Gerald's love handles, and tearing a large portion of it away. Seeing this was bad. But for Jessie it was not the worst. The worst was the cloud of flies which rose from their feeding and nesting ground when the stray locked its teeth and yanked. Their somnolent buzz finished the job of demolishing some vital, survival-oriented part of her, some part that had to do with both hope and heart. The dog stepped back as delicately as a dancer in a movie musical, its good ear cocked, the meat dangling from its jaws. Then it turned and trotted quickly from the room. The flies were beginning resettlement operations even before it was out of sight. Jessie leaned her head back against the mahogany crossboards and closed her eyes. She began praying again, but this time it was not escape she prayed for. This time she prayed that God would take her quickly and mercifully, before the sun went down and the white-faced stranger came back. The next 4 hours were the worst of Jessie Burlingame's life. The cramps in her muscles grew steadily more frequent and more intense, but it wasn't intramuscular pain that made the hours between 11 and 3 so terrible. It was her mind's stubborn, gruesome refusal to relinquish its hold on lucidity and go into the dark. She had read Poe's The Telltale Heart in junior high school, but not until now had she grasped the real horror of its opening lines. "Nervous, true, very nervous I am and have been. But why will you say I am mad?" Madness would be a relief, but madness would not come. Neither would sleep. Death might beat them both, and dark certainly would. She could only lie on the bed, existing in a dull, olive-drab reality, shot through with occasional gaudy blasts of pain, as her muscles cramped up. The cramps mattered, and so did her horrible, tiresome sanity, but little else seemed to. Certainly the world outside this room had ceased to hold any real meaning for her. In fact, she came to strongly believe that there was no world outside this room, that all the people who had once filled it had gone back to some existential central casting office, and all the scenery had been packed away like stage flats after a college drama society production. Time was a cold sea through which her consciousness forged like a waddling, graceless icebreaker. Voices came and went like phantoms. Most spoke inside her head, but for a while Nora Callaghan talked to her from the bathroom, and at another point Jessie had a conversation with her mother, who seemed to be lurking in the hall. Her mother had come to tell her that Jessie would never have gotten into a mess like this if she had been better about picking up her clothes. "If I had a nickel for every slip I fished out of the corner and turned right side out," her mother said, "I could buy the Cleveland Gas Works." This had been a favorite saying of her mother's, and Jessie realized now that none of them had ever asked her why she would want the Cleveland Gas Works. She continued to exercise weakly, pedaling with her feet and pumping her arms up and down as far as the handcuffs and her own flagging strength would allow. She no longer did this to keep her body ready for escape when the right option finally occurred to her, because she had finally come to understand, in her heart and in her head, that there were no options left. The jar of face cream had been the last. She was exercising now only because the movement seemed to alleviate the cramps a little. In spite of the exercise, she could feel coldness creeping into her feet and hands, settling onto her skin like a skim of ice, and then working its way in. This was nothing like the gone-to-sleep feeling with which she had awakened this morning. It was more like the frostbite she had suffered during a long afternoon of cross-country skiing as a teenager. Sinister gray spots on the back of one hand, and on the flesh of her calf where her legging hadn't quite covered. Dead spots that seemed impervious to even the baking heat of the fireplace. She supposed this numbness would finally overwhelm the cramps, and that in the end her death might turn out to be quite merciful after all, like going to sleep in a snowbank. But it was moving much too slowly. Time passed, but it wasn't time. It was just a relentless, unchanging flow of information passing from her sleepless senses to her eerily lucid mind. There was only the bedroom, the scenery outside, the last few stage flats yet to be packed away by the prop master in charge of this shitty little production, the buzz of flies turning Gerald into a late-season incubator, and the slow movement of shadows along the floor as the sun made its way across a painted autumn sky. Every now and then a cramp would stab into one of her armpits like an ice pick, or pound a thick steel nail into her right side. As the afternoon wore endlessly long, the first cramps began to strike into her belly, where all hunger pangs had now ceased, and into the overstressed tendons of her diaphragm. These latter were the worst, freezing the sheath of muscles in her chest and locking down her lungs. She stared up at the reflected water ripples on the ceiling with agonized, bulging eyes as each one struck, arms and legs trembling with effort, as she tried to continue breathing until the cramp eased. It was like being buried up to the neck in cold, wet cement. Hunger passed, but thirst did not. And as that endless day turned about her, she came to realize that simple thirst, only that and nothing more, might accomplish what the increasing levels of pain and even the fact of her own oncoming death hadn't been able to. It might drive her mad. It wasn't just her throat and mouth now. Every part of her body cried out for water. Even her eyeballs were thirsty, and the sight of the ripples dancing on the ceiling to the left of the skylight made her groan softly. With these very real perils closing in on her, the terror she had felt of the space cowboy should have waned or disappeared entirely. But as the afternoon drew on, she found the white-faced stranger weighing more heavily on her mind rather than less. She saw its shape constantly, standing just beyond the small circle of light which enclosed her reduced consciousness, and although she could make out little more than its general shape, thin to the point of emaciation, she found she could see the sunken, sickly grin that curved its mouth with greater and greater clarity as the sun dragged its harrow of hours into the west. In her ear she heard the dusty murmur of the bones and jewels as its hand stirred them in its strange, old-fashioned case. It would come for her. When it was dark, it would come. The dead cowboy, the outsider, the specter of love. You did see it, Jessie. It was death, and you did see it. As people who die in the lonely places often do. Of course they do. It's stamped on their twisted faces, and you can read it in their bulging eyes. It was old cowboy death. And tonight when the sun goes down, he'll be back for you. Shortly after 3, the wind, which had been calm all day, began to pick up. The back door began to bang restlessly against the jamb again. Not long after, the chainsaw quit, and she could hear the faint sound of wind-driven wavelets slapping against the rocks along the shore. The loon did not raise its voice. Perhaps it had decided the time had come to fly south, or at least relocate to a part of the lake where the screaming lady could not be heard. It's just me now. Until the other one gets here, at least. She no longer made any effort to believe her dark visitor was only imagination. Things had gone much too far for that. A fresh cramp sank long, bitter teeth into her left armpit, and she pulled her cracked lips back in a grimace. It was like having your heart poked with the tines of a barbecue fork. Then the muscles just below her breasts tightened, and the bundle of nerves in her solar plexus seemed to ignite like a pile of dry sticks. This pain was new, and it was enormous, far beyond anything she had experienced thus far. It bent her backward like a greenwood stick, torso twisting from side to side, knees snapping open and shut. Her hair flew in clots and clumps. She tried to scream and couldn't. For a moment she was sure this was it, the end of the line. One final convulsion, as powerful as 6 sticks of dynamite planted on a granite ledge, and out you go, Jessie, cashier's on your right. But this one passed too. She relaxed slowly, panting, her head turned up toward the ceiling. For the moment, at least, the dancing reflections up there didn't torment her. All her concentration was focused on that fiery bundle of nerves between and just below her breasts, waiting to see if the pain was really going to go away, or if it would flare up again instead. It went, but grudgingly, with a promise to be back soon. Jessie closed her eyes, praying for sleep. Even a short release from the long and tiresome job of dying would be welcome at this point. Sleep didn't come, but Pumpkin, the girl from the stocks, did. She was free as a bird now, sexual enticement or no sexual enticement, walking barefooted across the town common of whatever Puritan village it was that she inhabited, and she was gloriously alone. There was no need to walk with her eyes decorously cast down, so that some passing boy might not catch her gaze with a wink or a grin. The grass was a deep velvety green, and far away, on top of the next hill, this has to be the world's biggest town common, Jessie thought. A flock of sheep was grazing. The bell Jessie had heard before was sending its flat, monotonous peals across the darkening day. Pumpkin was wearing a blue flannel nightie with a big yellow exclamation point on the front, hardly Puritan dress, although it was certainly modest enough, covering her from neck to feet. Jessie knew the garment well, and was delighted to see it again. Between the ages of 10 and 12, when she had finally been persuaded to donate it to the rag basket, she must have worn that silly thing to 24 slumber parties. Pumpkin's hair, which had obscured her face completely while the neckstock held her head down, was now tied back with a velvet bow of darkest midnight blue. The girl looked lovely and deeply happy, which didn't surprise Jessie at all. The girl had, after all, escaped her bonds. She was free. Jessie felt no jealousy of her on this account, but she did have a strong desire, almost a need, to tell her that she must do more than simply enjoy her freedom. She must treasure it, and guard it, and use it. I went to sleep after all, I must have, because this has got to be a dream. Another cramp, this one not quite as terrible as the one which had set fire to her solar plexus, froze the muscles in her right thigh and set her right foot wagging foolishly in the air. She opened her eyes and saw the bedroom, where the light had once again grown long and slanting. It was not quite what the French call l'heure bleue, but that time was now fast approaching. She heard the banging door, smelled her sweat and urine and sour, exhausted breath. All was exactly as it had been. Time had moved forward, but it had not leaped forward, as it so often seems to have done when one awakens from an unplanned doze. Her arms were a little colder, she thought, but no more or less numb than they had been. She hadn't been asleep, and she hadn't been dreaming, but she had been doing something. I can do it again, too, she thought, and closed her eyes. She was back on the improbably huge town common the moment she did. The girl with a big yellow exclamation point sprouting up between her small breasts was looking at her gravely and sweetly. "There's one thing you haven't tried, Jessie." "That's not true," she told Pumpkin. "I've tried everything, believe me. And you know what? I think that if I hadn't dropped that damn jar of face cream when the dog scared me, I might have been able to squeak out of the left cuff. It was bad luck, that dog coming in when it did. Or bad karma. Bad something, anyway." The girl drifted closer, the grass whispering beneath her bare feet. "Not the left cuff, Jessie. It's the right one you can squeak out of. It's an outside shot, I'll grant you that, but it's possible. The real question now, I think, is whether you really want to live." "Of course I want to live!" Closer still. Those eyes, a smoke color that tried to be blue and didn't quite make it, now seemed to peer right through her skin and into the heart of her. "Do you? I wonder." "What, are you crazy? Do you think I want to still be here, handcuffed to this bed when—" Jessie's eyes, still trying to be blue after all these years and still not quite making it, slowly opened again. They gazed around the room with an expression of terrified solemnity. Saw her husband, now lying in an impossibly twisted position, glaring up at the ceiling. "I don't want to still be handcuffed to this bed when it gets dark and the boogeyman comes back," she told the empty room. "Close your eyes, Jessie." She closed them. Pumpkin stood there in her old flannel nightie, gazing at her calmly, and Jessie could now see the other girl as well, the fat one with the pimply skin. The fat girl hadn't been as lucky as Pumpkin. There had been no escape for her, unless death itself was an escape in certain cases, a hypothesis Jessie had become quite willing to accept. The fat girl had either choked to death or suffered some sort of seizure. Her face was the purple-black color of summer thunderheads. One eye bulged from its socket. The other had burst like a squeezed grape. Her tongue, bloody where she had bitten it repeatedly in her last extremity, protruded between her lips. Jessie turned back to Pumpkin with a shudder.
I don't want to end up like that. Whatever else may be wrong with me, I don't want to end up like that. How did you get out?
Slid out, Pumpkin replied promptly. Slid out of the devil's hand, oozed on over to the promised land. Jessie felt a throb of anger through her exhaustion.
Haven't you heard a single word I've said? I dropped the goddamn jar of Nivea. The dog came in and startled me, and I dropped it. How can I...
Also, I remembered the eclipse. Pumpkin spoke abruptly, with the air of one who has become impatient with some complex but meaningless social formula. You curtsy, I bow, we all join hands. That's how I really got out. I remembered the eclipse and what happened on the deck while the eclipse was going on. And you'll have to remember, too. I think it's the only chance you have to get free. You can't run away anymore, Jessie. You have to turn and face the truth. That again? Only that and nothing more? Jessie felt a deep wave of exhaustion and disappointment. For a moment or two, hope had almost returned, but there was nothing here for her. Nothing at all. You don't understand, she told Pumpkin. We've been down this path before, all the way down. Yes, I suppose that what my father did to me might have something to do with what's happening to me now. I suppose that's at least possible. But why go through all that pain again when there's so much other pain to go through before God finally gets tired of torturing me and decides to pull down the blinds? There was no answer. The little girl in the blue nightie, the little girl who had once been her, was gone. Now there was only darkness behind Jessie's closed lids, like the darkness of a movie screen after the show is ended. So she opened her eyes again and took a long look around the room where she was going to die. She looked from the bathroom door to the framed batik butterfly, to the bureau, to her husband's body, lying beneath its noxious throw rug of sluggish autumn flies. Quit it, Jess. Go back to the eclipse. Her eyes widened. That actually did sound real. A real voice coming not from the bathroom or the hall or from inside her own head, but seeming to seep out of the very air itself. Pumpkin! Her voice was only a croak now. She tried to sit up a little more, but another ferocious cramp threatened her midsection, and she lay back against the headboard at once, waiting for it to pass. Pumpkin, is that you? Is it, dear? For a moment she thought she heard something, that the voice said something else, but if it did, she was unable to make out the words, and then it was entirely gone. Go back to the eclipse, Jessie. No answers there, she muttered. Nothing there but pain and stupidity and what? What else? The old Adam. The phrase rose naturally into her mind, lifted from some sermon she must have heard as a bored child, sitting between her mother and father, kicking her feet in order to watch the light falling through the colored church windows shift and glimmer on her white patent leather shoes. Just some phrase that had caught on sticky fly paper in her subconscious and stayed with her. The old Adam. And maybe that was all of it, as simple as that. A father who had half-consciously arranged to be alone with his pretty, vivacious young daughter, thinking all the while, there won't be any harm in it. No harm, not a bit of harm. Then the eclipse had started, and she had sat on his lap in the sundress that was both too tight and too short, the sundress he himself had asked her to wear. And what had happened had happened. Just a brief, goatish interlude that had shamed and embarrassed them both. He had squirted his squirt. That was the long and short of it. And if there was some sort of pun buried in there, she didn't give a shit about it. Had shot it all over the back of her underwear, in fact. Definitely not approved behavior for daddies, and definitely not a situation she had ever seen explored on the Brady Bunch. But let's face it, Jessie thought. I got off with barely a scratch compared to what could have happened. What does happen every day. It doesn't just happen in places like Peyton Place and along Tobacco Road, either. My father wasn't the first college-educated upper-middle-class man to ever get a hard-on for his daughter, and I wasn't the first daughter to ever find a wet spot on the back of her underpants. That's not to say it was right, or even excusable. It's just to say that it's over, and it could have been a lot worse. Yes. And right now, forgetting all that seemed a much better idea than going through it yet again, no matter what Punkin had to say on the subject. Best to let it fade into the general darkness which came with any solar eclipse. She still had a lot of dying to do in this stinking, fly-filled bedroom. She closed her eyes, and immediately the scent of her father's cologne seemed to drift into her nose. That and the smell of his light, nervous sweat. The feel of the hard thing against her bottom. His little gasp as she squirmed on his lap, trying to get comfortable. Feeling his hand as it settled lightly on her breast, wondering if he was all right. He had begun to breathe so fast. Marvin Gaye on the radio. I love too hard, my friends sometimes say, but I believe that a woman should be loved that way. Do you love me, Punkin? Yes, sure. Then don't worry about anything. I'd never hurt you. Now his other hand was moving up her bare leg, pushing the sundress ahead of it, bunching it in her lap. I want to be sweet to you, Jessie muttered, shifting a little against the headboard. Her face was sallow and drawn. That's what he said. Good Christ, he actually said that. Everybody knows, especially you girls, that a love can be sad when my love is twice as bad. I'm not sure I want to, Daddy. I'm afraid of burning my eyes. You have another 20 seconds. At least that. So don't worry. And don't look around. Then there had been the snap of elastic, not hers, but his, as he set the old atom free. In defiance of her advancing dehydration, a single tear slipped from Jessie's left eye and rolled slowly down her cheek. I'm doing it, she said in a hoarse, choked voice. I'm remembering. I hope you're happy. Yes, Punkin said, and although Jessie could no longer see it, she could feel that strange, sweet gaze on her. You've gone too far, though. Back up a little. Just a little. An enormous sense of relief washed through Jessie as she realized the thing Punkin wanted her to remember had not happened during or after her father's sexual advances, but before them, although not long before. Then why did I have to go through the rest of that awful old stuff? The answer to that was pretty obvious, she supposed. It didn't matter if you wanted 1 sardine or 20. You still had to open the can and look at all of them. You had to smell that horrible fish oil stink. And besides, a little ancient history wasn't going to kill her. The handcuffs holding her on the bed might, but not these old memories, painful as they might be. It was time to quit bitching and moaning and get down to business. Time to find whatever it was Punkin said she was supposed to find. Go back to just before he started to touch you that other way, the wrong way. Go back to the reason why the two of you were out there in the first place. Go back to the eclipse. Jessie closed her eyes tighter and went back. Punkin, Yes, but it's a little scary, isn't it? Now she doesn't have to look into the reflector box to know something's happening. The day is beginning to darken the way it does when a cloud passes over the sun. But this is no cloud. The murk has unraveled, and what clouds there are lie quite far to the east. Yes, he says. And when she glances at him, she is enormously relieved to see he means it. Want to sit on my lap, Jess? Can I? You bet. So she does, glad of his nearness and warmth and his sweet smell, the smell of Daddy, as the day continues to darken. Glad most of all because it is a little scary, scarier than she imagined it would be. What scares her the most is the way their shadows on the deck are fading. She has never seen shadows fade quite like this before, and is almost positive she never will again. That's perfectly okay with me, she thinks, and snuggles closer, glad to be, at least for the duration of this slightly spooky interlude, her father's pumpkin again instead of plain old Jessie. Too tall, too gawky, too squeaky. Can I look through the smoked glass yet, Dad? Not yet. His hand heavy and warm on her leg. She puts her own hand over it and turns to him and grins. It's exciting, isn't it? Yes. Yes, it is, Pumpkin. Quite a bit more than I thought it would be, actually. She wriggles again, wanting to find a way to coexist with the hard part of him against which her bottom is now resting. He draws in a quick, hissing mouthful of air over his bottom lip. Daddy, am I too heavy? Did I hurt you? No, you're fine. Can I look at it through the glass yet? Not yet, Pumpkin. But very soon. The world no longer has the look it gets when the sun dives into a cloud. Now it seems as if twilight has come in the middle of the afternoon. She hears the old hooty owl in the woods, and the sound makes her shiver. On WNCH, Debbie Reynolds is fading out, and the DJ who comes in on top will soon be replaced by Marvin Gaye. Look out on the lake, Daddy tells her. And when she does, she sees a weird twilight creeping over a lackluster world from which every strong color has been subtracted, leaving nothing but subdued pastels. She shivers and tells him it's creepy. He tells her to try not to be too scared to enjoy it, a statement she will examine carefully, too carefully perhaps, for double meanings years later. And now, Dad? Daddy? It's gone. Can I? Yes. Now it's okay. But when I say you have to stop, you have to stop. No arguments, understand? He gives her 3 panes of smoked glass in a stack, but first he gives her a pot holder. He gives it to her because he made the viewers from panes of glass cut from an old shed window, and he is less than confident of his abilities with a glass cutter. As she looks down at the pot holder, in this experience which is both dream and memory, her mind suddenly leaps even further back, as nimbly as an acrobat turning a flip, and she hears him say, "The last thing I need is for your mother to come home and find a note saying..." Jessie's eyes flashed open as she spoke these words to the empty room, and the first thing they saw was the empty glass, Gerald's water glass, still standing on the shelf. Standing there near the cuff binding her wrist to the bedpost. Not the left wrist, but the right. A note saying I've taken you to the emergency room so they can try to sew a couple of your fingers back on. Now Jessie understood the purpose of that old, hurtful memory. Understood what Punkin had been trying to tell her all along. The answer had nothing to do with the old Adam, or with the faint mineral smell of the wet spot on her old cotton underpants. It had everything to do with 6 panes of glass, carefully cut from the crumbling putty of an old shed window. She had lost the jar of Nivea cream, but there was still at least one other source of lubrication left to her, wasn't there? One other way to ooze on over to the promised land. There was blood. Until it clotted, blood was almost as slippery as oil. It's going to hurt like hell, Jessie. Yes, of course it would hurt like hell. But she thought she had heard or read somewhere that there were fewer nerves in the wrists than at many of the body's vital checkpoints. That was why slitting one's wrists, especially in a tub full of hot water, had been a preferred method of suicide ever since the original toga parties in Imperial Rome. Besides, she was half numb already. I was half numb to let him lock me up in these things in the first place, she croaked. If you cut too deep, you'll bleed to death just like those old Romans. Yes, of course she would. But if she didn't cut at all, she'd lie here until she died of seizures or dehydration, or until her friend with a bag of bones showed up tonight. Okay, she said. Her heart was pumping very hard, and she was fully awake for the first time in hours. Time restarted with a ram and a jerk, like a freight train pulling out of a siding and back onto the main line. Okay, that's the convincer. Listen, a voice said urgently, and Jessie realized with amazement that it was the voice of Ruth and the good wife. They had merged, at least for the time being. Listen carefully, Jess. I'm listening, she told the empty room. She was also looking. It was the glass she was looking at. One of a set of 12 she'd gotten on sale at Sears 3 or 4 years ago. 6 or 8 of them broken by now. Soon there would be another. She swallowed and grimaced. It was like trying to swallow a round of flannel-covered stone lodged in her throat. I'm listening very carefully. Believe me. Good. Because once you start this, you won't be able to stop again. Everything's got to happen fast, because your system is already dehydrated. But remember this, even if things go all wrong, they'll work out just fine, she finished. And it was true, wasn't it? The situation had taken on a simplicity that was, in its own ghastly way, sort of elegant. She didn't want to bleed to death. Of course, who would? But it would be better than the intensifying cramps and the thirst. Better than him. It. The hallucination. Whatever it was. She licked her dry lips with her dry tongue and caught at her flying, confused thoughts, tried to put them in order, as she had done before going after the sample jar of face cream, which was now lying uselessly on the floor beside the bed. It was getting harder to think, she discovered. She kept hearing snatches of "Go Greasy," that talking blues, kept smelling her father's cologne, kept feeling that hard thing against her bottom. And then there was Gerald. Gerald seemed to be talking to her from his place on the floor. It's going to be back, Jessie. Nothing you can do will stop it. It will teach you a lesson, me proud beauty. She flicked her eyes toward him, then looked hastily back at the water glass. Gerald appeared to be grinning ferociously at her with a part of his face which the dog had left intact. She made another effort to set her wits to work, and after some effort the thoughts began to roll. She took 10 minutes, going over the steps again and again. There wasn't much in truth to go over. Her agenda was suicidally risky but not complicated. She mentally rehearsed each move several times just the same, looking for the minor mistake which might cost her her last chance at life. She couldn't find it. In the end, there was only one major drawback. It would have to be done very fast, before the blood could start to coagulate. And there were only two possible outcomes: a quick escape or unconsciousness and death. She reviewed the whole thing one more time, not putting off the necessary nasty business, but examining it the way she would have examined a scarf she had knitted for runs and dropped stitches, while the sun continued its steady westward run. On the back stoop, the dog got up, leaving the glistening knot of gristle upon which it had been gnawing. It ambled toward the woods. It had caught a whiff of that black scent again, and with its belly full, even a whiff was too much. "12, 12, 12, the clock flashed, and whatever time it really was, it was time. One more thing before you start. You've got yourself nerved up to the sticking point, and that's good. But keep your focus. If you start off by dropping that damn glass on the floor, you really will be fucked." "Stay out, dog!" she called shrilly, with no idea that the dog had retreated to the stand of woods beyond the head of the driveway some minutes before. She hesitated a moment longer, considering another prayer, and then decided she had done all the praying she intended to do. Now she would depend on her voices and on herself. She reached for the glass with her right hand, moving without her former tentative care. Part of her, probably the part which had so liked and admired Ruth Neary, understood that this final job was not about care and caution, but about bringing down the hammer and bringing it down hard. "Now I must be samurai lady," she thought, and smiled. She closed her fingers upon the glass she had worked so hard to get in the first place, looked at it curiously for a moment, looked at it as a gardener might look at some unexpected specimen she has found growing in among her beans or peas, then gripped it. She slitted her eyes almost completely shut to protect them from flying splinters, then brought the glass down hard on the shelf, in the manner of one who cracks the shell of a hard-boiled egg. The sound the glass made was absurdly familiar, absurdly normal, a sound no different than that made by the hundreds of glasses which had either slipped through her fingers during the washing up or been knocked onto the floor by her elbow or straying hand in all the years since she had graduated from her plastic dandy duck cup at the age of 5. Same old kershmash. There was no special resonance to indicate the fact that she had just begun the unique job of risking her life in order to save it. She did feel a single random chunk of glass strike low on her forehead, just above the eyebrow, but that was the only one to hit her face. Another piece, a big one by the sound, spun off the shelf and shattered on the floor. Jessie's lips were pressed together in a tight white line, anticipating what would surely be the major source of pain, at least to begin with, her fingers. They had been gripping the glass tightly when it shattered. But there was no pain, only a sense of faint pressure and even fainter heat. Compared to the cramps which had been ripping at her for the last couple of hours, it was nothing. The glass must have broken lucky. And why not? Isn't it time I had a little luck? Then she raised her hand and saw the glass hadn't broken lucky after all. Dark red blisters of blood were welling up at the tips of her thumb and 3 of her 4 fingers. Only her pinky had escaped being cut. Shards of glass stuck out of her thumb, 2nd and 3rd fingers like weird quills. The creeping numbness in her extremities, and perhaps the keen edges on the pieces of glass which had cut her, had kept her from feeling the lacerations much, but they were there. As she watched, fat drops of blood began to patter down on the pink-quilted surface of the mattress, staining it a far darker color. Those narrow darts of glass, sticking out of her middle 2 fingers like pins from a pincushion, made her feel like throwing up even though there was nothing at all in her stomach. "Some samurai lady you turned out to be," one of the UFO voices sneered.
"But they're my fingers!" she cried at it. "Don't you see? They're my fingers!"
She felt panic flutter, forced it back, and returned her attention to the chunk of water glass she was still holding. It was a curved upper section, probably 1/4 of the whole, and on one side it had broken in 2 smooth arcs. They came to an almost perfect point, which glittered cruelly in the afternoon sun. A lucky break, that. Maybe. If she could keep her courage up. To her, this curving prong of glass looked like a fantastic fairy tale weapon, a tiny scimitar, something to be carried by a warlike pixie on its way to do battle beneath a toadstool. "Your mind is wandering, dear," Pumpkin said. "Can you afford that?" The answer, of course, was no. Jessie laid the 1/4 section of drinking glass back down on the shelf, placing it carefully so she would be able to reach it without serious contortions. It lay on its smooth, curved belly, the scimitar-shaped prong jutting out. A tiny spark of reflected sun glittered hotly at the tip. She thought it might do very well for the next job, if she was careful not to bear down too hard. If she did that, she would probably push the glass off the shelf or snap off the accidental blade shape. "Just be careful," she said. "You won't need to bear down if you're careful, Jessie. Just pretend." But the rest of that thought, "You're carving roast beef," didn't seem very productive, so she blocked it before more than its leading edge could get through. She lifted her right arm, extending it until the handcuff chain was almost taut, and her wrist hovered above the gleaming hook of glass. She wanted very much to sweep away the rest of the glass littering the shelf. She sensed it waiting for her up there like a minefield, but she didn't dare. Not after her experience with a jar of Nivea cream. If she accidentally knocked the blade-shaped piece of glass off the shelf or broke it, she would need to sift through the leftovers for an acceptable substitute. Such precautions seemed almost surreal to her, but she did not for a single moment try to tell herself they were unnecessary. For she was going to get out of this. She was going to have to bleed a lot more than she was bleeding now. "Do it just the way you saw it, Jessie, that's all. And don't chicken out." "No chickening out," Jessie agreed, in her harsh dust-in-the-cracks voice. She spread her hand and then shook her wrist, hoping to get rid of the glass poking out of her fingers. She mostly succeeded. Only the sliver in her thumb, buried deeply in the tender flesh beneath the nail, refused to go. She decided to leave it and get on with the rest of her business. "What you're planning to do is absolutely crazy," a nervous voice told her. "No UFO here." This was a voice Jessie knew well. It was the voice of her mother. "Not that I'm surprised, you understand. It's a typical Jessie Mayhoot overreaction, and if I've seen it once, I've seen it 1,000 times. Think about it, Jessie. Why cut yourself up and maybe bleed to death? Someone will come and rescue you. Anything else is simply unthinkable. Dying in one summer house? Dying in handcuffs? Utterly ridiculous, take my word for it. So rise above your usual whiny nature, Jessie, just this one time. Don't cut yourself on that glass. Don't you do it." That was her mother, all right. The mimicry was so good it was eerie. She wanted you to believe you were hearing love and common sense masquerading as anger. And while the woman had not been entirely incapable of love, Jessie thought the real Sally Mayhoot was the one who had one day marched into Jessie's room and thrown a pair of high heels at her without a single word of explanation, either then or later. Besides, everything that voice had said was a lie, a scared lie. "No," she said, "I won't take your word for it. No one's coming, except maybe the guy from last night. No chickening out." With that, Jessie lowered her right wrist toward the gleaming blade of glass. It was important that she see what she was doing, because she felt almost nothing at first. She could have cut her wrist to bleeding ribbons and felt little save those distant sensations of pressure and warmth. She was greatly relieved to find that seeing wasn't going to be a problem. She had smashed the glass at a good place on the shelf. A break at last, part of her mind rejoiced sarcastically, and her view was almost completely unobstructed. Hand tilted back, Jessie sank her inner wrist, that part which bears the lines palm readers call the bracelets of fortune, onto the broken curve of glass. She watched, fascinated, as the jutting point first dimpled her skin, then popped it. She kept pressing, and her wrist kept eating the glass. The dimple filled up with blood and disappeared. Jessie's first reaction was disappointment. The glass hook hadn't created the gusher she had hoped for and half feared. Then the sharp edge severed the blue bundles of vein lying closest to the surface of her skin, and the blood began flowing out faster. It did not come in the pulsing jets she had expected, but in a fast, steady flow, like water from a tap which has been spun almost all the way open. Then the radial artery in the center of her wrist parted, and the stream became a freshet. It coursed across the shelf and spilled down her forearm. Too late to back out now. She was for it. One way or the other, she was for it. "Pull back at least," the mother voice screamed. "Don't make it any worse. You've done enough. Try it now." A tempting idea, but Jessie thought that what she had done so far was a long way from being enough. She didn't know the word degloving, a technical term used most commonly by doctors in connection with burn victims. But now that she had begun this grisly operation, she understood she could not depend on blood alone to slide her free. Blood might not be enough. She slowly and carefully twisted her wrist, splitting the tight skin of her lower hand. Now she felt a weird tingling across her palm, as if she had cut into some small but vital sheath of nerves which had been half dead to begin with. The third and fourth fingers of her right hand swooned forward as if they had been killed. The first two, along with a thumb, began to jitter wildly back and forth. As mercifully numb as her flesh was, Jessie still found something inexpressibly horrible in these signs of the damage she was doing herself. Those two crumpled fingers, so like little corpses, were somehow worse than all the blood she had spilled thus far. Then both this horror and the growing feeling of heat and pressure in her wounded hand were overwhelmed as a fresh cramp moved into her side like a storm front. It dug at her mercilessly, trying to tear her out of her twisted position, and Jessie fought back with terrified fury. She couldn't move now. She would almost certainly knock her improvised cutting tool to the floor if she did. "No, you don't," she muttered through her clenched teeth. "No, you bastard! Get out of Dodge!" She held herself rigidly in position, trying to keep from bearing down on the fragile glass blade any harder than she already was, not wanting to snap it off and have to try finishing with some less apt tool. but if the cramp spread from her side to her right arm, as it was apparently trying to.
"No," she moaned. "Go away, do you hear? Just go the fuck away!"
She waited, knowing she could not afford to wait, also knowing she could do nothing else. She waited, and listened to the sound of her life's blood pattering to the floor from the bottom of the headboard. She watched more blood run off the shelf in little streamlets. Tiny sparkles of glass gleamed in some of these. She had begun to feel like a victim in a slasher movie.
"You can't wait any longer, Jessie," Ruth rapped at her. "You're all out of time."
"What I'm really out of is luck. And I never had that goddamn much to start with," she told Ruth. At that moment, she either felt the cramp loosen a little, or was able to kid herself that she did. Jessie revolved her hand inside the cuff, screaming with pain as the cramp pounced once more, sinking its hot claws into her midsection, trying to set it on fire again. She kept moving just the same, however, and now it was the back of her wrist that she impaled. The soft inner part was turned up, and Jessie watched, fascinated, as the deep gash across her bracelets of fortune opened its black-red mouth wide and appeared to laugh at her. She drove the glass as deeply into the back of her hand as she dared, still fighting the cramp in her midriff and lower chest, then yanked her hand back toward her, spraying a fine mist of back spatter across her forehead, her cheeks, and the bridge of her nose. The broken chunk of glass with which she had performed this rudimentary surgery went spinning to the floor, and there the pixie blade shattered. Jessie spared it not a single thought. Its job was done. Meantime, there was one more step to be taken, one more thing to see, whether the cuff would maintain its jealous hold on her, or if flesh and blood might not at last conspire to make it let go. The cramp in her side gave a final deep pinch, and then began to loosen. Jessie noted its departure, no more than she had noted the loss of her primitive glass scalpel. She could feel the force of her concentration. Her mind seemed to burn with it, like a torch coated with pine resin, and all of it was fixed on her right hand. She held it up, examining it, in the golden sunlight of late afternoon. The fingers were thickly streaked with gore. Her forearm appeared to have been daubed with slobbers of bright red latex paint. The handcuff was little more than a curved shape rising out of the general flood, and Jessie knew it was as good as it was going to be. She cocked her arm and then pulled downward, as she had twice before. The handcuff slid some more, and then bound up again. It had been stopped once more by the obdurate outcrop of bone below the thumb.
"No!" she shrieked and yanked harder. "I refuse to die this way! Do you hear me? I refuse to die this way!"
The handcuff bit in deep, and for a moment Jessie was sickeningly sure that it would not move so much as another millimeter, that the next time it moved would be when some cigar-chomping cop unlocked it and took it off her dead body. She could not move it. No power on earth could move it, and neither the princes of heaven nor the potentates of hell would move it. Then there was a sensation in the back of her wrist that felt like heat lightning, and the handcuff jerked upward a little. It stopped, then began to move again. That hot electrical tingle began to spread as it did, quickly becoming a dark burning which first spread all the way around her hand like a bracelet, and then bit in like a battalion of hungry red ants. The cuff was moving because the skin it rested on was moving, sliding the way a heavy object on a rug will slide if someone pulls the rug. The ragged, circular cut she had inscribed about her wrist widened, pulling wet strands of tendon across the gap and creating a red bracelet. The skin on the back of her hand began to wrinkle and bunch ahead of the cuff. And now what she thought of was how the coverlet had looked when she had pushed it down to the bottom of the bed with her pedaling feet. "I'm peeling my hand," she thought. "Oh, dear Jesus, I'm peeling it like an orange."
"Let go!"
She screamed at the handcuff, suddenly infuriated beyond all reason. In that moment it became a live thing to her, some hateful, clinging creature with many teeth, like a lamprey eel or a rabid weasel.
"Oh, won't you ever let me go?"
The cuff had slid much further than it had on her previous attempts to slip out of it, but still it clung, stubbornly refusing to give her that last quarter, or perhaps it was now only an eighth, of an inch. The bleary, blood-greased circle of steel now lay across a hand partially stripped of skin, bearing a shiny meshwork of tendons the color of fresh plums. The back of her hand looked like a turkey drumstick from which the crispy outer skin has been removed. The steady downward pressure she was exerting had yanked the wound across her inner wrist even wider, creating a blood-caked chasm. Jessie wondered if she might not yank her hand right off in this final effort to free herself. And now the handcuff, which had still been moving a little, at least she thought it had been, stopped again. And this time it stopped cold.
"Of course it has, Jessie!"
Pumpkin screamed.
"Look at it! It's all crooked! If you could straighten it out again!"
Jessie pistoned her arm forward, snapping the handcuff chain back onto her wrist. Then, before her arm could even think of cramping, she pulled downward again, using every bit of strength she had left. All the skin which had been pulled away was puddled loosely there, on a diagonal running from the base of her pinky to the base of her thumb. For a moment, this loose mass of skin held the cuff back, and then it rolled under the steel with a tiny squelch. That left only the last outcrop of bone, but that was enough to stop her progress. Jessie pulled harder. Nothing happened. "That's it," she thought. "Everybody out of the pool." Then, just as she was about to relax her aching arm, the cuff slid over the small protrusion which had held it for so long, flew off the ends of her fingers, and clacked against the bedpost. It all happened so fast that Jessie was at first unable to grasp that it had happened. Her hand no longer looked like the sort of equipment normally issued to human beings. But it was her hand, and it was free. Free! Jessie looked from the empty, blood-smeared cuff to her mangled hand, her face slowly filling with comprehension. "Looks like a bird that flew into a factory machine and then got spit out the other end," she thought. "But that cuff's not on it anymore. It's really not." "Can't believe it," she croaked. "Can't fucking believe it." "Never mind, Jessie. You have to hurry." She started like someone being shaken awake from a doze. Hurry? Yes, indeed. She didn't know how much blood she had lost. A pint seemed a reasonable enough guess, judging from the sodden mattress and the streamlets running and dripping down the crossboards. But she did know that if she lost much more before getting a dressing on her wrist and some sort of tourniquet on her arm, she was going to pass out, and the trip from unconsciousness to death would be a short one, just a quick ferry ride across a narrow river. Not going to happen, she thought. It was the tough-as-nails voice again, but this time it belonged to no one but her, and that made Jessie happy. "I didn't go through all this nasty shit just to die passed out on the floor.
I haven't seen the paperwork, but I'm pretty sure that isn't in my contract. All right, but your legs. It was a reminder she didn't really need. She hadn't been on her pins in over 24 hours, and despite her efforts to keep them waked up, it could be a bad mistake to depend on them too much, at least to begin with. They might cramp up. They might try to buckle under her. They might do both. But forewarned was forearmed, or so they said. Of course, she had gotten a lot of advice like that in the course of her lifetime. Advice most often ascribed to that mysterious, ubiquitous group known as they. And nothing she had ever seen on firing line or read in the Reader's Digest had prepared her for what she had just done. Still, she would be as careful as she could. Jessie had an idea she might not have a lot of leeway in that regard, however. She rolled left, her right arm trailing after her like the tail of a kite or the rusty exhaust pipe of an old car. The only part of it that felt completely alive was the back of her hand, where the exposed packets of tendon burned and raved. The pain was bad, and that sense that her right arm wanted a divorce from the rest of her body was worse. But these things were all but lost in an uprush of mingled hope and triumph. She felt an almost divine joy in her ability to roll across the bed without being stopped by the cuff around her wrist. Another cramp struck her, slamming into her lower belly like the business end of a Louisville slugger. But she ignored it. Had she called that feeling joy? Oh, that was much too mild a word. It was ecstasy. Full, flat-out ecstasy. Jessie! The edge of the bed! Jesus, stop! It didn't look like the edge of the bed. It looked like the edge of the world, on one of those old-fashioned maps from before the time of Columbus. Beyond here there be monsters and serpents, she thought. Not to mention a fractured left wrist. Stop, Jess! But her body ignored the command. It kept on rolling, cramps and all, and Jessie had just time to rotate her left hand inside the left cuff before she thumped onto her belly at the edge of the bed, then went off it entirely. Her toes hit the floor with a jarring smash, but her scream was not entirely one of pain. Her feet were, after all, on the floor again. They were actually on the floor. She finished her clumsy escape from the bed, with her left arm stuck stiffly off in the direction of the post to which it was still tethered, and her right arm temporarily trapped between her chest and the side of the bed. She could feel warm blood pumping onto her skin and running down her breasts. Jessie got her face over to one side, then had to wait in this new, agonizing position as a cramp of paralyzing, glassy intensity gripped her back from the nape of her neck to the cleft of her buttocks. The sheet against which her breasts and lacerated hand were pressed was growing soggy with blood. I have to get up, she thought. I have to get up right away or I'll bleed to death right here. The cramp in her back passed, and at last she found herself able to plant her feet solidly beneath her. Her legs felt nowhere near as weak and swoony as she had been afraid they might be. In fact, they felt absolutely eager to be about their appointed business. Jessie pushed upward. The shackle clipped around the left-hand bedpost, slid up as far as it could before encountering the next highest crossboard, and Jessie suddenly found herself in a position she had strongly come to suspect she would never attain again, standing on her own 2 feet, beside the bed which had been her prison, almost her coffin. A feeling of enormous gratitude threatened to wash over her, and she pushed against it as firmly as she had pushed against the panic. There might be time for gratitude later, but the things to remember right now were that she still wasn't free of the goddamn bed, and her time to get free was severely limited. It was true that she hadn't felt the slightest sensation of faintness or lightheadedness yet, but she had an idea that meant nothing. When the collapse came, it would probably come all at once, shoot out the lights. Still, had standing up, only that and nothing more, ever been so great, so inexpressibly wonderful?
Never, Jessie croaked, holding her right arm across her chest and keeping the wound in her inner wrist pressed tightly against the upper slope of her left breast. Jessie made a half-turn, placing her bottom against the wall. She was now standing next to the left side of the bed, in a position that looked almost like a soldier's parade rest. She took a long, deep breath, then asked her right arm and poor stripped right hand to go back to work. The arm rose creakily, like the arm of an old and badly cared-for mechanical toy, and her hand settled on the bed shelf. Her third and fourth fingers still refused to move at her command, but she was able to grip the shelf between her thumb and first two fingers well enough to tip it off its brackets. It landed on the mattress where she had lain for so many hours, the mattress where her outline still lay, a sunken, sweaty shape pressed into the pink quilting, its upper half partially traced in blood. Looking at that shape which had been her made Jessie feel sick and angry and afraid. Looking at it made her feel crazy. She shifted her eyes from the mattress with a shelf now lying on it to her trembling right hand. She raised it to her mouth and used her teeth to grip the sliver of glass poking out from beneath the thumbnail. The glass slipped, then slid between an upper canine and incisor, slicing deeply into the tender pink meat of her gum. There was a quick, penetrating sting, and Jessie felt blood spew into her mouth, its taste sweet-salty, its texture as thick as the cherry cough syrup she'd had to swallow when she had the flu as a child. She paid no attention to this new cut. She'd made her peace with much worse in the last few minutes, but only reset her grip and drew the sliver smoothly free of her thumb. When it was out, she spat it onto the bed, along with a mouthful of warm blood. "Okay," she murmured, and began to wriggle her body in between the wall and the headboard, panting harshly as she did so. The bed moved out from the wall more easily than she could have hoped for, but one thing she never questioned was that it would move, if she ever managed to get sufficient leverage. Now she had it, and began to herd the hateful bed across the waxed floor. Its foot slid off to the right as she went, because she was only able to push on the left side, but Jessie had taken this into account and was comfortable with it. Had, in fact, made it part of her rudimentary plan. When your luck changes, she thought, it changes all the way. You may have cut your upper gum all to shit, Jess, but you haven't stepped on a single piece of broken glass. So just keep moving this bed, sweetheart, and keep counting your... Her foot thumped against something. She looked down and saw she had kicked Gerald's plump right shoulder. Blood pattered down on his chest and face. A drop fell in one staring blue eye and coated it like a contact lens. She felt no pity for him. She felt no hate for him. She felt no love for him. She felt a kind of horror and disgust for herself, that all the feelings with which she had occupied herself over the years, those so-called civilized feelings that were the meat of every soap opera, talk show, and radio phone-in program, should prove so shallow compared to the survival instinct, which had turned out, in her case at least, to be as overbearing and brutally insistent as a bulldozer blade. But that was the case, and she had an idea that if Arsenio or Oprah ever found themselves in this situation, they would do most of the things she had done. "Out of my way, Gerald," she said, and kicked him, denying the enormous satisfaction it gave her even as it welled up inside. Gerald refused to move. It was as if the chemical changes which were part of his decay had bonded him to the floor. The flies rose in a buzzing, disturbed cloud just above his distended midsection. That was all. "Fuck it, then," Jessie said. She began to push the bed again. She managed to step over Gerald with her right foot, but her left came down squarely on his belly. The pressure created a ghastly buzzing sound in his throat and forced a brief but filthy breath of gas from his gaping mouth. "Excuse yourself, Gerald," she muttered, and then left him behind without another look. It was the bureau she was looking at now, the bureau with the keys resting on top of it. As soon as she had left Gerald behind, the blanket of disturbed flies resettled and resumed their day's work. There was, after all, so much to do, and so little time in which to do it. Her biggest fear had been that the foot of the bed would try to hang up, either in the bathroom door or the far corner of the room, making it necessary for her to back and fill like a woman trying to shoehorn a big car into a small parking space. As it turned out, the rightward-tending arc the bed described as she moved it slowly across the room was almost perfect. She only had to make a single mid-course correction, pulling her end of the bed a little farther to the left, so she could be sure the other end would clear the bureau. It was while she was doing this, pulling with her head down and her butt out and both arms wrapped tightly around the bedpost, that she suffered her first bout of lightheadedness. Only as she lay with her weight against the post, looking like a woman who is so drunk and tired that she can only stand up by pretending to dance cheek to cheek with her boyfriend, she thought that dark-headedness would probably be a better way to describe it. The dominant feeling was one of loss, not just of thought and will, but of sensory input as well. For one confused moment, she was convinced that time had whiplashed, flinging her to a place that was neither Dark Score nor Kashwakamak, but some other place entirely. A place that was on the ocean rather than any inland lake. The smell was no longer oysters and pennies, but sea salt. It was the day of the eclipse again. That was the only thing that was the same. She had run into the blackberry tangles to get away from some other man, some other daddy, who wanted to do a lot more than shoot his squirt on the back of her panties. And now he was at the bottom of the well. Déjà vu poured over her like strange water. Oh, Jesus, what is this? She thought. But there was no answer. Only that puzzling image again, one she hadn't thought of since she had returned to the sheet-divided bedroom to change her clothes on the day of the eclipse. A skinny woman in a house dress, her salt and pepper hair put up in a bun, a puddle of white fabric beside her. Whoa, Jessie thought, clutching at the bedpost with her tattered right hand and trying desperately to keep her knees from buckling. Hold on, Jessie. Just hold on. Never mind the woman. Never mind the smell of sea salt and blackberries. Never mind the darkness. Hold on, and the darkness will pass. She did, and it did. The image of the skinny woman kneeling beside her slip and looking at the splintered hole in the old boards went first, and then the darkness began to fade. The bedroom brightened again, gradually taking on its former 5 o'clock autumn hue. She saw motes of dust dancing in the light slanting in through the lakeside windows, saw her own shadow legs stretching across the floor. They broke at the knees, so that the rest of her shadow could climb the wall. The darkness pulled back, but it left a high, sweet buzzing in her ears. When she looked down at her feet, she saw they too were coated with blood. She was walking in it, leaving tracks in it. You're running out of time, Jessie. She knew. Jessie lowered her chest to the headboard again. Getting the bed started was harder this time, but she finally managed it. 2 minutes later, she was standing next to the bureau she had stared at so long and hopelessly from the other side of the room. A tiny, dry smile quivered the corners of her lips. I'm like a woman who's spent her whole life dreaming of the black sands of Kona and can't believe it when she's finally standing on them, she thought. It seems like just another dream, only maybe a little more real than most, because in this one your nose itches. Her nose didn't itch, but she was looking down at the crumbled snake of Gerald's tie, and the knot was still in it. Jessie Burlingame pulled her left hand, a little puffy around the wrist but otherwise unharmed, free of the open cuff, which fell back against the headboard as its mate had done. Then, with an expression of deep, wondering awe, she raised both hands slowly up to her face. She looked from the left to the right and back to the left again. She was unmindful of the fact that the right was covered with blood. It was not blood she was interested in. At least not yet. For the moment she only wanted to make absolutely sure she was really free. She looked back and forth between her hands for almost 30 seconds, her eyes moving like those of a woman watching a ping-pong match. Then she drew in a deep breath, cocked her head back, and uttered another high-pitched, drilling shriek. She felt a fresh wave of darkness, big and smooth and vicious, thunder through her, but she ignored it and went on shrieking. It seemed to her that she had no choice. It was either shriek or die. The brittle, broken glass edge of madness in that shriek was unmistakable, but it was still a scream of utter triumph and victory. 200 yards away, in the woods at the head of the driveway, the former prince lifted its head from its muzzle and looked uneasily toward the house. She couldn't seem to take her eyes off her hands, couldn't seem to stop shrieking. She had never felt anything remotely like what she was feeling now, and some distant part of her thought, if sex was even half this good, people would be doing it on every street corner. They just wouldn't be able to help themselves. Then she ran out of breath and swayed backward. She grabbed for the headboard, but a moment too late. She lost her balance and spilled onto the bedroom floor. As she went down, Jessie realized that part of her had been expecting the handcuff chains to snub her before she fell. Pretty funny when you thought about it. She struck the open wound on the inside of her wrist as she landed. Pain lit up her right arm like the lights on a Christmas tree, and this time when she screamed, it was all pain. She bit it off quickly when she felt herself drifting away from consciousness again. She opened her eyes and stared into her husband's torn face. Gerald looked back at her with an expression of endless, glazed surprise. This wasn't supposed to happen to me. I'm a lawyer with my name on the door. Then the fly, which had been washing its front legs on his upper lip, disappeared up one of his nostrils, and Jessie turned her head so quickly she thumped it on the floorboards and saw stars. When she opened her eyes this time, she was looking up at the headboard, with its gaudy drips and runnels of blood. Had she been standing way up there only a few seconds ago? She was pretty sure she had been, but it was hard to believe. From here, the fucking bed looked approximately as tall as the Chrysler Building.
Get moving, Jess!
It was Punkin, once more yelling in that urgent, annoying voice of hers. For someone with such a sweet little face, Punkin could certainly be a bitch when she set her mind to it. Not a bitch, she said, letting her eyes slip closed. A small, dreamy smile touched the corners of her mouth. A squeaky wheel.
Get moving, damn it!
Can't. Need a little rest first.
If you don't get moving right away, you can rest forever. Now shag your fat ass.
That got to her.
Nothing fat about it, Miss Smartmouth.
She muttered pettishly and tried to struggle to her feet. It took only 2 efforts, the second thwarted by another of those paralyzing cramps across her diaphragm, to convince her that getting up was, at least for the time being, a bad idea. And doing so would actually create more problems than it would solve, because she needed to get into the bathroom, and the foot of the bed now lay across the doorway like a roadblock. Jessie went under the bed, moving with a gliding, swimming motion that was almost graceful, blowing a few errant dust bunnies out of her way as she went. They drifted off like small gray tumbleweeds, For some reason, the dust bunnies made her think of the woman in her vision again, the woman kneeling in the blackberry tangles with her slip in a white pile beside her. She slid into the gloom of the bathroom, and a new smell smote her nostrils, the dark, mossy smell of water. Water dripping from the tub faucets, water dripping from the shower head, water dripping from the wash basin taps. She could even smell the peculiar waiting-to-be-mildew odor of a damp towel in the basket behind the door. Water, water everywhere, and every drop to drink. Her throat shrank dryly inside her neck, seeming to cry out, and she became aware that she was actually touching water. A small puddle from the leaky pipe under the sink, the one the plumber never seemed to get to no matter how many times he was asked. Gasping, Jessie pulled herself over to the puddle, dropped her head, and began to lick the linoleum. The taste of the water was indescribable, the silky feel of it on her lips and tongue beyond all dreams of sweet sensuousness. The only problem was that there wasn't enough. That enchantingly dank, enchantingly green smell was all around her. But the puddle below the sink was gone, and her thirst wasn't slaked, but only awake. That smell, the smell of shady springs and old hidden wellheads, did what not even Pumpkin's voice hadn't been able to do. It got Jessie on her feet again. She used the edge of the sink to haul herself up. She caught just a glimpse of an 800-year-old woman looking out of the mirror at her, and then she twisted the basin tap marked C. Fresh water, all the water in the world, came gushing out. She tried to voice that triumphant shriek again, but this time managed nothing but a harsh, susurrant whisper. She bent over the basin, her mouth opening and closing like the mouth of a fish, and lunged into that mossy wellhead perfume. It was also the bland mineral smell which had so haunted her over all the years since her father had molested her during the eclipse. But now it was all right. Now it was not the smell of fear and shame, but of life. Jessie inhaled it, then coughed it out joyously again as she shoved her open mouth into the water jetting up from the tap. She drank until a powerful but painless cramp caused her to heave it all back up again. It came still cool from its short visit in her stomach, and sprayed the mirror with pink droplets. Then she gasped in several breaths and tried again. The second time, the water stayed down. The water brought her back wonderfully, and when she at last turned off the tap and looked at herself in the mirror again, she felt like a reasonable facsimile of a human being, weak, hurting, and shaky on her feet, but alive and aware just the same. She thought she would never again experience anything as deeply satisfying as those first few swallows of cold water from the gushing tap, and in all her previous experience, only her first orgasm came close to rivaling that moment. In both cases she had been totally commanded by the cells and tissues of her physical being for a few brief seconds. Conscious thought, but not consciousness itself, wiped away, and the result had been ecstasy. "I'll never forget it," she thought, knowing she had forgotten it already, just as she had forgotten the gorgeous honeyed sting of that first orgasm as soon as the nerves had stopped firing off. It was as if the body disdained memory, or refused the responsibility of it. "Never mind all that, Jessie. You have to hurry." "Can't you stop yapping at me?" she responded, knowing that Pumpkin was right, of course. Her wounded wrist was no longer gushing, but it was still doing a hell of a lot more than trickling, and the bed she saw reflected in the bathroom mirror was a horror, the mattress soaked with blood and the headboard streaked with it. She had read that people could lose a great deal of blood and keep on functioning, but when they started to tip over, everything went at once, and she had to be pushing the envelope. She opened the medicine cabinet, looked at the box of Band-Aids,
and uttered a harsh caw of laughter. Trying to fix what she had done to herself with a Band-Aid would be like trying to prop up the Leaning Tower of Pisa with a Toyota bumper jack. Her eye happened on the small box of Always maxi pads sitting discreetly behind a clutter of perfumes and colognes and aftershaves. She knocked 2 or 3 of the bottles over, dragging the box out, and the air filled with a gagging combination of scents. She stripped the paper cover from one of the pads, which she then wrapped around her wrist like a fat white bracelet. Poppies began to bloom on it almost at once. Who would have thought the lawyer's wife had so much blood in her, she mused, and uttered another harsh caw of laughter. There was a tin wheel of Red Cross tape on the top shelf of the medicine cabinet. She took it, using her left hand. Her right now seemed capable of very little except bleeding and howling with pain. Yet she still felt a deep love for it. And why not? When she'd needed it, when there had been absolutely nothing else, it had grasped the remaining key, put it in the lock, and turned it. No, she had nothing at all against Ms. Wright. "That was you, Jessie," Pumpkin said. "I mean, we're all you. You do know that, don't you?" Yes, she knew that perfectly well, and prayed that she would never forget it, if she actually did get out of this mess alive. She pushed the cover off the adhesive tape and held the roll clumsily with her right hand while she used her left thumb to lift up the end of the tape. She returned the roll to her left hand, pressed the end of the tape to her makeshift bandage, and revolved the roll around her right wrist several times, binding the already damp sanitary pad as tightly against the slash on the inside of her wrist as she could. She tore the tape off the roll with her teeth, hesitated, and then added a white, overlapping armlet of adhesive tape just below her right elbow. Jessie had no idea how much good such a makeshift tourniquet could do, but she didn't think it could do any harm. She tore the tape a second time, and as she dropped the much diminished roll back onto the counter, she saw a green bottle of Excedrin standing on the middle shelf of the medicine cabinet. No child-proof cap either. God be thanked. She took it down with her left hand and used her teeth to pry off the white plastic top. The smell of the aspirin tablets was acrid, sharp, faintly vinegary. "I don't think that's a good idea at all," Goodwife Burlingame said nervously. "Aspirin thins the blood and slows clotting." That was probably true, but the exposed nerves on the back of her right hand were now shrieking like a fire alarm, and if she didn't do something to damp them down a little, Jessie thought she would soon be rolling around on the floor and baying at the reflections on the ceiling. She shook 2 Excedrin into her mouth, hesitated, shook in 2 more. She turned on the tap again, swallowed them, then looked guiltily at the makeshift bandage on her wrist. The red was still sinking through the layers of paper. Soon she would be able to take the pad off and wring blood out of it like hot red water. An awful image. And once she had it in her head, she could not seem to get rid of it. "If you made that worse," Goody began dolefully. "Oh, give me a break," the Ruth voice responded. It spoke briskly but not unkindly. "If I die of blood loss now, am I supposed to blame it on 4 aspirin after I damn near scalped my right hand in order to get off the bed in the first place? That's surreal." Yes, indeed. Everything seemed surreal now, except that wasn't exactly the right word. The right word was hyper-real. She said in a low, musing voice, "Yes, that was it. Definitely it." Jessie turned around so she was facing out the bathroom door again, then gasped in alarm. The part of her head which monitored equilibrium reported that she was still turning. For a moment she imagined dozens of Jessies, an overlapping chain of them, documenting the arc of her turn like frames of movie film. Her alarm deepened as she observed that the golden bars of light slanting in through the west windows had taken on an actual texture. They looked like swatches of bright yellow snakeskin. The dust motes spinning through them had become sprays of diamond grit. She could hear the fast, light beat of her heart, could smell the mixed aromas of blood and well water. It was like sniffing an ancient copper pipe. "I'm getting ready to pass out." "No, Jess, you're not. You can't afford to pass out." That was probably true, but she was pretty sure it was going to happen anyway. There was nothing she could do about it. "Yes, there is. And you know what." She looked down at her skinned hand, then raised it. There would be no need to actually do anything except relax the muscles of her right arm. Gravity would take care of the rest. If the pain of her peeled hand striking the edge of the counter wasn't enough to drag her out of this terrible place she suddenly found herself in, nothing would be. She held the hand beside her blood-smeared left breast for a long moment, trying to nerve herself up enough to do it. Finally, she lowered it to her side again. She couldn't. Simply could not. It was one thing too much. One pain too much. "Then get moving before you pass out." "I can't do that either," she responded. She felt more than tired. She felt as if she had just smoked a whole bong of absolutely primo Cambodian red by herself. All she wanted to do was stand here and watch the motes of diamond dust spin their slow circles through the sunbeams coming in through the west windows, and maybe get one more drink of that dark green, mossy-tasting water. "Oh, geez," she said in a far-away, frightened voice. "Geez, Louise." "You have to get out of the bathroom, Jessie. You have to. Just worry about that for now. I think you better crawl over the bed this time. I'm not sure you can make it underneath again." But there's broken glass on the bed. What if I cut myself?" That brought Ruth Neary out, and she was raving. "You've already taken most of the skin off your right hand. Do you think a few more lacerations are going to make a difference? Jesus Christ, Tootsie. What if you die in this bathroom with a cunt diaper on your wrist and a big stupid grin on your face? How's that for a what if? Get moving, bitch." 2 careful steps took her back to the bathroom doorway. Jessie only stood there for a moment, swaying and blinking her eyes against the sun dazzle like someone who has spent the whole afternoon in a movie theater. The next step took her to the bed. When her thighs were touching the blood-stained mattress, she carefully put her left knee up, grasped one of the foot-posts to ensure her balance, and then got onto the bed. She was unprepared for the feelings of fear and loathing which washed over her. She could no more imagine ever sleeping in this bed again than she could imagine sleeping in her own coffin. Just kneeling on it made her feel like screaming. "You don't have to have a deep, meaningful relationship with it, Jessie. Just get across the fucking thing." Somehow she managed to do just that, avoiding the crumbles and jags of the broken water glass by crossing at the foot of the mattress. Each time her eyes caught sight of the handcuffs dangling from the posts at the head of the bed, one sprung open, the other a closed steel circle covered with blood. Her blood. A little sound of loathing and distress escaped her. The handcuffs didn't look like inanimate things to her. They looked alive, and still hungry. She reached the far side of the bed, gripped the footpost with her good left hand, turned herself around on her knees with all the care of a hospital convalescent, then lay on her belly and lowered her feet to the floor. She had a bad moment when she didn't think she had strength enough to stand up again, that she would just lie there until she passed out and slid off the bed. Then she pulled in a deep breath and used her left hand to shove. A moment later she was on her feet. The sway was worse now. She looked like a sailor lurching into the Sunday morning segment of a weekend binge, but she was up, by God. Another wave of dark-headedness sailed across her mind like a pirate galleon with huge black sails, or an eclipse.
Blind, rocking back and forth on her feet, she thought, "Please, God, don't let me pass out. Please, God, okay? Please." At last the light began to come back into the day. When Jessie thought things had gotten as bright as they were going to, she slowly crossed the room to the telephone table, holding her left arm a few inches out from her body to maintain her balance. She picked up the receiver, which seemed to weigh as much as a volume of the Oxford English Dictionary, and brought it to her ear. There was no sound at all. The line was smooth and dead. Somehow this didn't surprise her, but it raised a question. Had Gerald unplugged the phone from the wall, as he sometimes did when they were down here? Or had her night visitor cut the wires outside someplace? "It wasn't Gerald," she croaked. "I would have seen him." Then she realized that wasn't necessarily so. She had headed for the bathroom as soon as they were in the house. He could have done it then. She bent down, grasped the flat white ribbon that went from the back of the phone to the connector box on the baseboard behind the chair, and pulled. She thought she felt a little give at first, and then nothing. Even that initial give might have been just her imagination. She knew perfectly well that her senses were no longer trustworthy. The jack might just be bound up on the chair, but... "No," said Goody, "it won't come because it's still plugged in. Gerald never disconnected it at all. The reason the phone doesn't work is because that thing that was in here with you last night cut the wire." "Don't listen to her. Underneath that loud voice of hers, she's scared of her own shadow," Ruth said. "The connector plug's hung up on one of the chair's back legs. I practically guarantee it. Besides, it's easy enough to find out, isn't it?" Of course it was. All she had to do was pull the chair out and take a look behind it. And if the plug was out, put it back in. "What if you do all that, and the phone still doesn't work?" Goody quavered. "Then you'll know something else, won't you?" "Ruth, stop dithering. You need help, and you need it fast." It was true, but the thought of pulling out the chair filled her with weary gloom. She could probably do it. The chair was big, but it still couldn't weigh a fifth of what the bed had weighed, and she had managed to move that all the way across the room. But the thought was heavy. And pulling the chair out would only be the beginning. Once it was moved, she would have to get down on her knees, crawl into the dim, dusty corner behind it to find the connector box. "Jesus, Tootsie!" Ruth cried. She sounded alarmed. "You don't have any choice. I thought that at long last we all agreed on at least one thing, that you need help, and you need it Jessie suddenly slammed the door on Ruth's voice, and slammed it hard. Instead of moving the chair, she bent over it, picked up the culotte skirt, and carefully pulled it up her legs. Drops of blood from the soaked bandage on her wrist splattered across the front of it at once, but she hardly saw them. She was busy ignoring the jangle of angry, perplexed voices, and wondering just who had let all these weird people into her head in the first place. It was like waking up one morning and discovering your home had become a boarding hotel overnight. All the voices were expressing horrified disbelief at what she was planning to do, but Jessie suddenly discovered she didn't give much of a shit. This was her life. Hers. She picked up the blouse and slipped her head into it. To her confused, shocked mind, the fact that yesterday had been warm enough for this casual, sleeveless top seemed to conclusively prove the existence of God. She didn't think she would have been able to bear sliding her stripped right hand down a long sleeve. Never mind that, she thought. This is nuts, and I don't need any make-believe voices to tell me so. I'm thinking about driving out of here, about trying anyway, when the only thing I have to do is move that chair and plug the phone back in. It must be the blood loss. It's driven me temporarily insane. This is a nutty idea. Christ, that chair can't weigh 50 pounds. I'm almost home and dry. Yes, except it wasn't the chair.
And it wasn't the idea of the rescue service guys finding her in the same room as the naked, chewed corpse of her husband. Jessie had a pretty good idea she would be preparing to leave in the Mercedes, even if the phone had been in perfect working order, and she had already summoned the police, the ambulance, and the Deering High School marching band. Because the phone wasn't the important thing. Not at all. The important thing was, well, the important thing is I have to get the fuck out of here right away, she thought, and suddenly she shuddered. Her bare arms broke out in gooseflesh. Because that thing is going to come back. Bullseye. The problem wasn't Gerald, or the chair, or what the rescue services guys might think when they got down here and saw the situation. It wasn't even the question of the telephone. The problem was the space cowboy, her old friend, Dr. Doom. That was why she was putting on her clothes and splashing a little more of her blood around instead of making an effort to reestablish communications with the outside world. The stranger was someplace close by. Of that she felt certain. It was only waiting for dark, and dark was close now. If she passed out while she was trying to push the chair away from the wall, or while she was crawling gaily around in the dust and the cobwebs behind it, she might still be here, all alone, when the thing with the suitcase of bones arrived. Worse, she might still be alive. Besides, her visitor had cut the line. She had no way of knowing this, but her heart knew it just the same. If she went through all the rigmarole of moving the chair and plugging the T-connector back in, the phone would still be dead, just like the one in the kitchen and like the one in the front hall. And what's the big deal anyway, she told her voices. I'm planning to drive out to the main road, that's all. Compared to performing impromptu surgery with a water glass and pushing a 300-pound bed across the room while losing a pint of blood, it'll be a breeze. The Mercedes is a good car, and it's a straight shot up the driveway. I'll putter out to Route 117 at 10 miles an hour, and if I feel too weak to drive all the way to Dakin's store once I make the highway, I'll just pull across the road, put on the four-way flashers, and lay on the horn when I see someone coming. No reason why that shouldn't work, with the road flat and open for 1.5 miles in either direction. The big thing about the car is the locks. Once I'm in it, there'll be doors I can lock. It won't be able to get in. It. Ruth tried to sneer, but Jessie thought she sounded scared. Yes, even her. That's right, she returned. You were the one who always used to tell me I ought to put my head on hold more often and follow my heart, weren't you? You bet you were. And do you know what my heart says now, Ruth? It says that the Mercedes is the only chance I have. And if you want to laugh at that, go right ahead. But my mind is made up. Ruth apparently did not want to laugh. Ruth had fallen silent. Gerald handed me the car keys just before he got out of the car, so he could reach into the back seat and get his briefcase. He did do that, didn't he? Please, God, let my memory of that be right. Jessie slipped her hand into the left pocket of her skirt and found only a couple of Kleenex. She reached down with her right hand, pressed it gingerly against the outside of that pocket, and let out a sigh of relief as she felt the familiar bulge of the car key and the big round joke fob Gerald had given her for her last birthday. The words on the fob read, "You sexy thing." Jessie decided she had never felt less sexy and more like a thing in her entire life, but that was okay. She could live with it. The key was in her pocket. That was the important thing. The key was her ticket out of this awful place. Her tennies stood side by side underneath the telephone table, but Jessie decided she was as dressed as she intended to get. She started slowly toward the hall door, moving in tiny little invalid steps. As she went, she reminded herself to try the phone in the hall before going outside. It couldn't hurt. She had barely rounded the head of the bed when the light began to slink out of the day again. It was as if the fat, bright sunbeams slanting through the west windows were connected to a dimmer circuit, and someone was turning down the rheostat. As they dimmed, the diamond dust revolving within them disappeared. "Oh, no, not now," she pleaded. "Please, you've got to be kidding." But the light continued to fade, and Jessie suddenly realized she was swaying again, her upper body describing ever-widening circles in the air. She groped for the bedpost, and instead found herself clutching the bloody handcuff from which she had so recently escaped. July 20th, 1963, she thought incoherently. 5:39 p.m. Total eclipse. Can I get a witness? The mixed smell of sweat, semen, and her father's cologne filled her nose. She wanted to gag on it, but she was suddenly too weak. She managed 2 more tottery steps, then fell forward on the blood-stained mattress. Her eyes were open, and they blinked occasionally. But otherwise she lay as limp and moveless as a woman who has been cast up, drowned, on some deserted beach. Her first returning thought was that the darkness meant she was dead. Her second was that if she was dead, her right hand wouldn't feel as if it had first been napalmed, then flayed with razor blades. Her third was the dismayed realization that if it was dark and her eyes were open, as they seemed to be, then the sun had gone down. That jolted her up from the in-between place where she had been lying, not quite unconscious, but deep in a post-shock lassitude, in a hurry. At first she couldn't remember why the idea of sundown should be so frightening, and then, space cowboy, monster of love. It all came back to her in a rush so strong it was like an electrical shock. The narrow, corpse-white cheeks, the high forehead, the rapt eyes. The wind had come up strongly once more while she had been lying semi-conscious on the bed, and the back door was banging again. For a moment the door and the wind were the only sounds, and then a long, wavering howl rose in the air. Jessie believed it was the most awful sound she had ever heard, the sound she imagined a victim of premature burial might make, after being disinterred and dragged, alive but insane, from her coffin. The sound faded into the uneasy night, and it was night, no doubt about that. But a moment later it came again, an inhuman falsetto, full of idiot terror. It rushed over her like a living thing, making her shudder helplessly on the bed and grope for her ears. She covered them, but could not shut out that terrible cry when it came a third time. "Oh, don't," she moaned. She had never felt so cold, so cold. Don't. The howl funneled away into the gusty night and was not immediately renewed. Jessie had a moment to catch her breath and realized it was only a dog after all, probably the dog, in fact, the one who had turned her husband into its own personal McDonald's drive-through. Then the cry was renewed, and it was impossible to believe any creature from the natural world could make such a sound. Surely it was a banshee, or a vampire writhing with a stake in its heart. As it rose toward its crystalline peak, Jessie suddenly understood why the animal was making that sound. It had come back, just as she had feared it would. The dog knew it, sensed it somehow. She was shivering all over. Her eyes feverishly scanned the corner where she had seen her visitor standing last night, the corner where it had left the pearl earring and the single footprint. It was far too dark to see either of these artifacts, always assuming they were there at all,
But for a moment Jessie thought she saw the creature itself, and she felt a scream rise in her throat. She closed her eyes tight, opened them again, and saw nothing but the wind-driven shadows of the trees outside the west windows. Far to the west, beyond the writhing shapes of the pines, she could see a fading band of gold on the line of the horizon. It might be 7 o'clock, but if I can still see the last of the sunset, it's probably not even that late, which means I was only out for an hour and a half, 2.5 tops. Maybe it's not too late to get out of here. Maybe this time the dog seemed actually to scream. The sound made Jessie feel like screaming back. She grasped one of the footposts because she had started to sway on her feet again, and suddenly realized she couldn't remember getting off the bed in the first place. That was how much the dog had freaked her out. Get control of yourself, girl. Take a deep breath and get control of yourself. She did take a deep breath, and the smell she drew in with the air was one she knew. It was like that flat mineral smell which had haunted her all these years, the smell that meant sex, water, and father to her, but not exactly like that. Some other odor or odors seemed mixed into this version of it. Old garlic, ancient onions, dirt, unwashed feet maybe. The smell tumbled Jessie back down a well of years and filled her with a helpless, inarticulate terror children feel when they sense some faceless, nameless creature, some it, waiting patiently beneath the bed for them to stick out a foot or perhaps dangle a hand. The wind gusted, the door banged, and somewhere closer by, a board creaked stealthily, the way boards do when someone who is trying to be quiet treads lightly upon them. "It's come back," her mind whispered. It was all the voices now. They had entwined in a braid. "That's what the dog smells. That's what you smell. And Jessie, that's what made the board creak. The thing that was here last night has come back for you." "Oh, God, please, no," she moaned. "Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. Oh, dear God, don't let that be true." She tried to move, but her feet were frozen to the floor, and her left hand was nailed to the bedpost. Her fear had immobilized her as surely as oncoming headlights immobilize a deer or rabbit caught in the middle of the road. She would stand here, moaning under her breath and trying to pray, until it came to her, came for her, the space cowboy, the reaper of love, just some door-to-door salesman of the dead, his sample case filled with bones and finger rings instead of Amway or Fuller brushes. The dog's ululating cry rose in the air, rose in her head, until she thought it must surely drive her mad. "I'm dreaming," she thought. That's why I couldn't remember standing up. Dreams are the mind's version of Reader's Digest condensed books, and you can never remember unimportant stuff like that when you're having one. I passed out, yes, that really happened. Only instead of going down into a coma, I came up into natural sleep. I guess that means the bleeding must have stopped, because I don't think people who are bleeding to death have nightmares when they're going down for the count. I'm sleeping, that's all. Sleeping and having the granddaddy of all bad dreams. A fabulously comforting idea, and only one thing wrong with it. It wasn't true. The dancing tree shadows on the wall by the bureau was real. So was that weird smell drifting through the house. She was awake, and she had to get out of here.
"I can't move,"
she wailed. "Yes, you can," Ruth told her grimly. "You didn't get out of those fucking handcuffs just to die of fright, Tootsie. Get moving, now. I don't need to tell you how to do it, do I?" "No," Jessie whispered, and slapped lightly at the bedpost with the back of her right hand. The result was an immediate and enormous skyrocket of pain. The vice of panic which had been holding her shattered like glass, and when the dog voiced another of those freezing howls, Jessie barely heard it. Her hand was a lot closer, and it was howling a lot louder. "And you know what to do next, Toots, don't you?" Yes. The time had come to make like a hockey player and get the puck out of here, to make like a library and book. The thought of Gerald's rifle surfaced for a second, and then she dismissed it. She didn't have the slightest idea where the gun was, or even if it was here at all. Jessie walked slowly and carefully across the room on her trembling legs, once again holding out her left hand to steady her balance. The hallway beyond the bedroom door was a carousel of moving shadows, with the door to the guest room standing open on the right, and the small spare room Gerald used as a study standing open on the left. Further down on the left was the archway which gave on the living room. On the right was the unlatched back door, the Mercedes, and maybe freedom. 50 steps, she thought. Can't be any more than that, and it's probably less. So get going, okay? But at first she just couldn't. Bizarre as it would undoubtedly seem to someone who hadn't been through what she had been through during the last 28 hours or so, the bedroom represented a kind of dour safety to her. The hallway, however, anything might be lurking out there. Anything. Then something which sounded like a thrown stone thudded against the west side of the house, just outside the windows. Jessie uttered her own small howl of terror before realizing it was just the branch of the hoary old blue spruce out there by the deck. "Get hold of yourself," Pumpkin said sternly. "Get hold of yourself and get out of here." She tottered gamely onward, left arm still out, counting steps under her breath as she went. She passed the guest bedroom at 12. At 15 she reached Gerald's study, and as she did, she began to hear a low, toneless, hissing sound, like steam escaping a very old radiator. At first Jessie did not associate the sound with the study. She thought she was making it herself. Then, as she was raising her right foot to make the 16th step, the sound intensified. This time it registered more clearly, and Jessie realized she couldn't be the one making it, because she was holding her breath. Slowly, very slowly, she turned her head toward the study, where her husband would never again work on legal briefs while he chain-smoked Marlboros and sang old Beach Boys hits under his breath. The house was now groaning around her like an old ship plowing through a moderately heavy sea, creaking in its various joints as the wind shouldered against it with cold air. Now she could hear a clapping shutter as well as the banging door. But these sounds were somewhere else, in some other world where wives were not handcuffed, and husbands did not refuse to listen, and night creatures did not stalk. She could hear the muscles and tendons in her neck creaking like old bed springs as she turned her head. Her eyes throbbed in their sockets like chunks of hot charcoal. "I don't want to look," her mind screamed. "I don't want to look. I don't want to see." But she was helpless not to look. It was as if strong, invisible hands were turning her head, while the wind gusted and the back door banged, and the shutter clapped, and the dog once more sent its desolate, bone-chilling howl spiraling into the black October sky. Her head turned until she was looking into her dead husband's study. And yes, sure enough, there it was, a tall figure standing beside Gerald's Ames chair, and in front of the sliding glass door. Its narrow white face hung in the darkness like a stretched skull. The dark, squarish shadow of its souvenir case squatted between its feet. She drew in breath to scream with, but what came out was a sound like a tea kettle with a broken whistle. "Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha!" Only that, and nothing more. Somewhere in that other world, hot urine was running down her legs. She had wet her pants for a second record-breaking day. The wind gusted in that other world, making the house shiver on its bones. The blue spruce knocked its branch against the west wall again. Gerald's study was a lagoon of dancing shadows, and it was once more very difficult to tell what she was seeing, or if she was in fact seeing anything at all. The dog raised its keen, horrified cry again, and Jessie thought, "Oh, you're seeing it all right. Maybe not as well as the dog out there is smelling it, but you are seeing it." As if to remove any lingering doubts she might have had on this score, her visitor poked its head forward in a kind of parody of inquisitiveness, giving Jessie a clear but mercifully brief look at it. The face was that of an alien being that has tried to mimic human features without much success. It was too narrow, for one thing, narrower than any face Jessie had ever seen in her life. The nose seemed to have no more thickness than a butter knife. The high forehead bulged like a grotesque garden bulb. The thing's eyes were simple black circles below the thin, upside-down V's of its brows. Its pudgy, liver-colored lips seemed to be simultaneously pouting and melting. No, not melting, she thought, with the bright, narrow lucidity that sometimes lives, like the glowing filament in a light bulb, within a sphere of complete terror. Not melting. Smiling. It's trying to smile at me. Then it bent over to grasp its case, and its narrow, incoherent face was mercifully lost from view again. Jessie staggered back a step, tried to scream again, and could only produce another loose, glassy whisper. The wind moaning around the eaves was louder. Her visitor straightened up again, holding the case with one hand and unlatching it with the other. Jessie realized two things, not because she wanted to, but because her mind's ability to pick and choose what it would sense had been completely demolished. The first had to do with the smell she had noted earlier. It wasn't garlic or onions or sweat or dirt. It was rotting flesh. The second had to do with the creature's arms. Now that she was closer and could see better, she wished it weren't so, but it was. They impressed her more forcibly. Freakish, elongated things that seemed to waver in the wind-driven shadows like tentacles. They presented the case to her as if for her approval, and now Jessie saw it was not a traveling salesman's case, but a wicker box that looked like an oversized fisherman's creel. "I've seen a box like that before," she thought. "I don't know if it was on some old TV show or in real life, but I have. When I was just a little girl. It came out of a long black car with a door in the back." A soft and sinister UFO voice suddenly spoke up inside her. "Once upon a time, Jessie, when President Kennedy was still alive, and all little girls were pumpkins, and the plastic body bag had yet to be invented. Back in the time of the eclipse, let us say, boxes like this were common. They came in all sizes, from men's extra large to 6-month miscarriage. Your friend keeps his souvenirs in an old-fashioned mortician's body box, Jessie." As she realized this, she realized something else as well. It was perfectly obvious once you thought about it. The reason her visitor smelled so bad was because it was dead. The thing in Gerald's study was a walking corpse. No, that can't be. But it was. She had smelled exactly the same thing on Gerald not 3 hours ago. Had smelled it in Gerald, simmering in his flesh like some exotic disease which can only be caught by the dead. Now her visitor was opening the box again and holding it out to her, and once again she saw the golden glitters and diamond flashes amid the heaps of bone. Once again she watched as the narrow dead man's hand reached in and began to stir the contents of the wicker body box, a box which had perhaps once held the corpses of infants or very small children. Once again she heard the tenebrous click and whisk of bones, a sound like dirt-clogged castanets. Jessie stared, hypnotized and almost ecstatic with terror. Her sanity was giving way. She could feel it going, almost hear it, and there wasn't a thing on God's green earth she could do about it.
Yes, there is. You can run. You have to run, and you have to do it now.
It was Pumpkin, and she was shrieking, but she was also a long way off, lost in some deep stone gorge in Jessie's head. There were lots of gorges in there, she was discovering, and lots of dark, twisty canyons and caves that had never seen the light of the sun, places where the eclipse never ended, you might say. It was interesting. Interesting to find that a person's mind was really nothing but a graveyard, built over a black hollow place, with freakish reptiles like this crawling around the bottom. Interesting. Outside, the dog howled again, and Jessie finally found her voice. She howled with it, a dog-like sound from which most of her sanity had been subtracted. She could imagine herself making sounds like that in some madhouse, making them for the rest of her life. She found she could imagine that very easily.
Jessie, no! Hold on! Hold on to your mind and run! Run away!
Her visitor was grinning at her, its lips wrinkling away from its gums, once again revealing those glimmers of gold at the back of its mouth, glimmers that reminded her of Gerald. Gold teeth. It had gold teeth, and that meant it was... It means it's real, yes. But we've already established that, haven't we? The only question left is what you're going to do now. Got any ideas, Jessie? If you do, you better trot them out, because time has gotten awfully short. The apparition stepped forward, still holding its case open, as if it expected her to admire the contents. It was wearing a necklace, she saw, some weird sort of necklace. The thick, unpleasant smell was growing stronger. So was that unmistakable feeling of malevolence. Jessie tried to take a compensatory step back for the one the visitor had taken toward her, and found that she couldn't move her feet. It was as if they had been glued to the floor. "It means to kill you, Toots," Ruth said, and Jessie understood this was true. "Are you going to let it?" There was no anger or sarcasm in Ruth's voice now, only curiosity. "After all that's happened to you, are you really going to let it?" The dog howled. The hand stirred. The bones whispered. The diamonds and rubies flashed their dim night fire. Hardly aware of what she was doing, let alone why she was doing it, Jessie grasped her own rings, the ones on the third finger of her left hand, with the wildly trembling thumb and forefinger of her right. The pain across the back of that hand as she squeezed was dim and distant. She had worn the rings almost constantly across all the days and years of her marriage, and the last time she'd taken them off she'd had to soap her finger. Not this time. This time they slid off easily. She held her bloody right hand out to the creature, who had now come all the way to the bookcase just inside the entrance to the study. The rings lay on her palm in a mystic figure 8 below the makeshift sanitary napkin bandage. The creature stopped. The smile on its pudgy, misshapen mouth faltered into some new expression, which might have been anger or only confusion. "Here," Jessie said in a harsh, choked growl.
Here, take them. Take them and leave me alone.
Before the creature could move, she threw the rings at the open case as she had once thrown coins at the exact change baskets on the New Hampshire Turnpike. There was less than 5 feet between them now. The mouth of the case was large, and both rings went in. She distinctly heard the double click as her wedding and engagement bands fell against the bones of the strangers. The thing's lips wrinkled back from its teeth again, and it once more began to utter that sibilant, creamy hiss. It took another step forward, and something which had been lying stunned and unbelieving on the floor of her mind, awoke. "No!" she screamed. She turned and went lurching up the hallway while the wind gusted and the door banged and the shutter clapped and the dog howled. And it was right behind her. It was. She could hear that hissing sound, and at any moment it would reach out for her, a narrow white hand floating at the end of a fantastic arm as long as a tentacle. She would feel those rotting white fingers close on her throat. Then she was at the back door. She was opening it. She was spilling out onto the stoop and tripping over her own right foot. She was falling, and somehow reminding herself even as she went down to turn her body so she would land on her left side. She did, but still hit hard enough to see stars. She rolled over onto her back, lifted her head, and stared at the door, expecting to see the narrow white face of the space cowboy loom behind the screen. It didn't, and she could no longer hear the hissing sound either. Not that those things meant much. It could hurtle into view any second, seize her, and tear her throat out. Jessie struggled to her feet, managed one step, and then her legs, trembling with a combination of shock and blood loss, betrayed her, and spilled her back to the planks next to the wire-covered compartment which held the garbage. She moaned and looked up at the sky, where clouds filigreed by a moon 3/4 full were racing from west to east at lunatic speed. Shadows rolled across her face like fabulous moving tattoos. Then the dog howled again, sounding much closer now that she was outside, and that provided the tiny bit of extra incentive that she needed. She reached up to the garbage compartment's low sloped top with her left hand, felt around for the handle, and used it to haul herself to her feet. Once she was up, she held the handle tightly until the world stopped swaying. Then she let go and walked slowly toward the Mercedes, now holding out both arms for balance. How like a skull the house looks in the moonlight, she marveled, following her first wide-eyed, frantic look back. How very like a skull. The door is its mouth, the windows are its eyes, the shadows of the trees are its hair. Then another thought occurred, and it must have been amusing because she screamed laughter into the windy night. And the brain! Don't forget the brain! Gerald's the brain, of course. The house's dead and rotting brain. She laughed again as she reached the car, louder than ever, and the dog howled in answer. My dog has fleas, they bite his knees, she thought. Her own knees buckled and she grabbed the door handle to keep from falling down in the driveway, and she never stopped laughing as she did it. Exactly why she was laughing was beyond her. She might understand if the parts of her mind which had shut down in self-defense ever woke up again, but that wasn't going to happen until she got out of here, if she ever did. I imagine I'll need a transfusion, too, eventually, she said, and that caused another outburst of laughter. She reached clumsily across to her right pocket with her left hand, still laughing. She was feeling around for the key when she realized the smell was back, and that the creature with a wicker case was standing right behind her. Jessie turned her head, laughter still in her throat and a grin still twitching her lips, and for a moment she did see those narrow cheeks and rapt bottomless eyes, but she only saw them because of the eclipse. How afraid she was. Not because there was really anything there. The back stoop was still deserted, the screen door a tall rectangle of darkness. "But you better hurry," Goodwife Burlingame said. "Yes, you better make like a hockey player while you still can, don't you think?" "Going to make like an amoeba and split," Jessie agreed, and laughed some more as she pulled the key out of her pocket. It almost slipped through her fingers, but she caught it by the oversized plastic fob. "You sexy thing," Jessie said, and laughed hilariously as the door banged and the dead cowboy specter of love came charging out of the house in a dirty white cloud of bone dust. But when she turned, almost dropping the key again in spite of the oversized fob, there was nothing there. It was only the wind which had banged the door, only that, and nothing more. She opened the driver's door, slid behind the wheel of the Mercedes, and managed to pull her trembling legs in after her. She slammed the door, and as she pushed down the master lock which locked all the other doors, plus the trunk, of course, there was really nothing in the world quite like German efficiency. An inexpressible sense of relief washed over her. Relief and something else. That something else felt like sanity, and she thought she had never felt anything in her life which could compare with its sweet and perfect return, except for that first drink of water from the tap, of course. Jessie had an idea that was going to end up being the all-time champagne. How close was I to going mad in there? How close, really? "That might not be a thing you ever want to know for sure, Toots," Ruth Neary returned gravely. "No, maybe not." Jessie stuck the key in the ignition and turned it. Nothing happened. The last of the laughter dried up, but she didn't panic. She still felt sane and relatively whole. "Think, Jessie." She did, and the answer came almost at once. The Mercedes was getting along in years. She wasn't sure they ever really got anything so vulgar as old. And the transmission had started doing some annoying little tricks lately, German efficiency or no German efficiency. One of them was a failure to start sometimes, unless the driver shoved up on the shift lever poking out of the console between the bucket seats, and shoved up hard. Turning the ignition key while pushing up on the transmission lever was an operation which would take both hands, and her right was already throbbing horribly. The thought of using it to shove on the transmission lever made her cringe, and not just because of the pain. She was quite sure it would also cause the deep incision across her inner wrist to break open again. "Please, God, I need a little help here," Jessie whispered, and turned the ignition key again. Still nothing. Not even a click. And now a new idea stole into her head like a nasty-tempered little burglar. Her inability to start the car had nothing at all to do with the little glitch that had developed in the transmission. This was more of her visitor's work. It had cut the telephone lines. It had also raised the hood of the Mercedes long enough to rip off the distributor cap and throw it into the woods. The door banged. She glanced nervously in that direction, quite sure that she had seen its white, grinning face in the darkness of the foyer for just a moment. In another moment or two it would come out. It would grab a rock and smash the car window, then take one of the thick slivers of safety glass and... Jessie reached across her waist with her left hand and shoved the knob of the transmission lever as hard as she could, although it did not, in truth, seem to move at all. Then she reached clumsily through the lower arc of the steering wheel with her right hand, grasped the ignition key, and turned it again. More nothing, except for the silent, chuffing laughter of the monster that was watching her. That she could hear quite clearly, even if only in her mind.
"Please, God, can't I have just one fucking break?"
she screamed. The transmission lever wiggled a little under her palm, and when Jessie turned the key over to the start position this time, the engine roared to life. "Ja, mein Führer!" she sobbed with relief, and turned on the headlights. A pair of brilliant orange-yellow eyes glared at her from the driveway. She screamed, feeling her heart trying to tear itself loose of its plumbing, cram itself into her throat, and strangle her. It was the dog, of course, the stray who had been, in a manner of speaking, Gerald's last client. The former prince stood stock still, momentarily dazzled by the glare of the headlights. If Jessie had dropped the transmission into drive just then, she probably would have driven forward and killed it. The thought even crossed her mind, but in a distant, almost academic way. Her hate and fear of the dog had gone. She saw how scrawny it was, and how the burdock stuck in its matted coat, a coat too thin to offer much protection against the coming winter. Most of all, she saw the way it cringed against the light, its ears drooping, its hindquarters shrinking against the driveway. "I didn't think it was possible," she thought. "But I've come across something that's even more scared than I am." She hit the Mercedes horn ring with the heel of her left hand. It uttered a single brief sound, more burp than beep, but it was enough to get the dog started. It turned and vanished into the woods without so much as a single look back. "Follow its example, Jess. Get out of here while you still can." Good idea. In fact, it was the only idea. She reached across her body again with her left hand, this time to pull the transmission lever down into drive. It caught with its usual reassuring little hitch and began rolling slowly up the paved driveway. The wind-driven trees shimmied like shadow dancers on either side of the car, sending the fall's first tornado funnels of leaves whirling up into the night sky. "I'm doing it," Jessie thought with wonder. "I'm actually doing it. Actually getting the puck out of here." She was rolling up the driveway, rolling toward the unnamed wheel track which would take her to Bay Lane, which would in its turn take her to Route 117 and civilization. As she watched the house, it looked more than ever like a huge white skull in the windy October moonlight. Shrink in the rear-view mirror, she thought, "Why is it letting me go? And is it really? Part of her? The fear-maddened part which would never entirely escape the handcuffs and the master bedroom of the house on the upper bay of Kashwakamok Lake, assured her that it wasn't. The creature with the wicker case was only playing with her, as a cat plays with a wounded mouse. Before she got much further, certainly before she got to the top of the driveway, it would come racing after her, using its long cartoon legs to close the distance between them, stretching out its long cartoon arms to seize the rear bumper and bring the car to a halt. German efficiency was fine, but when you were dealing with something which had come back from the dead, well... But the house continued to dwindle in the rear-view mirror, and nothing came out of the back door. Jessie reached the top of the driveway, turned right, and began to follow her high beams down the narrow wheel ruts toward Bay Lane, guiding the car with her left hand. Every 2nd or 3rd August, a volunteer crew of summer residents, fueled mostly by beer and gossip, cut back the underbrush and trimmed the overhanging branches along the way out to Bay Lane. But this had been an off year, and the lane was much narrower than Jessie liked. Each time a wind-driven branch tapped at the car's roof or body, she cringed a little. Yet she was escaping. One by one the landmarks she had learned over the years made their appearance in the headlights and then dwindled behind her. The huge rock with the split top, the overgrown gate with a faded sign reading Rideout's Hideout nailed to it, the uprooted spruce leaning amid a stand of smaller spruces, like a large drunk being carried home by a smaller, livelier friend. The drunk spruce was only 3/10 of a mile from Bay Lane, and it was only 2 miles to the highway from there. "I can handle it if I take it easy," she said. and pushed the radio on button with her right thumb, doing it very carefully. Bach, mellow, stately, and above all rational, flooded the car from 4 directions. Better and better. "Take it easy," she repeated, speaking a little louder. "Go greasy." Even the last shock, the stray dog's glaring orange eyes, was fading a little now, although she could feel herself beginning to shake. No problems whatsoever. If I just take it easy. She was doing that all right. Maybe a little too easy, in fact. The speedometer needle was barely touching the 10-mile-per-hour mark. Being safely locked in the familiar surroundings of one's own car was a wonderful restorative. Already she had begun to wonder if she hadn't been jumping at shadows all along. But this would be a very bad time to begin taking things for granted. If there had been someone in the house, some deeper voice, the UFO of all UFOs insisted, might have used one of the other doors to leave the house. He might be following her right now. It was even possible that were she to continue puddling along at a mere 10 miles an hour, a really determined follower might catch up. Jessie flicked her eyes up to the rearview mirror, wanting to reassure herself that this idea was only paranoia induced by shock and exhaustion, and felt her heart fall dead in her chest. Her left hand dropped from the wheel and thumped into her lap on top of the right. That should have hurt like hell, but there was no pain. Absolutely none at all. The stranger was sitting in the back seat with its eerily long hands pressed against the sides of its head, like the monkey that hears no evil. Its black eyes stared at her with sublimely empty interest. "You see, me see, we see, nothing but shadows," Pumpkin cried. But this cry was more than distant. It seemed to have originated at the other end of the universe, and it wasn't true. It was more than shadows she saw in the mirror. The thing sitting back there was tangled in shadows, yes, but not made of them. She saw its face, bulging brow, round black eyes, blade-thin nose, plump, misshapen lips. "Jessie," the space cowboy whispered ecstatically. "Nora, Ruth, my, pumpkin pie." Her eyes, frozen on the mirror, saw her passenger lean slowly forward, saw its swollen forehead nodding toward her right ear, as if the creature intended to tell her a secret. She saw its pudgy lips slide away from its jutting discolored teeth in a grimacing, vapid smile. It was at this point that the final breakup of Jessie Burlingame's mind began. "No!" it cried, in a voice as thin as the voice of a vocalist on a scratchy old 78 RPM record. "No, please, no! It's not fair!" "Jessie!" Its stinking breath as sharp as a rasp and as cold as the air inside a meat locker. "Nora, Jessie, Ruth, Jessie, Pumpkin, good wife, Jessie, Mommy." Her bulging eyes noted that the long white face was now half hidden in her hair, and its grinning mouth was almost kissing her ear, as it whispered its delicious secret over and over and over. "Jessie, Nora, Goody, Pumpkin, Jessie, Jessie, Jessie." There was a white airburst inside her eyes, and what it left behind was a big dark hole. As Jessie dove into it, she had one final coherent thought. "I shouldn't have looked at it. It burned my eyes after all." Then she fell forward toward the wheel in a faint. As the Mercedes struck one of the large pines which bordered this section of the road, the seat belt locked and jerked her backward again. The crash would probably have triggered the airbag, if the Mercedes had been of a model recent enough to have come equipped with a system. It was not hard enough to damage the engine or even cause it to stall. Good old German efficiency had triumphed again. The bumper and the grille were dented, and the hood ornament was knocked askew, but the engine idled contentedly away to itself. After about 5 minutes, a microchip buried in the dashboard sensed that the motor was now warm enough to turn on the heater. Blowers under the dash began to whoosh softly. Jessie had slumped sideways against the driver's door, where she lay with her cheek pressed to the window, looking like a tired child who has finally given up and gone to sleep with Grandma's house just over the next hill. Above her, the rear-view mirror reflected the empty back seat and the empty moonlit lane behind it. It had been snowing all morning, gloomy, but good letter-writing weather, and when a bar of sun fell across the keyboard of the Mac, Jessie glanced up in surprise, startled out of her thoughts. What she saw out the window did more than charm her. It filled her with an emotion she had not experienced for a long time, and hadn't expected to experience again for a long time to come, if ever. It was joy. A deep, complex joy she could never have explained. The snow hadn't stopped, not entirely anyway, but a bright February sun had broken through the clouds overhead, turning both the fresh 6 inches on the ground and the snow still floating down through the air to a brilliant, diamondine white. The window offered a sweeping view of Portland's eastern promenade, and it was a view which had soothed and fascinated Jessie in all weathers and seasons, but she had never seen anything quite like this. The combination of snow and sun had turned the gray air over Casco Bay into a fabulous jewel box of interlocking rainbows. If there were real people living in those snow globes, where you can shake up a blizzard any time you want to, they'd see this weather all the time, she thought, and laughed. This sound was as fabulously strange to her ears as that feeling of joy was to her heart, and it only took a moment's thought to realize why. She hadn't laughed at all since the previous October. She referred to those hours, the last ones she ever intended to spend by Kashwakamak, or any other lake for that matter, simply as my hard time. This phrase told what was necessary and not one thing more, she felt, which was just the way she liked it. No laughs at all since then? Zilch? Zero? Are you sure? Not absolutely sure, no. She supposed she might have laughed in dreams. God knew she had cried in enough of them. But as far as her waking hours went, it had been a shutout until now. She remembered the last one very clearly. Reaching across her body with her left hand, so she could get the keys out of the right pocket of her culotte skirt, telling the windy darkness she was going to make like an amoeba and split. That, so far as she knew, had been the last laugh until now. Only that, and nothing more, Jessie murmured. She took a pack of cigarettes out of her shirt pocket and lit one. God, how that phrase brought it all back. The only other thing with the power to do it so quickly and completely she had discovered was that awful song by Marvin Gaye. She'd heard it once on the radio, when she'd been driving back from one of the seemingly endless doctor's appointments which had made up her life this winter. Marvin wailing, "Everybody knows, especially you girls," in that soft, insinuating voice of his. She had turned the radio off at once, but she'd still been shaking too badly to drive. She had parked and waited for the worst of the shakes to pass. Eventually they had, but on the nights when she didn't wake up muttering that phrase from the Raven over and over into her sweat-soaked pillow, she heard herself chanting, "Witness, witness." As far as Jessie was concerned, it was 6 of one and 500,000 of the other. She dragged deep on her cigarette, puffed out 3 perfect rings, and watched them rise slowly above the humming Mac. when people were stupid enough or tasteless enough to ask about her ordeal, and she had discovered she knew a great many more stupid, tasteless people than she ever would have guessed. She told them she couldn't remember much of what had happened. After the first 2 or 3 police interviews, she began to tell the cops and all but one of Gerald's colleagues the same thing. The single exception had been Brandon Milleran. To him she had told the truth, partly because she needed his help, but mostly because Brandon had been the only one who had displayed the slightest understanding of what she had gone through, was still going through. He hadn't wasted her time with pity, and what a relief that had been. Jessie also discovered that pity came cheap in the aftermath of tragedy, and that all the pity in the world wasn't worth a piss-hole in the snow. Anyway, the cops and the newspaper reporters had accepted her amnesia and the rest of her story at face value. That was the important thing, and why not? People who underwent serious physical and mental trauma often blocked out the memories of what had happened. The cops knew that even better than the lawyers, and Jessie knew it better than any of them. She had learned a great deal about physical and mental trauma since last October. The books and articles had helped her find plausible reasons not to talk about what she didn't want to talk about, but otherwise they hadn't helped much. Or maybe it was just that she hadn't come to the right case histories yet, the ones dealing with handcuffed women who were forced to watch as their husbands became Purina dog chow. Jessie surprised herself by laughing again. A good loud laugh this time. Was that funny? Apparently it was, but it was also one of those funny things you could never ever tell anyone else. Like how your dad once got so excited about a solar eclipse that he blew a load all over the seat of your underpants, for instance. Or how, here's a real yuck, you actually thought a little cum on your fanny might make you pregnant. Anyway, most of the case histories suggested that the human mind often reacted to extreme trauma the way a squid reacts to danger, by covering the entire landscape with a billow of obscuring ink. You knew something had happened, and that it had been no day in the park, but that was all. Everything else was gone, hidden by that obscuring ink. A lot of the case history people said that. People who'd been raped, people who had been in car crashes, people who had been caught in fires and had crawled into closets to die. Even one skydiving lady whose parachute hadn't opened, and who had been recovered, badly hurt but miraculously alive, from the large, soft bog in which she had landed. What was it like coming down? They had asked the skydiving lady. What did you think about when you realized your chute hadn't opened, wasn't going to open? And the skydiving lady had replied, I can't remember. I remember the starter patting me on the back, and I think I remember the pop-out, but the next thing I remember is being on a stretcher and asking one of the men putting me into the back of the ambulance how badly I was hurt. Everything in the middle is just a haze. I suppose I prayed, but I can't even remember that for sure. Or maybe you really remembered everything, my skydiving friend, Jessie thought, and lied about it, just like I did. Maybe even for the same reasons. For all I know, every damned one of the case history people in every damned one of the books I read was lying. Maybe so. Whether they were or not, the fact remained that she did remember her hours handcuffed to the bed. From the click of the key in the second lock, right up to that final freezing moment, when she had looked into the rear-view mirror and seen that the thing in the house had become the thing in the back seat. She remembered it all. She remembered those moments by day and relived them by night, in horrible dreams where the water glass slid past her along the inclined plane of the shelf and shattered on the floor, where the stray dog bypassed the cold buffet on the floor in favor of the hot meal on the bed, where the hideous night visitor in the corner asked, "Do you love me, Pumpkin?" in her father's voice, and maggots squirmed like semen from the tip of its erect penis. But remembering a thing and reliving a thing did not confer an obligation to tell about a thing, even when the memories made you sweat
and the nightmares made you scream. She had lost 10 pounds since October. Well, that was shading the truth a bit. It was actually more like 17. Taken up smoking again, a pack and a half a day, plus a joint roughly the size of an El Producto before bedtime. Her complexion had gone to hell, and all at once her hair was going gray all over her head, not just at the temples. That last was something she could fix. Hadn't she been doing so for 5 years or more? But so far, she simply hadn't been able to summon up enough energy to dial "Oh, Pretty Woman" in Westbrook and make an appointment. Besides, who did she have to look good for? Was she planning to maybe hit a few singles bars, check out the local talent? Good idea, she thought. Some guy will ask if he can buy me a drink. I'll say yes. And then while we wait for the bartender to bring them, I'll tell him, just casually, that I have this dream where my father ejaculates maggots instead of semen. With a line of interesting conversational patter like that, I'm sure he'll ask me back to his apartment right away. He won't even want to see a doctor's certificate saying I'm HIV negative. In mid-November, after she had begun to believe the police were really going to leave her alone, and the story's sex angle was going to stay out of the papers, she was very slow coming to believe this, because the publicity was the thing she had dreaded the most. She decided to try therapy with Nora Callaghan again. Maybe she didn't want this sitting inside and sending out poison fumes for the next 30 or 40 years as it rotted. How much different might her life have been if she had managed to tell Nora what had happened on the day of the eclipse? For that matter, how much difference might it have made if that girl hadn't come into the kitchen when she did that night at Newworth Parsonage? Maybe none, but maybe a lot. Maybe an awful lot. So she dialed New Today, New Tomorrow, the loose association of counselors with which Nora had been affiliated, and was shocked to silence when the receptionist told her Nora had died of leukemia the year before, some weird, sly variant which had hidden successfully in the back alleys of her limbic system until it was too late to do a damn thing about it. Would Jessie perhaps care to meet with Laurel Stevenson? The receptionist asked. But Jessie remembered Laurel, a tall, dark-haired, dark-eyed beauty who wore high heels with slingbacks and looked as if she would only enjoy sex to the fullest when she was on top. She told the receptionist she'd think it over, and that had been it for counseling. In the 3 months since she had learned of Nora's death, she'd had good days when she was only afraid, and bad days when she was too terrified even to leave this room, let alone leave the house. But only Brandon Milleran had heard anything approaching the complete story of Jessie Mayhoot's hard time by the lake, and Brandon hadn't believed the crazier aspects of that story. Had sympathized, yes, but not believed. Not at first, anyway. No pearl earring, he had reported the day after she first told him about the stranger with the long white face. No muddy footprint either. Not in the written reports, at least. Jessie shrugged and said nothing. She could have said things, but it seemed safer not to. She had badly needed a friend in the weeks following her escape from the summer house, and Brandon had filled the bill admirably. She didn't want to distance him or drive him away entirely with a lot of crazy talk. So she didn't tell him what he was certainly smart enough to have figured out for himself. The pearl earring could have disappeared into someone's pocket, and a single muddy footprint by the bureau could have been overlooked. The bedroom had, after all, been treated as the scene of an accident, not a murder. And there was something else, too, something simple and direct. Maybe Brandon was right. Maybe her visitor had just been a soupçon of moonlight, after all. Little by little she'd been able to persuade herself, at least in her waking hours, that this was the truth of it. Her space cowboy had been a kind of Rorschach pattern, one made not of ink and paper, but of wind-driven shadows and imagination. She didn't blame herself for any of this, however, quite the opposite. If not for her imagination, she would never have seen how she might be able to get the water glass, and even if she had gotten it,
She would never have thought of using a magazine blow-in card as a straw. No, she thought her imagination had more than earned its right to a few hallucinatory megrims, but it remained important for her to remember she'd been alone that night. If recovery began anywhere, she believed, it began with the ability to separate reality from fantasy. She told Brandon some of this. He had smiled, hugged her, kissed her temple, and told her she was getting better in all sorts of ways. Then, last Friday, her eye had happened on the lead story of the Press-Herald's County News section. All her assumptions began to change then, and they had gone right on changing as the story of Raymond Andrew Joubert began its steady march from filler between the community calendar and the county police beat to banner headlines on the front page. Then yesterday, 7 days after Joubert's name had first appeared on the county page, there was a tap at the door, and Jessie's first feeling, as always, was an instinctive cringe of fear. It was there and gone almost before she realized it. Almost, but not quite. "Maggie? That you?" "None other, ma'am." "Come on in." Megan Landis, the housekeeper Jessie had hired in December. That was when her first fat insurance check had arrived via registered mail. Came in with a glass of milk on a tray. A small pill, gray and pink, sat beside the glass. At the sight of the glass, Jessie's right wrist began to itch madly. This didn't always happen, but it wasn't exactly an unfamiliar reaction either. At least the twitches and that weird my-skin-is-crawling-right-off-the-bone sensation had pretty much stopped. There had been a while there before Christmas when Jessie had really believed she was going to spend the rest of her life drinking out of a plastic cup. "How's your paw today?" Maggie asked, as if she had picked up Jessie's itch by some kind of sensory telepathy. Nor did Jessie think this was a ridiculous idea. She sometimes found Maggie's questions, and the intuitions which prompted them, a little creepy, but never ridiculous. The hand in question, now lying in the sunbeam which had startled her away from what she had been writing on the Mac, was dressed in a black glove, lined with some frictionless space-age polymer. Jessie supposed the burn glove, for that was what it was, had been perfected in one dirty little war or another. Not that she would ever have refused to wear it on that account, and not that she wasn't grateful. She was very grateful indeed. After the third skin graft, you learned that an attitude of gratitude was one of life's few reliable hedges against insanity. "Not too bad, Maggie." Maggie's left eyebrow lifted, stopping just short of "I don't believe you" height. "No? If you've been running that keyboard for the whole 3 hours you've been in here, I bet it's singing Ave Maria." "Have I really been here for—" She glanced at her watch and saw that she had been. She glanced at the copy minder on top of the VDT screen and saw she was on the 5th page of the document she had opened just after breakfast. Now it was almost lunch, and the most surprising thing was that she hadn't strayed as far from the truth as Maggie's lifted brow suggested. Her hand really wasn't that bad. She could have waited another hour for the pill if she'd had to. She took it nevertheless, washing it down with the milk. As she was drinking the last of it, her eyes wandered back to the VDT and read the words on the current screen. "No one found me that night. I woke up on my own just after dawn the next day. The engine had finally stalled, but the car was still warm. I could hear birds singing in the woods, and through the trees I could see the lake, flat as a mirror, with little ribbons of steam rising off it. It looked very beautiful, and at the same time I hated the sight of it, as I have hated the very thought of it ever since. Can you understand that, Ruth? I'll be damned if I can." My hand was hurting like hell. Whatever help I'd gotten from the aspirin was long gone. But what I felt in spite of the pain was the most incredible sense of peace and well-being. Something was gnawing at it, though. Something I'd forgotten. At first I couldn't remember what it was. I don't think my brain wanted me to remember what it was. Then all at once it came to me. He'd been in the back seat, and he'd leaned forward to whisper the names of all my voices in my ear. I looked into the mirror and saw the back seat was empty. That eased my mind a little bit. But then The words stopped at that point, with a little cursor flashing expectantly just beyond the end of the last unfinished sentence. It seemed to beckon to her, urge her forward, and suddenly Jessie recalled a poem from a marvelous little book by Kenneth Patchen. The book was called But Even So, and the poem had gone something like this. If we wanted to hurt you, my dear, would we have been waiting for you, here in the deepest, darkest part of the forest? Good question, Jessie thought, and let her eyes wander from the VDT screen to Maggie Landis's face. Jessie liked the energetic Irish woman, liked her a lot, hell, owed her a lot. But if she had caught the little housekeeper looking at the words on the Mac screen, Maggie would have been headed down Forest Avenue with her severance pay in her pocket before you could say, "Dear Ruth, I suppose you're surprised to hear from me after all these years." But Megan wasn't looking at the PC's screen. She was looking at the sweeping view of Eastern Prom and Casco Bay beyond it. The sun was still shining, and the snow was still falling, although now it was clearly winding down. "Devil's beaten his wife," Maggie remarked. "I beg your pardon?" Jessie asked, smiling. "That's what my mother used to say, when the sun came out before the snow stopped." Maggie looked a little embarrassed as she held out her hand for the empty glass. "What it means, I'm not sure I could say." Jessie nodded. The embarrassment on Maggie Landis's face had lensed into something else, something that looked to Jessie like unease. For a moment she hadn't any idea what could have made Maggie look that way, and then it came to her. A thing so obvious it was easy to overlook. It was the smile. Maggie wasn't used to seeing Jessie smile. Jessie wanted to assure her that it was all right, that the smile didn't mean she was going to leap from her chair and attempt to tear Maggie's throat out. Instead, she told her, "My own mother used to say, the sun doesn't shine on the same dog's ass every day. I never knew what that one meant either." The housekeeper did look in the Mac's direction now, but it was the merest flick of dismissal. "Time to put your toys away, missus," her glance said. "That pill's going to make you sleepy if you don't dump a little food atop it. I've got a sandwich waiting for you, and soup heating on the stove." Soup and sandwich, kid food, the lunch you had after sledding all morning, on the day when school was cancelled because of a nor'easter. Food you ate with the cold still blazing redly in your cheeks like bonfires. It sounded absolutely great, but... "I'm going to pass, Meg." Maggie's brow furrowed, and the corners of her mouth drew down. This was an expression Jessie had seen often in the early days of Maggie's employment, when she had sometimes felt she needed an extra pain pill so badly that she had cried. Megan had never given in to her tears, however. Jessie supposed that was why she had hired the little Irish woman. She had guessed from the first that Maggie wasn't a giver-inner. She was, in fact, one hard spring potato when she had to be, but Maggie would not be getting her way this time. "You need to eat, Jess. You're nothing but a scarecrow." Now it was the overflowing ashtray which bore the dour whiplash of her glance. "And you need to quit that shit, too." "I'll make you quit them, me proud beauty," Gerald said in her mind, and Jessie shuddered. "Jessie? Are you all right? Is there a draft?" "No. A goose walked over my grave, that's all." She smiled wanly.
We're a regular packet of old sayings today, aren't we? You've been warned time and time again about not overdoing. Jessie reached out her black-clad right hand and tentatively touched Maggie's left hand with it. My hand's really getting better, isn't it? Yes, if you could use it on that machine, even part of the time, for 3 hours or more and not be yelling for that pill the second I showed my face in here, then I guess you're getting better even faster than Dr. Magliore expected. All the same, it's getting better. And that's good. Right? Of course it's good. The housekeeper looked at Jessie as if she were mad. Well, now I'm trying to get the rest of me better. Step 1 is writing a letter to an old friend of mine. I promised myself, last October during my hard time, that if I got out of the mess I was in, I'd do that. But I kept putting it off. Now I'm finally trying, and I don't dare stop. I might lose my guts if I do. But the pill! I think I've got just enough time to finish this, and stick the printout in an envelope before I get too sleepy to work. Then I can take a long nap, and when I wake up I'll eat an early supper. She touched Maggie's left hand with her right again, a gesture of reassurance which was both clumsy and rather sweet. A nice big one. Maggie's frown remained. It's not good to skip meals, Jessie, and you know it. Very gently, Jessie said, some things are more important than meals. You know that as well as I do, don't you? Maggie glanced toward the VDT again, then sighed and nodded. When she spoke, it was in the tone of a woman bowing to some conventional sentiment in which she herself does not really believe. I guess so. And even if I don't, you're the boss. Jessie nodded, realizing for the first time that this was now more than just a fiction the two of them maintained for the sake of convenience. I suppose I am, at that. Maggie's eyebrow had climbed to half-mast again. If I brought the sandwich in and left it here on the corner of your desk? Jessie grinned. Sold. This time, Maggie smiled back. When she brought the sandwich in 3 minutes later, Jessie was sitting before the glowing screen again. Her skin an unhealthy comic book green in its reflected glow, lost in whatever she was slowly picking out on the keyboard. The little Irish housekeeper made no effort to be quiet. She was that sort of woman who would probably be unable to tiptoe if her life depended on it. But Jessie still did not hear her come or go. She had taken a stack of newspaper clippings out of the top drawer of her desk and stopped typing to rifle through them. Photographs accompanied most. Photographs of a man with a strange, narrow face that receded at the chin and bulged at the brow. His deep-set eyes were dark and round and perfectly blank. Eyes that made Jessie think simultaneously of Dondi, the comic strip waif, and Charles Manson. Pudgy lips as thick as slices of cut fruit pooched out below his blade of a nose. Maggie stood beside Jessie's shoulder for a moment, waiting to be acknowledged, then uttered a low, "Humph," and left the room. 45 minutes or so later, Jessie glanced to the left and saw the toasted cheese sandwich. It was now cold. The cheese coagulated into lumps, but she wolfed it nevertheless in 5 quick bites. Then she turned back to the Mac. The cursor began to dance ahead once more, leading her steadily deeper into the forest. That eased my mind a little bit, but then I thought, he could be crouched down back there so the mirror doesn't show him. So I managed to get turned around, although I could hardly believe how weak I was. Even the slightest bump made my hand feel like someone was jabbing it with a red-hot poker.
No one was there, of course. And I tried to tell myself that the last time I saw him, he really was just shadows. Shadows in my mind working overtime. But I couldn't quite believe it, Ruth. Not even with the sun coming up and me out of the handcuffs, out of the house, and locked inside my own car. I got the idea that if he wasn't in the back seat, he was in the trunk. And if he wasn't in the trunk, he was crouched down by the back bumper. I got the idea that he was still with me, in other words. And he's been with me ever since. That's what I need to make you or somebody understand. That's what I really need to say. He has been with me ever since. Even when my rational mind decided that he'd probably been shadows in moonlight every time I saw him, he was with me. Or maybe I should say it was with me. My visitor is the man with the white face when the sun is up, you see, but he's the thing with the white face when it's down. Either way, him or it, my rational mind was eventually able to give him up. But I have found that is nowhere near enough. Because every time a board creaks in the house at night, I know that it's come back. Every time a funny shadow dances on the wall, I know it's come back. Every time I hear an unfamiliar step coming up the walk, I know it's come back. Come back to finish the job. It was there in the Mercedes that morning when I woke up, and it's been here in my house on Eastern Prom almost every night, maybe hiding behind the drapes, or standing in the closet with its wicker case between its feet. There is no magic stake to drive through the hearts of real monsters, and oh, Ruth, it makes me so tired. Jessie paused long enough to dump the overflowing ashtray and light a fresh cigarette. She did this slowly and deliberately. Her hands had picked up a small but discernible shake, and she didn't want to burn herself. When the cigarette was going, she took a deep drag, exhaled, stuck it in the ashtray, and returned to the Mac. I don't know what I would have done if the car battery had been dead. Sat there until someone came along, I guess, even if it meant sitting there all day. But it wasn't, and the motor started on the first crank. I backed away from the tree I'd hit and managed to get the car pointed down the lane again. I kept wanting to look in the rearview mirror, but I was afraid to do it. I was afraid I might see him. Not because he was there, you understand. I knew he wasn't. But because my mind might make me see him. Finally, just as I got to Bay Lane, I did look up. I couldn't help it. There was nothing in the mirror but the back seat, of course, and that made the rest of the trip a little easier. I drove out to 117, and then up to Dakin's Country Store. It's one of those places where the locals hang out, when they're too broke to go over to Rangeley, or to one of the bars in Moughton. They mostly sit at the lunch counter, eating donuts and swapping lies about what they did on Saturday night. I pulled in behind the gas pumps, and just sat there for 5 minutes or so, watching the loggers and the caretakers and the power company guys go in and come back out. I couldn't believe they were real. Isn't that a hoot? I kept thinking they were ghosts, that pretty soon my eyes would adjust to the daylight, and I'd be able to see right through them. I was thirsty again, and every time someone came out with one of those little white styrofoam cups of coffee, I'd get thirstier. But I still couldn't quite bring myself to get out of the car, to go among the ghosts, you might say. I suppose I would have eventually, but before I could muster enough courage to do more than pull up the master lock, Jimmy Eggert pulled in and parked beside me. Jimmy's a retired CPA from Boston, who lives at the lake year-round since his wife died back in 1987 or 88. He got out of his Bronco, looked at me, recognized me, and started to smile. Then his face changed, first to concern and then to horror. He came to the Mercedes and bent down to look through the window, and he was so surprised that all the wrinkles were pulled out of his face. I remember that very clearly. How surprise made Jimmy Eckert look young. I saw his mouth forming the words, "Jessie, are you all right?" I wanted to open the door, but all at once I didn't quite dare. This crazy idea came into my head. That the thing I'd been calling the space cowboy had been in Jimmy's house, too, only Jimmy hadn't been as lucky as I had been. It had killed him, and cut off his face, and then put it on like a Halloween mask. I knew it was a crazy idea, but knowing that didn't help much, because I couldn't stop thinking it. I couldn't make myself open the fucking car door, either. I don't know how bad I looked that morning, and don't want to know, but it must have been pretty bad, because pretty soon Jimmy Eggert didn't look surprised anymore. He looked scared enough to run, and sick enough to puke. He didn't do either one, God bless him. What he did was open the car door and ask me what had happened. Had it been an accident, or had someone hurt me? I only had to take one look down to get an idea what had put a buzz under him. At some point the wound in my wrist must have opened up again, because the sanitary pad I taped around it was entirely soaked. The front of my skirt was soaked too, as if I'd had the world's worst period. I was sitting in blood. There was blood on the steering wheel, blood on the console, blood on the shift lever. There were even spatters on the windshield. Most of it had dried to that awful maroon color blood gets. To me it looks like chocolate milk, but some of it was still red and wet. Until you see something like that, Ruth, you just don't have any idea how much blood there really is in a person. It's no wonder Jimmy freaked. I tried to get out. I think I wanted to show him I could do it under my own power, and that would reassure him. But I bumped my right hand on the steering wheel, and everything went white and gray. I didn't pass out completely, but it was as if the last bunch of wires between my head and my body had been cut. I felt myself falling forward, and I remember thinking I was going to finish my adventures by knocking most of my teeth out on the asphalt, and after spending a fortune to get the top one's capped just last year. Then Jimmy caught me. Right by the boobs, as a matter of fact. I heard him yelling at the store, "Hey, hey, I need a little help out here," in a high, shrieky old man's voice that made me feel like laughing. Only I was too tired to laugh. I laid the side of my head against his shirt and panted for breath. I could feel my heart going fast, but hardly seeming to beat at all, as if it had nothing to beat on. Some light and color started to come back into the day, though, and I saw 6 men coming out to see what was wrong. Lonnie Dakin was one of them. He was eating a muffin and wearing a pink T-shirt that said, "There's no town drunk here. We just all take turns." Funny what you remember when you think you're getting ready to die, isn't it? "Who did this to you, Jessie?" Jimmy asked. I tried to answer him, but I couldn't get any words out, which is probably just as well, considering what I was trying to say. I think it was my father. Jessie snuffed out her cigarette, then looked down at the top newsprint photograph. The narrow, freakish face of Raymond Andrew Joubert gazed raptly back, just as he had gazed at her from the corner of the bedroom on the first night, and from her recently deceased husband's study on the second. Almost 5 minutes passed in this silent contemplation. Then, with the air of one who starts awake from a brief doze, Jessie lit a fresh cigarette and turned back to her letter. The copyminder now announced she was on page 7. She stretched, listened to the minute crackling sounds from her spine, then began to touch the keys again. The cursor resumed its dance. 20 minutes later, 20 minutes during which I discovered how sweet and concerned and amusingly daffy men can be, Lonnie Dakin asked me if I'd like some Midol. I was in a rescue services ambulance, headed for Northern Cumberland Hospital with the flashers flashing and the sirens wailing. An hour after that I was lying in a crank-up bed, watching blood run down a tube into my arm, and listening to some country music asshole sing about how tough his life had been since his woman left him and his pickup truck broke down. That pretty well concludes part 1 of my story, Ruth. Call it Little Nell Across the Ice, or How I Escaped Handcuffs and Made My Way to Safety. There are 2 other parts, which I think of as the aftermath and the kicker. I'm going to scamp on the aftermath, partly because it's only really interesting if you're into skin grafts and pain, but mostly because I want to get to the kicker before I get too tired and computer woozy to tell it the way I need to tell it, and the way you deserve to have it told, come to think of it. That idea just occurred to me, and I think it's nothing but the bald-ass truth, as we used to say. After all, without the kicker, I probably wouldn't be writing you at all. Before I get to it, though, I have to tell you a little more about Brandon Milleran, who really sums up that aftermath period for me. It was during the first part of my recovery, the really ugly part, that Brandon came along and more or less adopted me. I'd like to call him a sweet man, because he was there for me during one of the most hellacious times of my life. But sweetness isn't really what he's about. Seeing things through is what Brandon is about, and keeping all the sight lines clear, and making sure all the right ducks stay in a row. And that isn't right either. There's more to him than that, and he's better than that. But the hour groweth late, and it will have to do. Suffice it to say that for a man whose job it was to look out for a conservative law firm's interests in the wake of a potentially nasty situation involving one of the senior partners, Brandon did a lot of hand-holding and encouraging. Also, he never gave me hell for crying on the lapels of his natty 3-piece suits. If that was all, I probably wouldn't be going on about him. But there's something else as well. Something he did for me only yesterday. Have faith, kid. We're getting there. Brandon and Gerald worked a lot together over the last 14 months of Gerald's life. A suit involving one of the major supermarket chains up here. They won whatever it was they were supposed to win, and more important for yours truly, they established a good rapport. I have an idea that when the old sticks that run the firm get around to taking Gerald's name off the letterhead, Brandon's will take its place. In the meantime, he was the perfect person for this assignment, which Brandon himself described as damage control during his first meeting with me in the hospital. He does have a kind of sweetness about him. Yes, he does. And he was honest with me from the jump. But of course he still had his own agenda from the beginning. Believe me when I say my eyes are wide open on that score, my dear. I was, after all, married to a lawyer for almost 2 decades, and I know how fiercely they compartmentalize the various aspects of their lives and personalities. It's what allows them to survive without having too many breakdowns, I suppose. But it's also what makes so many of them utterly loathsome. Brandon was never loathsome, but he was a man with a mission. Keep a lid on any bad publicity which might accrue to the firm. That meant keeping a lid on any bad publicity which might accrue to either Gerald or me, of course. This is the sort of job where the person doing it can wind up getting screwed by a single stroke of bad luck. But Brandon still took it like a shot. And to his further credit, he never once tried to tell me he took the job out of respect for Gerald's memory. He took it because it was what Gerald himself used to call a career maker. The kind of job that can open a quick shortcut to the next echelon, if it turns out well. It is turning out well for Brandon, and I'm glad. He treated me with a great deal of kindness and compassion, which is reason enough to be happy for him, I guess. But there are 2 other reasons as well. He never got hysterical when I told him someone from the press had called or come around, and he never acted as if I was just a job, only that and nothing more. Do you want to know what I really think, Ruth? Although I am 7 years older than the man I'm telling you about, and I still look folded, stapled, and mutilated, I think Brandon Milleran may have fallen a little bit in love with me, or with the heroic little Nell he sees in his mind's eye when he looks at me. I don't think it's a sex thing with him, not yet anyway, At 107 pounds, I still look quite a bit like a plucked chicken hanging in a butcher shop window. And that's fine with me. If I never go to bed with another man, I will be absolutely delighted. Still, I'd be lying if I said I didn't like seeing that look in his eyes. The one that says I'm part of his agenda now. Me, Jessie Angela Mayhoot Burlingame. As opposed to an inanimate lump his bosses probably think of as that unfortunate Burlingame business. I don't know if I come above the firm on Brandon's agenda, or below it, or right beside it, and I don't care. It is enough to know that I'm on it, and that I'm something more than a... Jessie paused here, tapping her left forefinger against her teeth and thinking carefully. She took a deep drag on her current cigarette, then went on. Then a charitable side effect. Brandon was right beside me during all the police interviews, with his little tape recorder going. He politely but relentlessly pointed out to everyone present at every interview, including stenographers and nurses, that anyone who leaked the admittedly sensational details of the case would face all the nasty reprisals a large New England law firm with an exceedingly tight ass could think up. Brandon must have been as convincing to them as he was to me, because no one in the know ever talked to the press. The worst of the questioning came during the 3 days I spent in guarded condition at Northern Cumberland, mostly sucking up blood, water, and electrolytes through plastic tubes. The police reports that came out of those sessions were so strange they actually looked believable when they showed up in the papers, like those weird man-bites-dog stories they run from time to time. Only this one was actually a dog-bites-man story, and woman as well in this version. Want to hear what's going into the record books? Here it is. We decided to spend the day at our summer home in western Maine, following a sexual interlude that was 2 parts tussle and 1 part sex. We showered together. Gerald left the shower while I was washing my hair. He was complaining of gas pains, probably from the sub sandwiches we ate on our way from Portland, and asked if there were any Rolaids or Tums in the house. I said I didn't know, but they'd be on top of the bureau or on the bed shelf if there were. 3 or 4 minutes later, while I was rinsing my hair, I heard Gerald cry out. This cry apparently signaled the onset of a massive coronary. It was followed by a heavy thump, the sound of a body striking the floor. I jumped out of the shower, and when I ran into the bedroom, my feet went out from under me. I hit my head on the side of the bureau as I went down and knocked myself out. According to this version, which was put together by Mr. Milleron and Mrs. Burlingame, and endorsed enthusiastically by the police, I might add, I returned to partial consciousness several times, but each time I did, I passed out again. When I came to the last time, the dog had gotten tired of Gerald and was noshing on me. I got up on the bed. According to our story, Gerald and I found the bed where it was, probably moved there by the guys who came in to wax the floor, and we were so hot to trot we didn't bother to move it back where it belonged, and drove the dog off by throwing Gerald's water glass and fraternity ashtray at it. Then I passed out again, and spent the next few hours unconscious and bleeding all over the bed. Later on I woke up again, got to the car, and finally drove to safety, after one final bout of unconsciousness, that is. That was when I ran into the tree beside the road. I only asked once how Brandon got the police to go along with this piece of nonsense. He said, "It's a state police investigation now, Jessie, and we, by which I mean the firm, have lots of friends in the SP. I'm calling in every favor I have to, but in truth I haven't had to call in that many. Cops are human beings too, you know. These guys had a pretty good idea of what really happened, as soon as they saw the cuffs hanging from the bedposts. It's not the first time they've seen handcuffs after someone popped his carburetor, believe me. There wasn't a single one of those cops, state or local, who wanted to see you and your husband turned into a dirty joke as a result of something that was really no more than a grotesque accident." At first I didn't say anything, even to Brandon, about the man I thought I saw, or the footprint, or the pearl earring, or anything else. I was waiting, you see, looking for straws in the wind, I suppose. Jessie looked at that last, shook her head, and began to type again. No, that's bullshit. I was waiting for some cop to come in with a little plastic evidence bag and hand it to me, and ask me to identify the rings. Finger rings, not earrings, inside. We're pretty sure they must be yours, he'd say, because they have your initials and those of your husband engraved inside them, and also because we found them on the floor of your husband's study. I kept waiting for that, because when they showed me my rings, I'd know for sure that Little Nell's midnight caller had just been a figment of Little Nell's imagination. I waited and waited, but it didn't happen. Finally, just before the first operation on my hand, I told Brandon about how I'd had the idea that I might not have been alone in the house, at least not all the time. I told him it could have been just my imagination. That was certainly a possibility, but it had seemed very real at the time. I didn't say anything about my own missing rings, but I talked a lot about the footprint and the pearl earring. About the earring, I think it would be fair to say I babbled, and I think I know why. It had to stand for everything I didn't dare to talk about, even to Brandon. Do you understand? And all the time I was telling him, I kept saying stuff like, "Then I thought I saw, and I felt almost sure that..." I had to tell him, had to tell someone, because the fear was eating me from the inside out like acid. But I tried to show him in every way I could that I wasn't mistaking subjective feelings for objective reality. Above all, I tried to keep him from seeing how scared I still was, because I didn't want him to think I was crazy. I didn't care if he thought I was a little hysterical. That was a price I was willing to pay, to keep him from getting stuck with another nasty secret like the one about what my father did to me on the day of the eclipse. But I desperately didn't want him to think I was crazy. I didn't want him to even speculate on the possibility. Brandon took my hand and patted it and told me he could understand such an idea. He said that under the circumstances it was probably tame. Then he added that the important thing to remember was that it was no more real than the shower Gerald and I took after our athletic bump and bruise romp on the bed sex. The police had gone over the house, and if there had been someone else in there, they almost certainly would have found evidence of him. The fact that the house had undergone a big end-of-summer cleaning not long before made that even more likely. Maybe they did find evidence of him, I said. Maybe some cop stuck that earring in his own pocket. There are plenty of light-fingered cops in the world, granted, he said, but it's hard for me to believe that even a stupid one would risk his career for an orphan earring. It would be easier for me to believe that this guy you thought was in the house with you came back later and got it himself. Yes, I said. That's possible, isn't it? He started to shake his head, then shrugged instead. Anything is possible, and that includes either cupidity or human error on the part of the investigating officers, but... He paused, then took my left hand and gave me what I think of as Brandon's Dutch uncle expression. A lot of your thinking is based on the idea those investigating officers gave the house a lick and a promise and called it good. That wasn't the case. If there had been a third party in there, it's odds on that the police would have found evidence of him. And if they'd found evidence of a third party, I'd know. Why? I asked. Because something like that could put you in a very nasty situation. The kind of situation where the police stop being nice guys and start reading you the Miranda warning. I don't understand what you're talking about, I said. But I was beginning to, Ruth. Yes, indeed. Gerald was something of an insurance freak, and I had been informed by agents of 3 different carriers that I was going to spend my period of official mourning, and quite a few years after, in comfortable circumstances. John Harrelson in Augusta did a very thorough, very careful autopsy on your husband, Brandon said. According to his report, Gerald died of what MEs call a pure heart attack, meaning one uncomplicated by food poisoning, undue exertion, or gross physical trauma. He clearly meant to go on. He was in what I've come to think of as Brandon's teaching mode. But he saw something on my face that stopped him. "Jessie, what's wrong?" "Nothing," I said. "Yes, there is. You look terrible." "Is it a cramp?" I finally managed to persuade him that I was okay, and by then I almost was. "I imagine you know what I was thinking about, Ruth, since I mentioned it earlier in this letter. The double kick I gave Gerald when he wouldn't do the right thing and let me up. One in the gut, one smack in the family jewels. I was thinking how lucky it was I'd said the sex was rough. It explained the bruises. I have an idea that the bruises were light anyway, because the heart attack came right on the heels of the kicks, and the heart attack stopped the bruising process almost before it could get started. That leads to another question, of course. Did I cause the heart attack by kicking him? None of the medical books I've looked at answer that question conclusively, but let's get real. I probably helped him along. Still, I refuse to take the whole rap, goddammit. He was overweight, he drank too much, and he smoked like a fucking chimney. The heart attack was coming. If it hadn't been that day, it would have been the next week or the next month. The devil only plays his fiddle for you so long, Ruth. I believe that. If you don't, I cordially invite you to fold it small and stuff it where the sun doesn't shine. I happen to think I've earned the right to believe what I want to believe, at least in this matter. Especially in this matter. If I look like I swallowed a doorknob, I told Brandon, it's because I'm trying to get used to the idea that someone thinks I killed Gerald to collect his life insurance. He shook his head some more, looking at me earnestly all the while. They don't think that at all. Harrelson says Gerald had a heart attack which may have been precipitated by sexual excitement. And the state police accept that because John Harrelson is the best in the business. At most, there may be a few cynics who think you played Salome and led him on deliberately. Do you? I asked. I thought I might shock him with such directness, and part of me was curious as to what a shocked Brandon Milleran might look like. But I should have known better. He only smiled. Do I think you'd have imagination enough to see a chance of blowing Gerald's thermostat, but not enough to see you might end up dying in handcuffs yourself as a result? No. For whatever it's worth, Jess, I think it went down just the way you told me it did. Can I be honest? It was my turn to smile. I wouldn't want you to be anything else. All right. I worked with Gerald, and I got along with him. But there were plenty of people in the firm who didn't. He was the world's biggest control freak. It doesn't surprise me a bit that the idea of having sex with a woman handcuffed to the bed lit up all his dials. I took a quick look at him when he said that. It was night, only the light at the head of my bed was on, and he was sitting in shadow from the shoulders up. But I'm pretty sure that Brandon Milleran, young legal shark about town, was blushing. If I've offended you, I'm sorry, he said, sounding unexpectedly awkward. I almost laughed. It would have been unkind, but just then he sounded about 18 years old and fresh out of prep school. You haven't offended me, Brandon, I said. Good. That takes care of me. But it's still the job of the police to at least entertain the possibility of foul play, to consider the idea that you could have gone a step further than just hoping your husband might have had what is known in the trade as a horny coronary. I didn't have the slightest idea he had a heart problem, I said. Apparently the insurance companies didn't either. If they'd known, they never would have written those policies, would they? Insurance companies will insure anyone who's willing to pay enough freight, he said. And Gerald's insurance agents didn't see him chain-smoking and belting back the booze. You did. All protests aside, you must have known he was a heart attack looking for a place to happen. The cops know it, too. So they say, suppose she invited a friend down to the lake house and didn't tell her husband. And suppose this friend just happened to jump out of the closet and yell booga booga at exactly the right time for her and exactly the wrong time for her old man. If the cops had any evidence that something like that might have happened, you'd be in deep shit, Jesse. Because under certain select circumstances, a hearty cry of booga booga can be seen as an act of first-degree murder. The fact that you spent going on 2 days in handcuffs and had to half-skin yourself to get free mitigates strongly against the idea of an accomplice. But in another way, the very fact of the handcuffs makes an accomplice seem plausible to, well, to a certain type of police mind, let's say. I stared at him, fascinated. I felt like a woman who's just realized she's been square dancing on the edge of an abyss. Up until then, looking at the shadowy plains and the curves of Brandon's face, beyond the circle of light thrown by the bed lamp, the idea of the police thinking I might have murdered Gerald had only crossed my mind a couple of times, as a kind of grisly joke. Thank God I never joked about it with the cops, Ruth. Brandon said, do you understand why it might be wiser not to mention this idea of an intruder in the house? Yes, I said. Better to let sleeping dogs lie, right? As soon as I said it, I had an image of that goddamn mutt dragging Gerald across the floor by his upper arm. I could see the flap of skin that had come free and was lying across the dog's snout. They ran the poor damn thing down a couple of days later, by the way. It had made a little den for itself under the Laglands boathouse, about a half-mile up the shore. It had taken a pretty good piece of Gerald there, so it must have come back at least one more time after I scared it away with the Mercedes lights and horn. They shot it. It was wearing a bronze tag. Not a regulation dog tag, so that animal control could trace the owner and give him hell, more's the pity, with the name Prince on it. Prince. Can you imagine? When Constable Harrington came and told me they'd killed it, I was glad. I didn't blame it for what it did. It wasn't in much better shape than I was, Ruth. But I was glad then, and I'm still glad. Oh, that's off the subject, though. I was telling you about the conversation I had with Brandon after I'd told him there might have been a stranger in the house. He agreed, and most emphatically, that it would be better to let sleeping dogs lie. It was a great relief just to have told one person. But I still wasn't quite ready to let it go. The convincer was the phone, I told him. When I got out of the handcuffs and tried it, it was as dead as Abe Lincoln. As soon as I realized that, I became sure I was right. There had been a guy, and at some point he'd cut the telephone line coming in from the road. That's what really got my ass out the door and into the Mercedes. You don't know what scare it is, Brandon, until you suddenly realize you're out in the middle of the woods with an uninvited house guest. He was smiling, but it was a less winning smile that time, I'm afraid. It was the kind of smile men always seem to get on their faces when they're thinking about how silly women are, and how it should really be against the law to let them out without keepers. You came to the conclusion that the line was cut after checking one phone, the one in the bedroom, and finding it dead, right? That wasn't exactly what happened, and it wasn't exactly what I thought, but I nodded, partly because it seemed easier, but mostly because it doesn't do much good to talk to a man when he gets that particular expression on his face. It's the one that says, women, can't live with 'em, can't shoot 'em. Unless you've changed completely, Ruth, I'm sure you know the one I'm talking about. And I'm sure you'll understand when I say that all I really wanted at that point was for the entire conversation to be over. It was unplugged, that's all, Brandon said. By then he was sounding like Mr. Rogers, explaining that sometimes it surely does seem like there's a monster under the bed, but there's really not. Gerald pulled the T-connector out of the wall. He probably didn't want his afternoon off, not to mention his little bondage fantasy, interrupted by calls from the office. He'd also pulled the plug on the one in the front hall, but the one in the living room was plugged in and working just fine. I have all this from the police reports. The light dawned then, Ruth. I suddenly understood that all of them, all the men investigating what happened out at the lake, had made certain assumptions about how I'd handled the situation and why I'd done the things I'd done. Most of them worked in my favor, and that certainly simplified things. But there was still something both infuriating and a little spooky in the realization that they drew most of their conclusions not from what I'd said, or from any evidence they'd found in the house, but only from the fact that I'm a woman, and women can be expected to behave in certain predictable ways. When you look at it that way, there's no difference at all between Brandon Milleran in his natty three-piece suits and old Constable Harrington in his satchel-seat blue jeans and red firehouse suspenders. Men still think the same things about us they have always thought, Ruth. I'm sure of it. A lot of them have learned to say the right things at the right times. But as my mother used to say, even a cannibal can learn to recite the Apostles' Creed. And you know what? Brandon Milleran admires me. And he admires the way I handled myself after Gerald dropped dead. Yes, he does. I've seen it on his face time after time, and if he drops by this evening, as he usually does, I am confident I will see it there again. Brandon thinks I did a damn good job, a damn brave job, for a woman. In fact, I think that by the time we had our first conversation about my hypothetical visitor, he had sort of decided I'd behave the way he would have in a similar situation. If, that is, he'd had to deal with a high fever at the same time he was trying to deal with everything else. I have an idea that's how most men believe most women think. Like lawyers with malaria. It would certainly explain a lot of their behavior, wouldn't it? I'm talking about condescension. A man versus woman thing. But I'm talking about something a hell of a lot bigger and a hell of a lot more frightening as well. He didn't understand, you see. And that has nothing to do with any difference between the sexes. That's the curse of being human, and the surest proof that all of us are really alone. Terrible things happened in that house, Ruth. I didn't know just how terrible until later. And he didn't understand that. I told him the things I did in order to keep that terror from eating me alive, and he nodded and he smiled and he sympathized, and I think it ended up doing me some good. But he was the best of them, and he never got within shouting distance of the truth, of how the terror just seemed to keep on growing until it became this big, black, haunted house inside my head. It's still there, too, standing with its door open, inviting me to come back inside any time I want. And I never do want to go back. But sometimes I find myself going back anyway. And the minute I step inside, the door slams shut behind me and locks itself. Well, never mind. I suppose it should have relieved me to know my intuition about the telephone lines was wrong. But it didn't. Because there was a part of my mind which believed, and believes still, that the bedroom telephone wouldn't have worked even if I had crawled behind that chair and plugged it in again. That maybe the one in the living room was working later, but it sure as hell wasn't working then. That it was get the hell away from the house in the Mercedes, or die at the hands of that creature. Brandon leaned forward until the light at the head of the bed shone full on his face, and he said, "There was no man in the house, Jessie. And the best thing you can do with the idea is let it drop." I almost told him about my missing rings then, but I was tired, and in a lot of pain, and in the end I didn't. I lay awake for a long time after he left. Not even a pain pill would put me to sleep that night. I thought about the skin graft operation that was coming up the next day, but probably not as much as you might think. Mostly I was thinking about my rings, and the footprint nobody saw but me, and whether or not it, might have come back to put things right. And what I decided just before I finally dropped off was that there had never been a footprint or a pearl earring. That some cop had spotted my rings lying on the study floor beside the bookcase and just took them. They're probably in the window of some Lewiston hock shop right now, I thought. Maybe the idea should have made me angry, but it didn't. It made me feel the way I did when I woke up behind the wheel of the Mercedes that morning, filled with an incredible sense of peace and well-being. No stranger. No stranger. No stranger anywhere. Just a cop with light fingers taking one quick look over his shoulder to make sure the coast is clear, and then whoop-zoop into the pocket. As for the rings themselves, I didn't care what happened to them then, and I don't now. I've come more and more to believe in these last few months that the only reason a man sticks a ring on your finger is because the law no longer allows him to put one through your nose. Never mind, though. The morning has become the afternoon. The afternoon is moving briskly along, and this is not the time to discuss women's issues. This is the time to talk about Raymond Andrew Joubert. Jessie sat back in her chair and lit another cigarette, absently aware that the tip of her tongue was stinging from tobacco overload, that her head ached, and that her kidneys were protesting this marathon session in front of the Mac, protesting vigorously. The house was deathly silent, the sort of silence that could only mean that tough little Megan Landis had taken herself off to the supermarket and the dry cleaners. Jessie was amazed that Meggie had left without making at least one more effort to separate her from the computer screen. Then she guessed the housekeeper had known it would be a wasted effort. Best to let her get it out of her system, whatever it is, Meggie would have thought. And it was only a job to her, after all. This last thought sent a little pang through Jessie's heart. A board creaked upstairs. Jessie's cigarette stopped an inch shy of her lips. "He's back!" Goody shrieked. "Oh, Jessie, he's back!" Except he wasn't. Her eyes drifted to the narrow face looking up at her from the clusters of newsprint dots, and she thought, "I know exactly where you are, you whore dog. Don't I?" She did, but part of her mind went on insisting it was him just the same. No, not him. It. The space cowboy, the specter of love, back again for a return engagement. It had only been waiting for the house to be empty, and if she picked up the phone on the corner of the desk, she would find it stone dead, just as all the phones in the house by the lake had been stone dead that night. "Your friend Brandon can smile all he wants, but we know the truth, don't we, Jessie?" She suddenly shot out her good hand, snatched the telephone handset from the cradle and brought it to her ear, heard the reassuring buzz of the dial tone, put it back again. An odd, sunless smile played about the corners of her mouth. "Yes, I know exactly where you are, motherfucker. Whatever Goody and the rest of the voices may think, Pumpkin and I know you're wearing an orange jumpsuit and sitting in a county jail cell. The one at the far end of the old wing," Brandon said, "so the other inmates can't get to you and fuck you up before the state hauls you in front of a jury of your peers. If a thing like you has any peers, we may not be entirely free of you yet, but we will be. I promise you, we will be." Her eyes drifted back to the VDT, and although the vague sleepiness brought on by the combination of the pill and the sandwich had long since dissipated, she felt a bone-deep weariness and a complete lack of belief in her ability to finish what she had started. "This is the time to talk about Raymond Andrew Joubert," she had written. But was it? Could she? She was so tired. Of course she was. She had been pushing that goddamn cursor across the VDT screen almost all day.
Pushing the envelope, they called it. And if you pushed the envelope long enough and hard enough, you tore it wide open. Maybe it would be best to just go upstairs and take a nap. Better late than never and all that shit. She could file this to memory, retrieve it tomorrow morning, go back to work on it then. Pumpkin's voice stopped her. This voice came only infrequently now, and Jessie listened very carefully to it when it did. If you decide to stop now, Jessie, don't bother to file the document. Just delete it. We both know you'll never have the guts to face Joubert again. Not the way a person has to face a thing she's writing about. Sometimes it takes heart to write about a thing, doesn't it? To let that thing out of the room way in the back of your mind and pull it up there on the screen. Yes, she murmured. A yard of heart. Maybe more. She dragged at her cigarette, then snuffed it out, half-smoked. She riffled through the clippings a final time, and looked out at the window at the slope of Eastern Prom. The snow had long since stopped, and the sun was shining brightly, although it wouldn't be for much longer. February days in Maine are thankless, miserly things. What do you say, Pumpkin? Jessie asked the empty room. She spoke in the haughty Elizabeth Taylor voice she had favored as a child, the one that had driven her mother completely bonkers. Shall we carry on, my dear? There was no answer, but Jessie didn't need one. She leaned forward in her chair and set the cursor in motion once more. She didn't stop again for a long time, not even to light a cigarette. This is the time to talk about Raymond Andrew Joubert. It won't be easy, but I'm going to do my best. So pour yourself another cup of coffee, dear, and if you've got a bottle of brandy handy, you may want to doctor it up a bit. Here comes part 3. I have all the newspaper clippings beside me on the desk, and if I get up nerve enough to actually send this letter, I'm starting to think I might. I'll include Xeroxes of them. But the articles and the news items don't tell all I know, let alone all there is to know. I doubt if anyone has the slightest idea of all the things Joubert did, including Joubert himself, I imagine, and that's probably a blessing. The stuff the papers could only hint at, and the stuff that didn't make them at all, is real nightmare fodder, and I wouldn't want to know all of it. Most of the stuff that isn't in the papers came to me during the last week, courtesy of a strangely quiet, strangely chastened Brandon Millerin. I'd asked him to come over as soon as the connections between Joubert's story and my own had become too obvious to ignore. You think this was the guy, don't you? He asked. The one who was in the house with you. Brandon, I said. I know it's the guy. He sighed, looked down at his hands for a minute, then looked up at me again. We were in this very room. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and there were no shadows to hide his face that time. I owe you an apology, he said. I didn't believe you then. I know, I said as kindly as I could. But I do now, dear God. How much do you want to know, Jess? I took a deep breath and said, everything you can find out. He wanted to know why. I mean, if you say it's your business and I should butt out, I guess I'll have to accept that. But you're asking me to reopen a matter the firm considers closed. If someone who knows I was watching out for you last fall notices me sniffing around Joubert this winter, it's not impossible that you could get in trouble, I said. It was something I hadn't considered. Yes, he said. But I'm not terribly concerned about that. I'm a big boy and I can take care of myself. At least I think I can. I'm a lot more concerned about you, Jess. You could wind up on the front page again, after all our work to get you off it as quickly and as painlessly as possible. Even that's not the major thing. It's miles from the major thing.
This is the nastiest criminal case to break in northern New England since World War II. I mean, some of this stuff is so gruesome it's radioactive. And you shouldn't plink yourself down in the fallout zone without a damned good reason. He laughed, a little nervously. Hell, I shouldn't plink myself down there without a damned good reason. I got up, walked across to him, and took one of his hands with my left hand. I couldn't explain in a million years why, I said, but I think I can tell you what. Will that do, at least for a start? He folded his hand gently over mine and nodded his head. There are 3 things, I said. First, I need to know he's real. Second, I need to know the things he did are real. Third, I need to know I'll never wake up again with him standing in my bedroom. That brought it all back, Ruth, and I began to cry. There was nothing tricky or calculating about those tears. They just came. Nothing I could have done would have stopped them. Please help me, Brandon, I said. Every time I turn off the light, he's standing across from me in the dark. And I'm so afraid that unless I can turn a spotlight on him, that's going to go on forever. There isn't anybody else I can ask, and I have to know. Please help me. He let go of my hand, produced a handkerchief from somewhere inside that day's screamingly neat lawyer suit, and wiped my face with it. He did it as gently as my mom used to when I came into the kitchen bawling my head off because I'd skinned my knee. That was back in the early years, before I'd turned into the family's squeaky wheel, you understand. All right, he said at last. I'll find out everything I can, and I'll pass it all on to you. Unless and until you tell me to stop, that is. But I have a feeling you better fasten your seatbelt. He found out quite a lot, and now I'm going to pass it on to you, Ruth. But fair warning. He was right about the seatbelt. If you decide to skip some of the next few pages, I'll understand. I wish I could skip writing them, but I have an idea that's also part of the therapy. The final part, I hope. This section of the story, what I suppose I could call Brandon's tale, starts back in 1984 or 1985. That was when cases of graveyard vandalism started popping up in the Lakes District of western Maine. There were similar cases reported in half a dozen small towns across the state line and into New Hampshire. Stuff like tombstone tipping, spray paint graffiti, and stealing commemorative flags is pretty common stuff out in the willywags, and of course there's always a bunch of smashed pumpkins to swamp out of the local boneyard on November 1st. But these crimes went a lot further than pranks or petty theft. Desecration was the word Brandon used when he brought me his first report late last week, and that word had started showing up on most of the police crime report forms by 1988. The crimes themselves seemed abnormal to the people who discovered them and to those who investigated them, but the modus operandi was sane enough, carefully organized and focused. Someone, possibly 2 or 3 someones, but more likely a single person, was breaking into the crypts and mausoleums of small-town cemeteries with the efficiency of a good burglar breaking into a house or store. He was apparently arriving at these jobs equipped with drills, a bolt cutter, heavy-duty hacksaws, and probably a winch. Brandon says a lot of 4-wheel drive vehicles come equipped with them these days. The breaks were always aimed at the crypts and mausoleums, never at individual graves, and almost all of them came in winter, when the ground is too hard to dig in, and the bodies have to be stored until the deep frost lets go. Once the perpetrator gained entry, he used the bolt cutter and power drill to open the coffins. He systematically stripped the corpses of any jewelry they might have been wearing when they were interred. He used pliers to pull gold teeth and teeth with gold fillings. Those acts are despicable, but at least they're understandable. Robbery was only where this guy got started, though. He gouged out eyes, tore off ears, cut dead throats. In February of 1989, 2 corpses in the Chilton Remembrance Cemetery were found without noses, He apparently knocked them off with a hammer and a chisel. The officer who caught that one told Brandon, "It would have been easy. It was like a deep freeze in there, and they probably broke off like popsicles." The real question is, what does a guy do with 2 frozen noses once he has them? Does he put them on his keychain? Maybe sprinkle them with nacho cheese and then zap them in the microwave? What? Almost all the desecrated corpses were found minus feet and hands, sometimes also arms and legs, and in several cases the man doing this also took heads and sex organs. Forensic evidence suggests he used an axe and a butcher knife for the gross work, and a variety of scalpels for the finer stuff. He wasn't bad, either. A talented amateur, one of the Chamberlain County deputies told Brandon. I wouldn't want him working on my gallbladder, but I guess I'd trust him to take a mole off my arm. If he was full of halcyon or Prozac, that is. In a few cases, he opened up the bodies and/or skull cases and filled them with animal excrement. What the police saw more frequently were cases of sexual desecration. He was an equal opportunity kind of guy when it came to stealing gold teeth, jewelry, and limbs, but when it came to taking sexual equipment and having sex with the dead, he stuck strictly to the gentleman. This may have been extremely lucky for me. I learned a lot about the way rural police departments work during the month or so following my escape from our house by the lake, but that's nothing compared to what I've learned in the last week or so. One of the most surprising things is how discreet and tactful small-town cops can be. I guess when you know everybody in the area you patrol by their first names, and are related to a good many of them, discretion becomes almost as natural as breathing. The way they handled my case is one example of this strange, sophisticated discretion. The way they handled Joubert's is another. The investigation went on for 7 years, remember, and a lot of people were in on it before it ended. 2 state police departments, 4 county sheriffs, 31 deputies, and God knows how many local cops and constables. It was right there at the front of their open files, and by 1989 they even had a name for him, Rudolph, as in Valentino. They talked about Rudolph when they were in district court, waiting to testify on their other cases. They compared notes on Rudolph at law enforcement seminars in Augusta and Derry and Waterville. They batted him around on their coffee breaks, and we took him home, one of the cops told Brandon. The same guy who told him about the noses, as a matter of fact. You bet we did. Guys like us always take guys like Rudolph home. You catch up on the latest details at backyard barbecues. Maybe bat it around with a buddy from another department while you're watching your kids play Little League ball. Because you never know when you're going to put something together in a new way and hit the jackpot. But here's the really amazing part. And you're probably way ahead of me, if you're not in the bathroom tossing your cookies, that is. For all those years, all those cops knew they had a real live monster. A ghoul, in fact, running around the western part of the state. And the story never surfaced in the press until Joubert was caught. In a way, I find that weird and a little spooky. But in a much larger way, I find it wonderful. I guess the law enforcement battle isn't going so well in a lot of the big cities, but out here in East Overshoe, whatever they're doing still seems to work just fine. Of course, you could argue that there's plenty of room for improvement when it takes 7 years to catch a nut like Joubert, but Brandon clarified that for me in a hurry. He explained that the perp, they really do use that word, was operating exclusively in one-horse towns where budget shortfalls have forced the cops to deal only with the most serious and immediate problems, which means crimes against the living rather than the dead. The cops say there are at least 2 hot car rings and 4 chop shops operating in the western half of the state, and those are only the ones they know about. Then there's the murderers, the wife-beaters, the robbers, the speeders, and the drunks. Above all, there's the old dopola. It gets bought, it gets sold, it gets grown, and people keep hurting or killing each other over it. According to Brandon, the police chief over in Norway won't even use the word cocaine anymore. He calls it powdered shithead, and in his written reports he calls it powdered S-D. I got the point he was trying to make.
When you're a small-town cop trying to ride herd on the whole freak show, in a 4-year-old Plymouth Cruiser that feels like it's going to fall apart every time you push it over 70, your job gets prioritized in a hurry, and a guy who likes to play with dead people is a long way from the top of the list. I listened to all this carefully, and I agreed. But not all the way. Some of it feels true, but some of it feels a little self-serving, I said. I mean, the stuff Joubert was doing, well, it went a little further than just playing with dead people, didn't it? Or am I wrong? You're not wrong at all, he said. What neither of us wanted to come right out and say was that for 7 years this aberrant soul had gone flitting from town to town, getting blowjobs from the dead, and to me, putting a stop to that seemed quite a bit more important than nabbing teenage girls who'd been shoplifting cosmetics at a local drugstore, or finding out who's been growing goofy weed in the woodlot behind the Baptist church. But the important thing is that no one forgot him, and everyone kept comparing notes. A perp like Rudolph makes cops uneasy for all kinds of reasons, but the major one is that a guy crazy enough to do things like that to dead people might be crazy enough to try doing them to ones that are still alive. Not that you live very long after Rudolph decided to split your head open with his trusty axe. The police were also troubled by the missing limbs. What were those for? Brandon says an uncredited memo saying, "Maybe Rudolph the Lover is really Hannibal the Cannibal," circulated briefly in the Oxford County Sheriff's Office. It was destroyed not because the idea was regarded as a sick joke. It wasn't. But because the sheriff was afraid it might leak to the press. Whenever one of the local law enforcement agencies could afford the men and the time, they'd stake out some boneyard or other. There are a lot of them in western Maine, and I guess it had almost become kind of a hobby to some of these guys by the time the case finally broke. The theory was just that if you keep shooting the dice long enough, you're bound to roll your point sooner or later, and that, essentially, is what finally happened. Early last week, actually about 10 days ago now, Castle County Sheriff Norris Ridgwick and one of his deputies were parked in the doorway of an abandoned barn close to Homeland Cemetery. This is on a secondary road that runs by the back gate. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and they were just getting ready to pack it in for the night when the deputy, John LaPointe, heard a motor. They never saw the van until it was actually pulling up to the gate, because it was a snowy night and the guy's headlights weren't on. Deputy LaPointe wanted to take the guy as soon as they saw him get out of the van and go to work on the wrought iron cemetery gate with a spreader, but the sheriff restrained him. "Ridgwick's a funny-looking duck," Brandon said, "but he knows the value of a good bust. He never loses sight of the courtroom in the heat of the moment. He learned from Alan Pangborn, the guy who had the job before him, and that means he learned from the best." 10 minutes after the van went in through the gate, Ridgwick and LaPointe followed with their own headlights out, and their unit just barely creeping along through the snow. They followed the van's tracks until they were pretty sure where the guy was going, the town crypt set into the side of the hill. Both of them were thinking Rudolph, but neither one of them said so out loud. LaPointe said it would have been like jinxing a guy who's throwing a no-hitter. Ridgwick told his deputy to stop the cruiser just around the side of the hill from the crypt. Said he wanted to give the guy all the rope he needed to hang himself. As it turned out, Rudolph ended up with enough to hang himself from the moon. When Ridgwick and LaPointe finally moved in with their guns drawn and their flashlights on, they caught Raymond Andrew Joubert half in and half out of an open coffin. He had his axe in one hand, his cock in the other, and LaPointe said he looked ready to do business with either one. I guess Joubert scared the hell out of them both when they first saw him in their light, and I'm not a bit surprised, although I flatter myself that I can imagine better than most what it must have been like, coming on a creature like him in a cemetery crypt at 2 in the morning. All other circumstances aside, Joubert suffers from acromegaly, a progressive enlargement of the hands, feet, and face that happens when the pituitary gland goes into warp drive. It's what caused his forehead to bulge the way it does, and his lips to pooch out. He also has abnormally long arms. They dangle all the way down to his knees.
There was a big fire in Castle Rock about a year ago. It burned most of the downtown. And these days the sheriff jugs most serious offenders in Chamberlain or Norway. But neither Sheriff Ridgwick nor Deputy Lapointe wanted to make the trip over snowy roads at 3 a.m, so they took him back to the renovated shed they're using as a cop shop these days. They claimed it was the late hour and the snowy roads, Brandon said. But I have an idea there was a little more to it than that. I don't think Sheriff Ridgwick wanted to turn over the piñata to anyone else until he'd taken at least one good crack at it himself. Anyway, Joubert was no trouble. He sat in the back of the cruiser, apparently happy as a clam at high tide, looking like something that had escaped from an episode of Tales from the Crypt. And both of them swear this is true, singing Happy Together, that old Turtles tune. Ridgwick radioed ahead for a couple of temp deputies to meet them. He made sure Joubert was locked up tight, and the deputies were armed with shotguns and plenty of fresh coffee before he and Lapointe left again. They drove back to Homeland for the van. Ridgwick put on gloves, sat on one of those green plastic hefty bags the cops like to call evidence blankets when they use them on a case, and ran the vehicle back to town. He drove with all the windows open, and said the van still stank like a butcher's shop after a 6-day power failure. Ridgwick got his first good look into the back of the van when he got it under the arc lights of the town garage. There were several rotting limbs in the storage compartments running along the sides. There was also a wicker box, much smaller than the one I saw, and a craftsman tool case full of burglar's tools. When Ridgwick opened the wicker box, he found 6 penises strung on a length of jute twine. He said he knew it for what it was at once, a necklace. Joubert later admitted he often wore it when he went out on his graveyard expeditions, and stated his belief that if he'd been wearing it on his last trip, he never would have been caught. "It brung me a power of good luck," he said. And considering how long it took to catch him, Ruth, I think you'd have to say he had a point. The worst thing, however, was the sandwich lying on the passenger seat. The thing poking out from between the 2 slices of Wonder Bread was pretty clearly a human tongue. It had been slathered with that bright yellow mustard kids like. Ridgwick managed to get out of the van before he threw up, Brandon said. Good thing. The state police would have torn him a new asshole if he'd puked on the evidence. On the other hand, I'd have wanted him removed from his job for psychological reasons if he hadn't thrown up. They moved Joubert over to Chamberlain shortly after sunrise. While Ridgwick was turned around in the front seat of the cruiser, reading Joubert his rights through the mesh, it was the 2nd or 3rd time he'd done it. Ridgwick is apparently nothing if not methodical. Joubert interrupted to say he might have done something bad to Daddy Mummy. Awful sorry. They had by that time established from documents in Joubert's wallet that he was living in Motton, a farming town just across the river from Chamberlain. And as soon as Joubert was safely locked up in his new quarters, Ridgwick informed officers from both Chamberlain and Motton what Joubert had told them. On the way back to Castle Rock, Lapointe asked Ridgwick what he thought the cops headed for Joubert's house might find. Ridgwick said, "I don't know, but I hope they remembered to take their gas masks." A version of what they found and the conclusions they drew came out in the papers over the following days, growing as it did, of course. But the state police and the Maine Attorney General's office had a pretty good picture of what had been going on in the farmhouse on Kingston Road by the time the sun went down on Joubert's first day behind bars. The couple Joubert called his daddy mummy, actually his stepmother and her common-law husband, were dead all right. They'd been dead for months, although Joubert continued to speak as if the something bad had happened only days or hours ago. He had scalped them both and eaten most of Daddy. There were body parts strewn all over the house, some rotting and maggoty in spite of the cold weather, others carefully cured and preserved. Most of the cured parts were male sex organs. On a shelf by the cellar stairs, the police found about 50 ball jars containing eyes, lips, fingers, toes, and testicles. Joubert was quite the home canner. The house was also filled, and I do mean filled, with stolen goods, mostly from summer camps and cottages. Joubert calls them my things. Appliances, tools, gardening equipment, and enough lingerie to stock a Victoria's Secret boutique. He apparently liked to wear it. The police are still trying to sort out the body parts that came from Joubert's grave-robbing expeditions from those that came from his other activities. They believe he may have killed as many as 12 people over the last 5 years, all hitchhiking drifters he picked up in his van. The total may go higher, Brandon says, but the forensic work is very slow. Joubert himself is no help, not because he won't talk, but because he talks too much. According to Brandon, he's confessed to over 300 crimes already, including the assassination of George Bush. He seems to believe Bush is actually Dana Carvey, the guy who plays the church lady on Saturday Night Live. He's been in and out of various mental institutions since the age of 15, when he was arrested for engaging in unlawful sexual congress with his cousin. The cousin in question was 2 at the time. He was a victim of sex abuse himself, of course. His father, his stepfather, and his stepmother all apparently had a go at him. What is it they used to say? The family that plays together stays together? He was sent to Gage Point, a sort of combination detox, halfway house, and mental institution for adolescents in Hancock County, on a charge of gross sexual abuse, and released as cured 4 years later at the age of 19. This was in 1973. He spent the second half of 1975 and most of 1976 at AMHI in Augusta. This was as a result of Joubert's fun with animals period. I know I probably shouldn't be joking about these things, Ruth. You'll think I'm horrible. But in truth, I don't know what else to do. I sometimes feel that if I don't joke, I'll start to cry, and that if I start to cry, I won't be able to stop. He was sticking cats in trash barrels and then blowing them to pieces with the big firecrackers they call can crushers. That's what he was doing. And every now and then, presumably when he needed a break in the old routine, he would nail a small dog to a tree. In '79, he was sent away to Juniper Hill for raping and blinding a 6-year-old boy. This time it was supposed to be for good. But when it comes to politics and state-run institutions, especially state-run mental institutions, I think it's fair to say that nothing is forever. He was released from Juniper Hill in 1984, once more adjudged cured. Brandon feels, and so do I, that this second cure had more to do with cuts in the state's mental health budget than with any miracle of modern science or psychiatry. At any rate, Joubert returned to Motton to live with his stepmother and her common law, and the state forgot about him. Except to issue him a driver's license, that is. He took a road test and got a perfectly legal one. In some ways, I find this the most amazing fact of all. And at some point in late 1984 or early 1985, he started using it to tour the local cemeteries. He was a busy boy. In the winter, he had his crypts and mausoleums. In the fall and spring, he broke into seasonal camps and homes all over western Maine, taking anything that struck his fancy. My things, you know. He apparently had a great fondness for framed photographs. They found 4 trunks of them in the attic of the house on Kingston Road. Brandon says they are still counting, but that the total number will probably be over 700. It's impossible to say to what extent Daddy Mummy participated in what was going on before Joubert did away with him. It must have been a lot, because Joubert hadn't made the slightest effort to hide what he was doing. As for the neighbors, their motto seems to be, they paid their bills and kept to themselves. Wasn't nothing to us. It's got a gruesome kind of perfection to it, wouldn't you say? New England Gothic by way of the Journal of Aberrant Psychiatry. They found another, bigger wicker box in the cellar. Brandon got Xeroxes of the police photos documenting this particular find, but he was hesitant about showing them to me at first. Well, that's actually a little too mild. It was the one and only place where he gave in to the temptation all men seem to feel. You know the one I mean, to play John Wayne.
Come on, little lady. Just wait until we go by all them dead Injuns and keep looking off into the desert. I'll tell you when we're past. I'm willing to accept that Joubert was probably in the house with you, he said. I'd have to be a goddamn ostrich with my head stuck in the sand not to at least entertain the idea. Everything fits. But answer me this. Why are you going on with it, Jessie? What possible good can it do? I didn't know how to answer that, Ruth, but I did know one thing. There was nothing I could do that would make things any worse than they already were. So I hung tough until Brandon realized the little lady wasn't going to get back into the stagecoach until she had gotten her look at the dead Injuns. So I saw the pictures. The one I looked at the longest had a little sign saying State Police Exhibit 217 propped up in the corner. Looking at it was like looking at a videotape someone has somehow made of your worst nightmare. The photo showed a square wicker basket standing open so the photographer could shoot the contents, which happened to be heaps of bones with a wild collection of jewelry mixed in, some trumpery, some valuable, some stolen from summer homes, and some doubtless stripped from the cold hands of corpses kept in small-town cold storage. I looked at that picture, so glaring and somehow bald, as police evidence photographs always are, and I was back in the lake house again. It happened right away, with no lag whatsoever. Not remembering, do you understand? I'm there, handcuffed and helpless, watching the shadows fly across his grinning face, hearing myself tell him that he is scaring me. And then he bends over to get the box, those feverish eyes never leaving my face, and I see him. I see it, reaching in with its twisted, misshapen hand. I see that hand starting to stir up the bones and jewels, and I hear the sounds they make, like dirty castanets. And do you know what haunts me most of all? I thought it was my father, that it was my daddy, come back from the dead to do what he'd wanted to do before. Go ahead, I told him. Go ahead, but promise you'll unlock me and let me out afterward. Just promise me that. I think I would have said the same if I'd known who he really was, Ruth. Think? I know I would have said the same. Do you understand? I would have let him put his cock, the cock he stuck down the rotting throats of dead men, into me, if only he would have promised me I didn't have to die the dog's death of muscle cramps and convulsions that was waiting for me. If only he would have promised to set me free. Jessie stopped for a moment, breathing so hard and fast she was almost panting. She looked at the words on the screen, the unbelievable, unspeakable admission on the screen, and felt a sudden strong urge to delete them. But not because she was ashamed for Ruth to read them. She was, but that wasn't it. What she didn't want to do was deal with them, and she supposed that if she didn't delete them, she would have to do just that. Words had a way of creating their own imperatives. Not until they're out of your hands, they don't, Jessie thought, and reached out with the black-clad index finger of her right hand. She touched the delete button, stroked it actually, and then drew back. It was the truth, wasn't it? Yes, she said in the same muttery voice she'd used so often during her hours of captivity. Only at least now it wasn't Goody or the mind Ruth she was talking to. She'd gotten back to herself without having to go all the way around Robin Hood's barn to do it. That was maybe progress of a sort. Yes, it's the truth, all right. And nothing but, so help her God. She wouldn't use the delete button on the truth, no matter how nasty some people, including herself as a matter of fact, might find that truth to be. She would let it stand. She might decide not to send the letter after all. Didn't know if it was even fair to send it, to burden a woman she hadn't seen in years with this ration of pain and madness. But she would not delete it, which meant it would be best to finish now, in a rush, before the last of her courage deserted her, and the last of her strength ran out. Jessie leaned forward and began typing again. Brandon said,
There's one thing you're going to have to remember and accept, Jessie. There's no empirical proof. Yes, I know your rings are gone. But about them, you could have been right the first time. Some light-fingered cop could have taken them. What about Exhibit 217, I asked. The wicker box. He shrugged, and I had one of those sudden bursts of understanding the poets call epiphanies. He was holding on to the possibility that the wicker box had just been a coincidence. That wasn't easy, but it was easier than having to accept all the rest. Most of all, the fact that a monster like Joubert could actually touch the life of someone he knew and liked. What I saw in Brandon Milleran's face that day was perfectly simple. He was going to ignore a whole stack of circumstantial evidence and concentrate on the lack of empirical evidence. He intended to believe the whole thing was simply my imagination, seizing on the Joubert case to explain a particularly vivid hallucination I'd had while I was handcuffed to the bed. And that insight was followed by a second one, an even clearer one, that I could do it too. I could come to believe I had been wrong, but if I succeeded in doing that, my life would be ruined. The voices would start to come back, not just yours or Pumpkin's or Nora Callaghan's, but my mother's and my sister's and my brother's, and kids I chummed with in high school, and people I met for 10 minutes in doctors' offices, and God alone knows how many others. I think that most of them would be those scary UFO voices. I couldn't bear that, Ruth, because in the 2 months after my hard time in the house by the lake, I remembered a lot of things I had spent a lot of years repressing. I think the most important of those memories came to the surface between the first operation on my hand and the second, when I was on medication. This is the technical hospital term for stoned out of your gourd, almost all the time. The memory was this. In the 2 years or so between the day of the eclipse and the day of my brother Will's birthday party, the one where he goosed me during the croquet game, I heard all those voices almost constantly. Maybe Will's goosing me acted as some kind of rough, accidental therapy. I suppose it's possible. Don't they say that our ancestors invented cooking after eating what forest fires left behind? Although if some serendipitous therapy took place that day, I have an idea that it didn't come when Will goosed me, but when I hauled off and pounded him one in the mouth for doing it. And at this point, none of that matters. What matters is that, following that day on the deck, I spent 2 years sharing space in my head with a kind of whispering choir, dozens of voices that passed judgment on my every word and action. Some were kind and supportive, but most were the voices of people who were afraid, people who were confused, people who thought Jessie was a worthless little baggage who deserved every bad thing that happened to her, and who would have to pay double for every good thing. For 2 years I heard those voices, Ruth, and when they stopped, I forgot them. Not a little at a time, but all at once. How could a thing like that happen? I don't know, and in a very real sense, I don't care. I might if the change had made things worse, I suppose, but it didn't. It made them immeasurably better. I spent the 2 years between the eclipse and the birthday party in a kind of fugue state, with my conscious mind shattered into a lot of squabbling fragments. And the real epiphany was this. If I let nice, kind Brandon Milleran have his way, I'd end up right back where I started, headed down Nuthouse Lane by way of Schizophrenia Boulevard. And this time, there's no little brother around to administer crude shock therapy. This time I have to do it myself, just as I had to get out of Gerald's goddamn handcuffs myself. Brandon was watching me, trying to gauge the result of what he'd said. He must not have been able to, because he said it again, this time in a slightly different way. You have to remember that no matter how it looks, you could be wrong. And I think you have to resign yourself to the fact that you're never going to know, one way or the other, for sure. No, I don't. He raised his eyebrows. There's still an excellent chance that I can find out for sure. And you're going to help me, Brandon. He was starting to smile that less-than-pleasant smile again, the one I bet he doesn't even know is in his repertoire, the one that says you can't live with him and you can't shoot him. Oh? And how am I going to do that? "By taking me to see Joubert," I said. "Oh, no," he said. "That's the one thing I absolutely will not, cannot do, Jessie." I'll spare you the hour of round and round which followed. A conversation that degenerated at one point to such intellectually profound statements as, "You're crazy, Jess, and quit trying to run my life, Brandon." I thought of waving the cudgel of the press in front of him. It was the one thing I was almost sure would make him cave in, but in the end I didn't have to. All I had to do was cry. In a way it makes me feel unbelievably sleazy to write that, but in another way it does not. In another way I recognize it as just another symptom of what's wrong between the fellers and the girls in this particular square dance. He didn't entirely believe I was serious until I started to cry, you see. To make a long story at least a little shorter, he got on the telephone, made 4 or 5 quick calls, and then came back with the news that Joubert was going to be arraigned the following day in Cumberland County District Court on a number of subsidiary charges, mostly theft. He said that if I was really serious, and if I had a hat with a veil, he'd take me to the hearing. I agreed at once, and although Brandon's face said he believed he was making one of the biggest mistakes of his life, he stuck by his word. Jessie paused again, and when she began to type once more, she did so slowly, looking through the screen to yesterday, when last night's 6 inches of snow had still been just a smooth white threat in the sky. She saw blue flashers on the road ahead, felt Brandon's blue Beamer slowing down. We got to the hearing late because there was an overturned trailer truck on I-295. That's the city bypass. Brandon didn't say so, but I knew he was hoping we'd get there too late, that Joubert would already have been taken back to his cell at the end of the county jail's maximum security wing, but the guard at the courthouse door said the hearing was still going on, although finishing up. As Brandon opened the door for me, he leaned close to my ear and murmured, "Put the veil down, Jessie, and keep it down." I lowered it, and Brandon put a hand on my waist and led me inside. The courtroom. Jessie stopped, looking out the window into the darkening afternoon, with eyes that were wide and gray and blank. Remembering. The courtroom is illuminated by the sort of hanging glass globes Jessie associates with the 5 and dime stores of her youth, and it is as sleepy as a grammar school classroom at the end of a winter day. As she walks forward down the aisle, she is aware of 2 sensations: Brandon's hand, still on the incurve of her waist, and the veil tickling against her cheeks like cobwebs. These 2 sensations combine to make her feel strangely bridal. 2 lawyers stand before the judge's bench. The judge is leaning forward, looking down into their upturned faces, the 3 of them lost in some murmuring technical conversation. To Jessie, they look like a real-life recreation of a Bose sketch from some Charles Dickens novel. The bailiff stands to the left, next to the American flag. Near him, the court stenographer is reading The Kitchen God's Wife as she waits for the current legal discussion to be over. And sitting at a long table on the far side of the rail, which divides the room between the area set aside for the spectators and that which belongs to the combatants, is a skinny, impossibly tall figure, clad in a bright orange jailhouse overall. Next to him is a man in a suit, surely another lawyer. The man in the orange jumpsuit is hunched over a yellow legal pad, apparently writing something. From a million miles away, Jessie feels Brandon Milleran's hand press more insistently against her waist. "This is close enough," he murmurs. She moves away from him. He's wrong. It's not close enough. Brandon doesn't have the slightest idea of what she's thinking or feeling, but that's okay. She knows. For the time being, all her voices have become one voice. She is basking in the unexpected unanimity, and what she knows is this: if she doesn't get closer to him now, If she doesn't get just as close as she can, he will never be far enough away. He will always be in the closet, or just outside the window, or hiding under the bed at midnight, grinning his pallid, wrinkled grin, the one that shows the glimmers of gold far back in his mouth. She steps quickly up the aisle toward the rail divider with the gauzy stuff of the veil touching her cheeks like tiny, concerned fingers. She can hear Brandon grumbling unhappily, but the sound is coming from at least 10 light-years away. Closer, but still on the next continent, one of the lawyers standing before the bench is muttering, "Feel that the state has been intransigent in this matter, Your Honor, and if you'll just look at our citations, most notably Castengay versus Hollis." Closer still, and now the bailiff glances up at her, suspicious for a moment, then relaxing as Jessie raises her veil and smiles at him. Still holding her eye with his own, the bailiff jerks his thumb toward Joubert and gives his head a minute shake, a gesture which she can, in her heightened emotional and perceptual state, read as easily as a tabloid headline. "Stay away from the tiger, ma'am. Don't get within reach of his claws." Then he relaxes even more as he sees Brandon catch up with her. A parfait genteel night, if ever there was one. But he clearly does not hear Brandon's low growl. "Put the veil down, Jessie, or I will, goddammit." She not only refuses to do what he says, she refuses to even glance his way. She knows his threat is empty. He will not cause a scene in these hallowed surroundings, and will do almost anything to avoid being dragged into one. But it would not matter even if it weren't. She likes Brandon, she honestly does, but her days of doing things simply because it's a man doing the telling are over. She is only peripherally aware that Brandon is hissing at her, that the judge is still conferring with the defense lawyer and the county prosecutor, that the bailiff has lapsed back into his semi-coma, that the stenographer is slowly turning a page, her face dreamy and distant. Jessie's own face is frozen in the pleasant smile which disarmed the bailiff, but her heart is pounding furiously in her chest. She has now come within 2 steps of the rail, 2 short steps, and sees she was wrong about what Joubert is doing. He is not writing, after all. He is drawing. His picture shows a man with an erect penis roughly the size of a baseball bat. The man in the picture has his head down, and he is felating himself. She can see the picture perfectly well, but she can still see only a small, pale slice of the artist's cheek, and the dank clots of hair which dangle against it. "Jessie, you can't," Brandon begins, grabbing at her arm. She snatches it away without looking back. All her attention is now fixed on Joubert. "Hey," she stage whispers at him. "Hey, you!" Nothing. At least not yet. She is swept by a feeling of unreality. Can it be she doing this? Can it really? And for that matter, is she doing it? No one seems to be noticing her. No one at all. "Hey, asshole!" Louder now, angry. Still a whisper, but only just barely. "Psst! Psst! Hey, I'm talking to you!" Now the judge looks up, frowning. So she is getting through to somebody, it seems. Brandon makes a groaning, despairing sound and clamps a hand on her shoulder. She would have yanked away from him if he had tried to pull her backward down the aisle, probably ripping off the top half of her dress in the process. And perhaps Brandon knows this, because he only forces her to sit down on the empty bench just behind the defense table. All the benches are empty. This is technically a closed hearing. And at that moment, Raymond Andrew Joubert finally turns around. His grotesque asteroid of a face, with its swollen, poochy lips, its knife blade of a nose, and its bulging bulb of a forehead, is totally vacant, totally incurious. But it is the face. She knows it at once. And the powerful feeling which fills her is mostly not horror. Mostly it is relief. Then, all at once, Joubert's face lights up. Color stains his narrow cheeks like a rash, and the red-rimmed eyes take on a hideous sparkle she has seen before. They stare at her now as they stared at her in the house on Kashwakamok Lake, with the exalted raptness of the irredeemable lunatic, and she is held, hypnotized, by the awful rise of recognition she sees in his eyes. "Mr. Milleron," the judge is asking sharply from some other universe. "Mr. Milleron, can you tell me what you're doing here and who this woman is?" Raymond Andrew Joubert is gone. This is the space cowboy, the specter of love. Its oversized lips wrinkle once more, revealing its teeth, the stained, unlovely, and completely serviceable teeth of a wild animal. She sees the glimmer of gold like feral eyes far back in a cave, and slowly, oh so slowly, the nightmare comes to life and begins to move. Slowly the nightmare begins to raise its freakishly long orange arms. "Mr. Milleron, I would like you and your uninvited guest to approach the bench, and immediately." The bailiff, alerted by the whiplash in that tone, snaps out of his daze. The stenographer shuts her novel without remembering to mark her place, and looks around. Jessie thinks Brandon takes her arm, meaning to make her comply with the judge's order, but she cannot say for sure, and it doesn't matter in any case, because she cannot move. She might as well be planted waist-deep in a plug of cement. It is the eclipse again, of course. The total, final eclipse. After all these years, the stars are once again shining in the daytime. They are shining inside her head. She sits there and watches as the grinning creature in the orange overall raises its misshapen arms, still holding her with its muddy, red-rimmed gaze. It raises its arms until its long, narrow hands hang in the air about a foot from each of its pale ears. The mimicry is horribly effective. She can almost see the bedposts as the thing in the orange jumpsuit first revolves those splayed, long-fingered hands and then shakes them back and forth, as if they are being held by restraints which only he and the woman in the turned-back veil can see. The voice that comes out of its grinning mouth is a bizarre contrast to the gross overdevelopment of the face from which it drifts. It is a reedy, whining voice, the voice of an insane child.
"I don't think you're anyone,"
Raymond Andrew Joubert pipes up in that childish, wavering voice. It cuts through the stale, overheated air of the courtroom like a bright blade.
"You're only made of moonlight."
And then it begins to laugh. It shakes its hideous hands back and forth within manacles only the two of them can see. And it laughs, laughs, laughs. Jessie reached for her cigarettes, but succeeded only in knocking them all over the floor. She turned to the keyboard and the VDT again, without making any attempt to pick them up. I felt myself going insane, Ruth. And I mean I really felt it happening. Then I heard some voice inside me, Punkin, I think. Punkin, who showed me how to get out of the handcuffs in the first place, and got me moving when Goody tried to interfere. Goody, with her wistful counterfeit logic. Punkin, God bless her.
"Don't you give it the satisfaction, Jessie," she said. "And don't you let Brandon pull you away until you do what you have to do."
He was trying, too. He had both hands on my shoulders and was pulling on me as if I was a tug-of-war rope, and the judge was hammering away with his gavel, and the bailiff was running over. And I knew I only had that one last second to do something that would matter, that would make a difference, that would show me that no eclipse lasts forever. So And now she leaned back suddenly in her desk chair, put her hands over her eyes, and began to weep. She wept for almost 10 minutes, great noisy, shaking sobs in the deserted house, and then she began to type again. She stopped frequently to swipe her arm across her streaming eyes, trying to clear her blurred vision. After a while she began to get ahead of the tears. So I leaned forward and spit in his face. Only it wasn't just spit. I hit him with a really fine goober. I don't think he even noticed, but that's all right. It wasn't him I did it for, was it? I will have to pay a fine for the privilege, and Brandon says it will probably be a hefty one. But Brandon himself got out from under with only a reprimand, and that's a hell of a lot more important to me than any fine I might have to pay, since I more or less twisted his arm up behind his back and then lockstepped him to the hearing. And I guess that's it. Finally, it. I think I'm really going to mail this, Ruth, and then I'm going to spend the next couple of weeks sweating out your reply. I treated you shabbily all those years ago, and while it wasn't strictly my fault, I've only come to realize lately how often and how much we are moved by others, even when we are priding ourselves on our control and our self-reliance. I still want to say I'm sorry. And I want to tell you something else, something I'm really starting to believe. I'm going to be okay. Not today, not tomorrow, and not next week, but eventually. As okay as we mortals are privileged to get anyway. It's good to know that. Good to know that survival is still an option. And that sometimes it even feels good. That sometimes it actually feels like victory. I love you, dear Ruth. You and your tough talk were a big part of saving my life last October, even though you didn't know it. I love you so much. Your old friend, Jessie. P.S. Please write me. Better yet, call. Please, J. Ten minutes later, she laid her letter, printed and sealed within a manila envelope. It had proven too bulky for an ordinary business-length envelope. On the table in the front hall. She had gotten Ruth's address from Carol Rittenhouse, an address anyway, and had written it on the envelope in the careful, straggly letters which were all she could make with her left hand. Beside it, she put a note carefully written in the same straggly letters. Maggie, please mail this. If I should call downstairs and ask you not to, please agree, and then mail it anyway. She went to the window in the parlor and stood there for a while before going upstairs, looking out over the bay. It was starting to get dark. For the first time in a long time, this simple realization didn't fill her with terror. Oh, what the fuck, she told the empty house. Bring on the night. Then she turned and slowly climbed the stairs to the second floor. When Megan Landis came back from running her errands an hour later and saw the letter on the table in the front hall, Jessie was deeply asleep beneath 2 down comforters in the upstairs guest room, which she now called her room. For the first time in months, her dreams were not unpleasant, and a tiny cat smile curled the corners of her mouth. When a cold February wind blew beneath the eaves and moaned in the chimney, she burrowed deeper beneath the comforters. But that small, wise smile did not fade. This has been a presentation of Penguin Highbridge Audio.